This novel was requested by Roshiro Neko, artist of the More Clan and Joy, Volume 6. I'm a NEET, but when I went to hello work I got taken to another world. Chapter 1. I did tell that you can do anything. After rescuing the elven country, the next day after I safely returned back home, I sprawl on the bed weakly. When I woke up that morning, I was hit by multiple sicknesses, sore throat, a fever and diarrhea. Must be from the muddy water I've consumed during the fight with the dragon yesterday. Truly a bad idea to get bathed with water during midwinter. I immediately treated myself with recovery magic, but my strength was totally sapped since I overworked myself for a whole day yesterday. I was ordered by Anne to recover for several days until my strength recovered. Naturally, I will be rewarded. After the heroic act, I went to sleep for the rest of the day. On the next day, even after resting the whole night, the exhaustion remains. Though, it has become easier. Ellie and the others went to Garland Fortress, and from what they've gathered, the army did march their troops yesterday as planned. They dispatched half of their full forces. It seems that they are trying to make the elves indebted to them. There is no hidden motive behind us helping the elves, are what the other soldiers kept on saying. Since there were quite a lot of monsters scattered around the elf forest nearby the kingdom, it's better to kill them, and a large amount of manpower is required to do so. There's not that much damage inside the kingdom, but the exterior of the walls received a good beating due to what I did yesterday. I don't think they will leave it as it is. From the looks of it, the messenger was seen coming in and out of the country. The situation inside has been recovering piece by piece too. Even the adventurers were gladly welcomed inside the elf country. As for us, for now we heard no people talking about our involvement. I'm sure Lily-sama is upholding her promise to keep everything as a secret. We did a great job. Ellie is quite dissatisfied, but it was a promise, and nothing good will ever come by being in the light. Our rewards are the larger mass hunting fees, as well the 2 dragons' body. The bodies of the dead monsters that we've collected were not few either. I was thinking of recovering the Earth Turtle King's remains as well, but it seems that only its shell have value, as its meat were not tasty. Earth Turtle King, I want to try eating it. We already heard how its meat has bland taste, but as usual, Tilika wants to try it. Do you still have the Earth Turtle King that I've defeated? Even if there are no remains left, the Earth Turtle King originates from the demon realm. It won't hurt to hunt there for a while. That is fine. Tilika seems fine with it, but Ellie might be opposed to the idea. Anne seems content now that the quests are clear. Sati will not complain. Maybe we can take this opportunity to rank up to a rank. I don't see the reason why not. It's not good. This chance might not appear again. I'm sure there will be another one. There are only 4 quests issued for the last 6 months. By looking at the recent trends, there is a high possibility that we will be pressed against another issue in the future. Do you really think so? Perhaps that's why there is no need to hurry to become a hero. Let's hand in the recognition to those adventurers this time. Truth is, they really helped save our tales. For the time being, Ellie can settle with that reasoning. In 20 years, this world will be destroyed. This time, it was just a prelude. There should be many other opportunities in the future. My mood feels heavy thinking about it. I honestly need to tell everyone about it sooner. But I still want to maintain this peaceful life, even if it's just for a while. If the destruction of this world is known, then there will be no more peace left for me. I wonder if everyone can migrate somewhere safe. What if I dig underground and built a bunker, where it's large enough for everyone to relax? I'm sure it's safe enough. With the amount of mana I currently had, it might take forever to create an underground city. Absolutely not. There is no way I can agree to such a thing. Masaru, think about it more seriously. And here I'm seriously saying it. I was instantly rejected by everyone besides Sati, but the fight this time, I believe it was the toughest. In the end, my judgment is more correct. I'm not saying that Masaru's decision was wrong. Sergeant Dono did say that an adventurer can choose to live a cowardly life, but thinking of escaping all the time, isn't that too cowardly? Ellie said it harshly. That time, if I didn't saw the dead body of the elves beyond the wall, then maybe I can contain myself more not to issue our withdrawal. Perhaps the difference between the factors that affected me and Ellie's judgment if whether the enemies have broke through the wall. She believes that we still can go on even if the wall was broken, whilst I think otherwise. There is a reason behind me acting cowardly. That is why I insist everyone to retreat. After a while, Ellie seems to understood it. There is no doubt that I'm a pansy. Still I've to make some excuses. I don't want to leave bad impressions to my wives. Me and Sati are fine with it. I have plenty of skills, and we are capable of melee combat as well. I'm ready since I decided to become an adventurer. Anne said it firmly. Isn't it for Masaru to decide? Tilaka throws out a question. Am I prepared? Though, there is no way I'm not. Just about. To some extent, I'm prepared. Didn't I go out to kill the dragon in the end? Even though half of things that I've done were impulsive acts, I think they still counts. Right. There is nothing that I can say if Masaru is not ready himself. Well, there is no reason to be worried about me. What I'm worried the most to you guys. Aren't you being a tad bit too overprotective? If it's just talk then even us can defeat it without relying on magic. Since Anne Cudgel martial arts is level 4, she can still handle small fries by herself. Editor Crywolf 641. Okay guys, I was just confused as you are WHRN reading this sentence, so please just ignore it's unedited. What will you do if you encounter a big fish like an orc king? I would have to try first. She still need to stack up her battle experience. Just by raising her skill alone, it's take time to master them, and the anxiety while using it remains. I may consider finding someone who can shield us again, but the guy must fit the role pretty well. I decided to consult with them about this and also their skill points after my recovery. For now, let's take it slow while it's still freezing outside. When the spring comes, we can become active again. Agree. This time around, everyone did very well. No one is objecting to my suggestion of taking a days off. By the way, we need to decide what to do with the rewards that we got from the Earth Turtle King's quest. Eh? We have that quest? What there? How come I never heard about it? Anne raises her voices in dissatisfaction. No, it was right before we defeated the Earth Turtle King. Immediately after I defeated it, I heard a pata-pata sound. Since Lily-sama is around, there is no way I can go telling about it then. Didn't I? That's also true, but so, we received the rewards. What kind of rewards? Ellie interjected while bridging up the rewards. The rewards are not decided yet. Maybe this time, he will listen to our request. Anything specific that you want? Masaru finished the quest alone. Masaru get to decide. Anne agreed with Ellie. What reward is good then? Magic sword? But that kind can be bought with money, said Ellie. She is right. It's fairly expensive, but it can be bought with the money we currently possessed. Is there anything that you can't afford with money alone? We already collected a lot of skill points now. I wonder if I can expand my item box. What about the magic ring? That is good. Are you going to wear the ring, Masaru? Ellie's remark raises the tension inside the living room. Anne is fidgeting. Tilaka casting a glance at me. I also want a little. What should I do? Should I get 3? I wonder. I'll try to say it. I write my request for 3 pieces of magic ring, and 3 magic rings were delivered as soon as I finished writing. I didn't ask for Sati. As expected, I can't request the ring without asking for Sati's portion along the way. I don't need anything. I've already received a lot from Masaru-sama since our meeting. Her pure responses hurt my heart. I'll embrace you a lot once my strength has recovers. Even if I decided not to become a hero, it's a challenge to save this world. I inquired Ito Kami in my diary regarding the matter, but according to our contract, I should do things freely. Regarding the contents of the contract, I did not remember the exact details as clearly as half a year ago, but the records of it were properly kept inside my first journal. How admirable. The past me. The first time I enter the Adventurer Guild make it a minus, though. I'm required to finish the job till the end. There is no right to refuse. When the clear condition was satisfied, I will return back to the starting time with the starting age. I will only be paid for the amount of time I spend here. If I'm active in this world, I will receive bonuses. If I wish to leave this world, I'm not recommended to hole up in the town within the period of 20 years before the destruction of the world. It is fine to test the skills and I'm free to save this world however I see fit. The others are good. But since the clear conditions are not explained, I sent an inquiry and received a response. Survive for 20 years. Avoid the destructions of the world. It seems that clearing either will enable me to return back to Japan. However, what is the destructions of the world? Seems like he has no intention to answer that, whether it be a demon or an evil god. I'm sure that God knows something, but I didn't receive any information just like usual. Seems like the only way to know is to explore everything myself. In this case, I need to solidify our preparations for the upcoming battle. This is a crisis of my wife's world after all. Nonetheless, how far can I fight with my life on the line? Or will I give up and return back to Japan? Plus, can this be done with a single person in the first place? No matter how hard I think, I can't arrive into a conclusion. I have insufficient information, and my preparations are nearly not enough. Looking at me thinking hard, everyone leaves to give me some space. After 3 days of rest, looking at this issue makes me instantly tired. I'm grateful that I have all the time I need to think these over. In the end, 6 months after I arrived at this world, in other words, after half a year, I decided to tell them everything. It's not a problem which I can decide alone, which makes me muster my courage to tell the truth. The night of the 3rd day of rest, I finally approved of being recovered fully. I tried to demand for my rewards from Anne. Didn't you say anything? I've been doing it all the time when you were bedridden. Wrong. That's not what you said. Wait a minute. Just calm down first, alright? This is unforgivable. For 3 days, I endured myself. I understand. I'll hear what you want to say, so please calm down first, okay? Then, you will do anything? Oh, only for today? I get to do various things. It's a pity that my strength run out fast since I was still sick. Is it that bad? I didn't do some new wild thing at all. Just some kind of play. No, it might come out as a bit perverted, but I believe that it's an ordinary play in Japan. Yeah, it's just not as popular in this world. I will never do that again. But it did feel good. Ho ho. Then, I will try these with Ellie and the others next. Sati will do whatever I asked her to. That's why I find it hard to set the limit when we do it. Tilaka usually just let me do whatever I want. There are other ways to do it too. Let's see. Perhaps, occasionally, the fun I can have at night has increased. Editorial Explode. Chapter 2 Confirmation of the Spoils of War. The snow continued falling while I was still on the bed, although it has piled up to several centimeters thick. The reclamation works continued without interruption. The battle at the Elf country was of course reported to the neighboring villages as well due to the emergency situation. Since the message was relayed within a day, which arrived before morning of the next day, the situation was taken seriously. Of course, the elf side never bothered to state their total damages. Somewhat, the piled-up snow was not enough to hinder the villagers' works, as they continued to work and gathered around. This particular area is particularly warm. Even if the snow piled up, it usually melts after few days. It was said that it's not serious enough to be put in mind. Everyone went to help with tasks like cutting up the wood. I transformed the area which the tree had been cleared. In these 3 days, the forest was opened considerably. By the way, are the people working increasing again? I meet Ulbasan who is supervising the works and asked him. That is the current situation. People from the neighboring village comes to help too. That's why today, I want to talk about this issue. Various rumors are going around the neighborhood this time, from the crisis befalling the kingdom of elves, to the current cultivating works currently ongoing in this village. Because of that, the number of participants has increased compared to the initial one. But there is nothing that can be done. Actually, I don't mind it. Let's give it our best. At first, I was thinking on the easiest method to approach this project, but my line of thinking has changed after the battle at the Elf country. An easy job doesn't exist. Rather, by promoting the cultivating work, for the time being it's possible to stay away from the battlefield. When you're nearly dead, only then will you realize the blessing of peace. There are only 2 possibilities for the newly cultivated land, whether to sell or lease it. However, there are no waterways yet, neither the fences or walls. It was said that the applicants for these lands will take a look at those available first. Plus, although the price is still undecided yet, I get to keep the revenue. While listening to Olpa-san, I continued transforming the wasteland to a farmland. I left the obscurities as it is. It doesn't hinder my operation, albeit my mana usage has increased somewhat. In less than a 1-hour mark, about 10 new sites were created. The newly created farmland which were piled up by the snows just moments ago are now releasing steams. The rest are just the waterway and the walls. At this point, we don't even know the overall size of this cultivated land. Either way, it will be decided. Should I start making the walls now? If you want, you can modify it to the size that you want later. The walls are important. If the walls are sturdy, the monster threat can be halved. Rationally, the size of the one at the elf country is impossible to reproduce, but I want it to be at least a fortress or a town scale. Please tone it down a little bit. The previous wall that I've built was a failure. In the event where the monsters are invading, it can easily be destroyed. I concentrated a large amount of mana in my mind, an image of a rugged wall which can at least withstand a dragon's charge, even for once, surfaced. Next, a deep moat. Activate. My mana was released, the ground in front of me dented with a rumbling sound, and a wall risen. The completed wall is about 20 meters high with the same width. The thickness is good as it is. Editor basically. A height of 20 meters and as thick as 20 meters in width. The moat shares the same depth with the height of the wall. Perhaps the moat is a little dangerous. I should halve the depth and change the width to the same size. Also, we need a stair to climb back up. All in all, the production value itself is not bad. This is enough. No, number. Please wait a moment. We are not building a fort. If you continued making it big like this, you will deplete your mana. I can afford it with the current mana that I have. If we don't make it this sturdy, then when the great demon army invades, then we wouldn't be able to hold, won't we? That is right. Still. No, this is still dangerous if there are larger species going through. Higher. Should I make it thicker too? Masaru-kun. Just what kind of enemies are you imagining we are going to fight? Of course it's the demons. I wonder what Olpa-san is talking about. Masaru, Ellie and Anne come from besides the wall. At their back is the villagers. Since the wall was built, it seems that they're coming to watch it. How is it? Do you think this kind of wall is enough? So, I asked for Ellie's opinion. This is good. But, isn't it kind of overboard for an agricultural land? Is that so? But less than this and a dragon can run through it with a single ram. Don't you think? Dragons rarely come here. However, this wall is popular amongst the villagers. Amazing. Everyone's showing their delight. Don't we need maintenance and management? If it's too big then the task will be too hard. Maintenance and management? I didn't think about that. In the end, it was decided that the wall of 5 meters in height is enough for the farmland. I made it extra thick so that it couldn't be easily broken. It doesn't have the height, but it had a feeling of a proper wall. Yes, if it's this much, then it's enough. For the time being, continue making walls like this, said Ellie. Well, the villagers doesn't look dissatisfied. I'm not complaining if the local people thought that it's fine. With this done, our works are finished for today. After this, I'm going to the Adventurers Guild at the fortress. I need to report about the battle at the elf country soon. As soon as I reached the guild, I was brought to the back room. Together with the guild officer is the guild chief. Then, it's been a long time, Tilika. You good with your job? He doesn't look like a regular person, much more so an adventurer. He exudes a mage-like aura, so he might be a mage. Is he about the same age as I am? He has a modest appearance. He has the similar odd eye just like Tilika. I wonder if he is a truth official as well. Of course, I'm doing it properly. Have you fulfilled your duty properly as a truth official? So cold, just like the usual. Your acquaintance? I'm the senior apprentice. We practiced together under the same master for 2 years or so. I asked Tilika, but the fellow answered. Anyways, what is Tilika doing at such place? Anything related with your job, adventurer? The truth official's face contorted in shock after listening to her reason. Amusing, pleasant. Dear truth officials, please continue your small talk later. Ah, Sorry. Then, Tilaka, let's talk later. Tilaka nodded. To put it bluntly, there was a suspicion that you didn't respond to the emergency quest response. The guild staff started talking. This time around, the emergency quest was on operation in the same day. If it was the other way, normally there are times when people can't respond to the call. However, the guild staff were looking for us to be added to the fighting forces. From what the guild knows so far, he was staying at the village. On that day, it was said that he went to the fortress for shopping briefly. The next day, while I was bedridden, everyone else went outside to the fortress or around the village like usual. That's why it was believed that he didn't respond to the call of the emergency quest. This time, it really was a short notice, so, if there is something holding you that time, it's excusable. That time, I was fighting at the elf country. My card should have the subjugation records. You bet not lying. I was really there. In response to the word lying, Tilaka coughed in frustration. I don't plan to insult Tilaka at all. This is just my job. Then it's fine. Have you heard that you were not in a group of adventurers who were headed for rescue of elf country? That day, when the bell rang, I was staying nearby the gate to the elf country. I tell him how I was hired on the spot, and went fighting as the elf escorts. Then, will you show me your card? Asked by the guild officer. Everyone presents their guild card, and arranges them on the desk. Please look. This, and this. That said, Ellie pushed her cards along with Suti's dragon. Since the dragon was taken out last, its subjugation record was placed conveniently in the place where it can be seen immediately. Guild chief, it was reported by the adventurers that there are 5 total dragons sighted. It was also reported that 2 of them were defeated by the elves' side. We were the ones who took out both of them. Pretty big deal if I say so myself. Can you please talk about it in more details? I explained everything from the beginning, while omitting out the appropriate contents. We were hired by Lily-sama as escorts, and flew to the Elf Kingdom, participated in the defense actively, and finally, saved by the reinforcement adventurers. After we went back, I got ill, and was bedridden for few days. So, today I came to ask for my subjugation rewards, and to get our rank raised on the side note. Then first, please let me examine your cards first. It was just an ordinary card check. The staff who was doing the checking at first shows a spirited expression, but when we saw him again, his face indeed becomes stricter. This is absolutely amazing. How did you do it, Tilaka? Just how you see it. No, forgive me. But, everything in one day? Is Tilaka strong enough to kill this much in short amount of time? I've grown. Huh. All of these are the one that you guys defeated. Is that correct? Looking at the all cards, the guild chief questioned while scratching his head. No doubt. Counterfeiting the card is impossible, Tilaka asserts. Inside the elf country, you claimed that you've defeated this much in one whole day? At most, not more than half a day. The Earth Turtle King in this subjugation report, is it same as the 100-meter large species class reported by the elf? It's at the beginning of the subjugation report. Might look suspicious. That is the 100-meter class. I have no choice but answer. In other words, we flew to the elf country with the princess spirit magic. First of all, we took down the 100-meter class Earth Turtle King, which the elves were unable to defeat brilliantly. After that, we defeated the demon's army of monsters with range magic, finally defeated the dragons and saved the elf country. Well, there are also other adventurers who came later to do something. We are the one who saved the elves. That story is kind of far-fetched. Well, we came here to report, so I don't really mind. That is an outstanding feat. Amazing, Tilaka. 2 more guild staffs were called. First of all, if they didn't count the number of subjugations properly, it's impossible to keep a neat record. We are supposed to observe the process. We were not allowed to leave. In order to avoid the card from being exploited by others, it was set to lose function after being separated by the wielder. The effective radius is about 10 meters, and if it's more than that, it's impossible to browse the subjugation records. We have time. Right. Anne and I converse leisurely since we are next to each other. Other than mine, they finished counting the reports on the card an hour ago. Only mine left. The truth official who was Tilaka's acquaintance was fast asleep on the sofa. Suti, Tilaka and Ellie, are also nodding off at the side. I've slept for a few days, so I don't feel sleepy, since I just got out of the bed. It's a small room to have a chat. Since it's possible that others will hear it, I can only say what I deemed safe, avoiding anything important from leaking out. I should have brought a book, but my item box was full with stuff that I want to put in our new house. How much monsters did Masaru Dono manage to slay? The guild chief asked, but I'm unable to answer. I'm sure that mine far surpassed anyone in sheer number alone, but I can't really give a definitive number. Then, let us hear the details of the battle first. It's a waste of time to wait for a count that might not end. They woke up from their sleep during the time the questioning is about to start. In the end, I decided to explain the details. Ellie took the initiative to report the details of the situation and the battlefield. We were supplementing her explanation somewhat. So, we finished our escort's duty, and went back home. After that, I slept for 3 days after I got drowned in the moat and drank the muddy water. That's why our report to the guild was delayed. Right after I finished reporting, my kill count has ended. The total monsters that was exterminated is about 80,000. I alone managed to kill about 50,000, while the other 30,000 comes from the 4 of them combined together. I don't know whether the number is smaller than expected, or is it more? Although the monsters seem to be infinitely reappearing, the number that I managed to exterminate is lesser than I thought. But the most shocking one is the number of monsters suppressed by Sati. Ellie was stunned when she saw Sati is above her in the number of total subjugation. Why is my count lesser? Let's see. The battle rate is 1000 bodies per hour, but still after we summed up everything. That was because the enemy dispersed to avoid the range magic. Might be because of that. And Sati was fighting continuously while Ellie was absent. Is that so? There is no way the record on the card is incorrect. Ellie was not convinced that she was defeated by Sati through the overall amount of subjugation count. Sati wore a slightly troubled look. Geez Ellie, why does it matter who is the superior and lesser counts, when we're in the same party? You're right. Sati has always protected everyone. Sorry, Sati. After she was admonished by Anne, she finally realized the hardship that Sati has endured all this time. More importantly, we're getting a rank up for sure, right? We get sidetracked for a bit. There is no problem. But, we do need some time to make a review. I don't mind. I'm going to stay here during winter. However, for the rewards. Since it was an emergency subjugation request. By the way, it was. The rewards during emergency request are cheap. This time, I flew directly to the elf country without receiving the urgent request, so I completely forgotten. Based on the calculation in the battle log, we will get about 7 million gold at most, which is equivalent to 700 million yen in Japanese yen. During an emergency quest, things like time of work, rank, etc. will be taken into consideration. I used to be treated as a backup forces back then. Depending on the arrangements, there are times when we're unable to get a single kill. Of course, the battle results are also an important aspect, but everything come into a fixed salary plus bonus kind of feeling. Even during the previous emergency quest, I was not paid much. It's better if I don't put my hope in this one too. Well, it can't be helped. But, I did a lot of work. I want you to consider that too. Oh, of course we will. I'm relieved that we came back with a dragon. Well, I don't have much problem with money, just feeling a little bit disappointed. Another thing, I hope you can keep this matter confidential as well. Even the elf sides are keeping things low. It's better to leave things as it stands this time. Of course, I will not leak the guild members' information outside. However, the insider will get this information for the purpose of evaluation, okay? If it is like that. During the time of the Locust invasion, I could talk to them to avoid from leaking out the information since I was not asking for rewards. But, this time, there is also a rank-up review. You've done a lot of work, yet you want to keep it a secret? Is there any particular reason? So, the young man who is the truth official asked. I don't want to stand out. You are not doing something wrong at our back, aren't you now? Of course. Even Tilika is with you, isn't she? Guild chief, is it fine if we go now? Please, truth official Dono. Let's go for a meal. Tilika. There is a delicious shop nearby. It has quite a quirky selection, but the taste is not bad. I'm going. Everyone in your party too. I would like to hear about Tilika. Well, I don't mind. Although I get a bad feeling when he mentioned that place is full of quirky thing. I don't think it's such a place that we can't enter. We're held here for a long time, so I was getting hungry. I'm sure everyone else is hungry too. Plus, Tilika seems interested with the quirky cuisine. Leaving the guild, we walked for a while before reaching the shop. As expected, it serves insects dishes. I guess this guy treat insect as quirky dishes as well. TL note: the quirky dishes in Japanese was called dot. It's more like a slang, so I don't know the best word to translate it into. Greater than. Editor note: Mother FCK, I am sorry for taking so long in editing. Real life problems. Also classes, projects, essays, and computer coding and HTML projects. Hey, so many things to do. Well, once this is all done, I could edit the chapters in 2 to 4 days though. Thanks to Gunnervi and Cypher for spotting the mistakes. Chapter 3: Curiosity killed the cat. After we left the guild, we traversed some small alleyways until we came upon the main street. Shops full of large meat dishes came into my view, and to my satisfaction there were a few shrimp and shellfish dishes mixed in with the insects. Although it defies Earth's common sense, it seems that the shrimp and shellfish here are in the same category as insects. The shrimp have scissor-like claws and appear to be related to lobsters and crayfish. Just like the other animals in this world, they're huge and look edible. Tilika, is this person trustable? I secretly asked Tilika during the gap when Martin, the truth official, went out to talk with the waiter. Although I decided to go out and eat with him, Martin is a truth official. Clearly speaking, he could be a dangerous guy to us. Any attempt to lie and escape from him will be outright sniffed out. The problem is I haven't eaten yet. I plan to eat and relax in the afternoon after I made the report to the guild. Truth officials will never tell lies. Basically, you can trust them. Even if you did accidentally expose your secrets, it would probably be fine. Probably. Martin is an easygoing guy. Is it really okay like this? If I suddenly tried to escape, then he would grow very suspicious towards me. Even Tilika would have a hard time keeping her mouth shut with the other truth officials. If it was your average person, then we could just introduce ourselves as a high-level mage party. But him being Tilika's acquaintance makes things troublesome. We've been explaining Sati's growth as her being a genius, and everyone has always accepted it. I even used this explanation with Ellie previously. But this guy is a truth official, as well as Tilika's acquaintance. I can't make a careless explanation like that. Eventually, he'll learn the truth. I feel like it's just a matter of us temporarily pushing back the secret. Anyways, using gate and the summoning magic is still acceptable, but I will never leak the fact that I'm an apostle of God. How much can I talk to this person who Tilika thinks is okay? We were guided to a private room and served some drinks. After we ordered our food and the waiters left, Martin cut the conversation to Tilika. I wonder how long a conversation with a truth official is. I guess now is the best time to find out. You can ask me about anything, but everything I say has to not leave these walls. You sure show a lot of trust. So, are you the hero? Splurt. Getting thrown that question right off the bat caused me to spit out the water that I drank immediately. As I thought, you really are the hero. Why, you're wrong. Are the rest different? You also have a shrine priestess around, I thought. Why did Tilika decide to become an adventurer? Truth officials have a stable job with a good income. Plus, it's a very respectable job. In addition, their eyes are modified by a ritual. Because of this, once someone becomes a truth official, they will remain a truth official until they die. They aren't really able to become adventurers. Not only is Tilika an adventurer, but she's also in a party. There's also a priest in our party. The battles in the elf country were all fought on a grand scale. Perhaps it isn't surprising that all these factors lead him to believe that I'm a hero. In the elf country, I was left with no other choice but to give it my all. I should consider myself lucky that the story of my deeds hasn't reached the fortress yet. Masaru is a hero candidate, Tilika responded. In regard to the battlefield, I was also told that Tilaka was involved. Aren't you the self-proclaimed hero's candidate? It's been hundreds of years since the Demon Lord was killed. Since then, no true hero has ever appeared. Despite this, it seems that there has been no shortage of people claiming to be a hero or a candidate. I'm neither a self-proclaimed hero nor a candidate. That's what Masaru said. Tilaka. At least it's possible for him. It was told since long ago that whenever a hero appeared, absolute support must be provided. But Masaru doesn't look very heroic, does he? I don't mind that. Well, I was convinced that the hero would look better. The waiters started serving our dishes while we were in the middle of our conversation. It didn't take long for them to finish as the dishes were already made at the front of the store. My giant shrimp was properly cut. Its whole body, including the claws, reach up to 1 meter in length. The shrimp is stuffed throughout its entire body. After taking a bite, it seems that the shrimp was baked lightly with salt, and tastes just like shrimp on Earth. Delicious. I will try to ignore the insects lining up on the rest of the table while I prepare to eat my shrimp. Martin seems like he has decided to not pursue the matter anymore, and instead focused on enjoying the meal. People who don't like insects like Masaru are. I eat shrimp all the time when I eat at home. How is it, Anne? I think it's delicious. I'll try a little. It seems like this is the first time that Anne has eaten shrimp. If you've never seen shrimp before, its claws combined with its bright red color really gives off an impression that it's a poisonous insect. Tilaka, of course, has already taken a bite and seems to really like it. She clumsily dug out the inside of the claws with her spoon and ate it. Neither Sati nor Ellie appear to dislike anything, and together are enjoying the insects laid out on the rest of the table. I've never seen shrimp in a market before. Where could we get some? Shrimp is a huge and flashy ingredient. If anyone is selling it, then we definitely wouldn't have missed it. I think it's because that it lives in remote marshes. I heard that it rarely gets on the market either. Have you heard about the store owner? Martin told me many good things about the owner. If I try to make fried prawn together with the owner, I'm sure that it would end up delicious. I could season it with tartar sauce, have it be accompanied by a cup of coffee. But sadly, there is no rice. Only tempura. I wonder if rice even grows in this world. I haven't explored the market around here yet. Maybe I should spend some time sightseeing. I should probably ask the elves where to visit, since they have lived here for a long time. Tilaka and Martin are exchanging information while I enjoy my shrimp in silence. They're mainly talking about their master, as well as some other stuff I don't know about. Most of the time, Martin is the one doing the talking. So, how did you become an adventurer? I got married. Please stop your half-baked responses. There is no other reason. But he is a candidate, isn't he? As I told you, that isn't the Riaz. It wasn't because Masaru-san is a hero candidate. Married. Are you running away from getting married? I married Masaru. I'm surprised. The fastidious and fierce Tilaka is. Then, since you are married to your husband Masaru, and he turned out to be a hero candidate, you decided to follow him. That's the gist of it. After I got married, since Masaru is a hero candidate, I decided to go on an adventure with him. Why do you say he is a hero candidate? I've heard rumors about his talent with magic. B seems weak to me, and the person himself is saying he isn't a candidate. Cannot speak. I will protect the secret, of course. Wait a moment. Has the story about him becoming a hero candidate reached the Truth Palace? Secret. Good grief. Was Master convinced with this as well? I convinced Master with the third clause of special notes. A truth official is supposed to manipulate the information adequately. The third clause of special notes involves information that is related to the trend of this world. Using this clause, a truth official is able to move on her personal judgment. So that's how you did it. Without you guys, the elf country surely would have fallen, and this place would have been their next target. Correct. I think my judgment was correct. Even if Masaru is not the hero, he is pretty much doing the job of one. Anyways, didn't you also have great achievements in the battle? I thought your magic should only be in the intermediate level though. I've grown. I heard about it before. How? Secret. That is a long list of secrets you have. It's not good trying to take someone's secrets like that. I know. I don't want to get in your way, so I won't ask anymore. Is it your personal judgment that I need to keep a secret? Yes. Well, if you think so, I trust you. By the way, Angela-san, have you heard any strange rumors from the temple? Like an oracle appearing? That is. When the tropics suddenly shifted to her, Anne became lost for words. Her eyes started swimming around. That is confidential information. What is the content of the oracle? When and where was it received? Martin, stop. That's it. So, this is Tilika's secret, huh? But since a priest is here with him, doesn't that make him the true hero? I told you that is wrong. So it isn't related to an oracle about the hero? Martin, if you haven't told me yet, it must be really serious. Despite this, why haven't the truth officials been notified? I haven't done it yet. Only the shrine side has the information then? No, even the shrine side doesn't know. Then who even received the oracle? I can't say. Is that so? You, Masaru-san. No. Number. Why can't you understand? What do you mean can't understand? I'm good at uncovering others' secrets. From what we've talked about so far, it seems that Masaru-san has a lot to do with the hero. But you claim to not be the hero, just a candidate. There's also the mysterious oracle that you're keeping hidden. What should I do now? Let's make a deal. Tell me everything, and in exchange I will keep it a secret. Now I know why everyone is fearful of truth officials. I'm never going to eat meals with a truth official again. But you see, I want to live in peace. If possible, I want to become a farmer. I finished telling Martin all of the important things that have happened. I told him everything from the oracle, to the divine protection, but it shouldn't pose a problem if he keeps everything secret like he said. That's lame. And you even have heroic powers. You're wasting your potential. My wives chimed in. He is absolutely right. It's a huge waste, Masaru. As expected from someone who only wants to be a farmer. You need to take things more seriously, Masaru. For me, farming, I think it would be nice. I want to try it a little. Living a peaceful life here seems to be seen in a negative light. It's unlikely that this guy has a faith with people past 50. I'm not quite sure what he means here. I'm counting on you to keep this secret, okay? I will. But if I do report this to the top management, will things really get bad? Tilika, Masaru won't like it. The oracle is something that I personally received. You don't need to bring it up with anyone else. Is that so? An oracle about the elf country. I'll be frank, I'm not sure if that fits into the category of private matters. You promised to keep everything secret. Did you not? Yes, I know. But Masaru-san, you move more to say, right? Don't change the subject. The things that I haven't yet told him are how I am able to return after 20 years, or about the incoming destruction of this world. Of course I've tried my best to avoid it. But this guy is somehow still convinced that I have something hidden. I can't do anything without hearing the rest first, Martin said with a happy expression. This guy ... is making me angry. Didn't Tilika tell you that we would end here? That's only what Tilika said. I never actually agreed to it. Just tell me the rest. I will leave afterwards. How can I say that the world will be destroyed? Masaru-san, you like having information and comfort, right? If you tell me, you will have access to all the powers of truth officials and the Truth Palace. Of course, I personally will give you full cooperation as well. Honestly, the only thing I want you to do for me right now is to drop dead. Wait a second. Thinking about it more carefully, why am I going along with him willingly? He isn't a muscle man, nor does he have any weapons. His mana is only second-rate, and nothing compared to mine. Alright, let's blow him up. Is there a way I can claim self-defense here, huh? If you're about to die, then you won't be held guilty if you fight back. I'm glad. Once everything is exposed, I can never go back to the peaceful life. When I secretly went to the elf country, I already risked dying once. If any more of my secret is exposed, the probability that I will die will increase dramatically. Unforgivable. I gather my mana slowly. Fire magic is obviously a bad choice when used indoors. This shop does have a stone floor. I wonder if I will be able to crush him if I use earth magic. What? It's a legitimate self-defense. Everyone, get behind me. It's about to get dangerous. Wait. Masaru? Anne said in a shocked voice. Keep silent and watch. My mana has reached a point where it would be dangerous to use inside this confined room. If I invoked my magic, the building might be blown to smithereens. Let's stop increasing it for now. First, we'll try to negotiate. In our current situation, I believe that this is legitimate self-defense. If Martin-san exposed my secret, it equates to me dying. That kind of logic makes no sense. You probably shouldn't move or make noise. My magic is ready to be released any moment. Normally, people can only delay the activation of basic magic. If you try and delay more advanced magic, it will become too difficult to control. While remaining idle, the mana will slowly start to leak out too. I'm very familiar with earth magic though, so I will not run out of mana no matter how much I leak. If I say that I've run rampant, then with the power of a truth official he would notice straight away. As long as he can sense my mana, then he will know that he is in a grave situation. Are you an idiot? It's completely stupid to raise your hand against a truth official. What do you think, Tilika? It's not good to forcibly pursue someone else's secrets. Martin should feel the pain for abusing the truth official's power. I got the permission from Tilika. It would be bad if did end up killing him, but it can't be helped if he got injured while I was in the middle of threatening him. I won't keep silent to the other truth officials. If you hurt me, Wheel insists on legitimate self-defense. There is not a chance that such stupid reasoning will go through. I'm just a civilian. If you keep threatening me, you will be the bad one. That's not quite right. For example, if you forcibly made a royal member spit out their secrets, then you wouldn't be able to complain if you got killed, right? But, since I'm just an adventurer, and you're a truth official, it seems like you're above me, right? The Truth Palace is a big international organization. Every organization, from state-run institutions, to the private sector, are benefiting from it. If you turn the Truth Palace into an enemy, then they would instantly be able to use their influence to crush even a small country. Even if a truth official is technically a civilian, they are given the same status and privilege as noblemen. If an adventurer ever laid their hands on a truth official, I'm sure it would be considered a felony. That's right. Don't you understand? But I'm the hero who received an oracle from God. Tilika, who do you think the Truth Palace should side with? The hero, of course. That is. The crime for threatening a hero is heavy. I'm not threatening you. You don't think you're threatening me? Even if he was doing it subconsciously, I'm still feeling threatened. I'm not going to try and kill you, but it could happen accidentally. Haven't I told you already how powerful I am? For the Truth Palace, a sacrifice for the hero is permissible. Sacrifice. Of course. I'm just doing this to threaten him. I'm somewhat afraid that Tilika might actually take his head off though. My bad. You're what? Since he is not showing any sign of actual reflection on his words, I release my mana a little. The building shook for a moment, and a creaking sound could be heard. The floor was cracked. I hope they will be able to fix it later. Oops. My magic went out of control for a moment. I'm sorry. Why doesn't your apology seem like it came from the heart? Do you still believe that you're not at fault right now? I crossed my legs and stared at Martin. I think I am guilty. Even I don't like to threaten others with magic, you know. I truly dislike this from the bottom of my heart. But, would you hesitate to murder someone if it was to protect your own life? Of course, I'm just threatening him. But it's also a sincere thought from my heart. He should be able to know that. I'm reflecting on it. I will absolutely not tell anyone about this. Guilty. Towards Tilika's unrelenting voice, Martin got down from his chair, kneeled, and put his head on the floor in a nice dojeza. Although this form of a dojeza is slightly different from the Japanese-style dojeza, where we put our hands forward. He is definitely in some form of a dojeza. I'm sorry, I've gone overboard. I will absolutely keep your secrets safe, so please don't kill me. What do you think, Tilaka. No lie is detected. Looks like Martin-san has properly reflected on his actions. I guess it's time to forgive him. I'll slowly release my mana so I won't accidentally trigger the magic. My mana was aimed at a wall nearby that had no people in the vicinity just in case. Luckily I did that, because I actually managed to lose control a bit. Part of the wall was destroyed and collapsed, opening up a hole. It must have gone fragile due to the continuous amount of mana I had been pouring in since I began. On the other side of the wall, the waiters were serving the customers, and everyone was looking through the hole in our direction. For a long time, all people saw was a truth official kneeling in dojeza towards someone who looked a lot like a gangster. I silently fixed the shop wall and reminded Martin to not let out my secrets. I also asked him to stop kneeling. Based on what he told me next, it seems like he wanted to return to the capital. Although he seemed like an excellent officer when he was divulging in my secrets, it turns out he's actually an incompetent truth official who was sent away to the border. He planned on returning back to the Truth Palace by using me and my secrets. If he had managed to locate the hero, then he would have been done an amazing accomplishment. Unfortunately for him, it was Tilaka who had found me first. I wonder what he thought he would gain by picking a fight with someone who might be a hero. I guess that's why he decided not to confront me directly, and instead offered to eat together. In the end, he decided to dojeza in front of everyone inside the crowded shop. It wasn't that bad. It's completely unprecedented for a truth official to bow towards an adventurer. If this matter becomes public, then Martin-san's reputation will completely go down the drain. However, since I managed to quickly repair the wall, people were only able to see him dojeza for a short while, so they were probably mostly clueless as to what is going on. Martin's face looks like it's the end of the world. Hey, cheer up, it's okay. You could have just said everything while you were sitting in your chair, but you went the extra mile by getting down and kneeling. If I continue anymore then he might hold a grudge against me. Thank you so much. After Martin thanked me, he left the store crying. What an unpleasant incident. What are you saying? Everything was your fault, Masaru. His dojeza was made public as I thought. TL note, in this chapter, I learned that rice in Japanese, is called America. Chapter 4 Coward Hero. We went home after doing some shopping at the fortress. This place already feels like home. I'm still attached to my home at Sori Town of course, but that is just a place that I rented. Do you think that is enough to deal with Martin? After we settled down at the living room, I asked Tilaka. He already promised, and since I was worried, I asked Tilaka to detect whether he was lying or not. If he tells the word, then everything that I keep under will all be blown away at once. A truth official will never break what they have sworn. The part that he doesn't swear, will try not to break it if possible. Unexpectedly, there is also that side. According to Tilaka, one who holds the position of a truth official will never lie, so they basically can be trusted. However, we can't demand the same professionalism when they're in private. Demanding perfection out of people all the times are unreasonable. If the story about Martin getting on dojeza is exposed, Martin will be ruined. There is no way he will blab the thing. If the truth official lies, will it be exposed? I don't think it will be exposed. Even if the information leaks from somewhere else, it's possible to refuse the testimonies. We were at a private venue, as long the party doesn't acknowledge it. He is simply sitting on the floor. I see. I would prefer it to be like that. It's better. Is that so? If he is guaranteed to shut his mouth, although I initially feel like it should be fine if he talked about it to some extent, it will be better if he absolutely refuses to talk about it. Well, I shouldn't have anything to worry about if he was not a truth official in the first place. More importantly, you've finally come to your sense as a hero. That is a good thing. When I was having our own talk with Tilaka alone, Ellie suddenly brought the dreaded hero topic on the table. It seems that she is still reluctant to close this hero topic. I won't be this hero. Even the Demon Lord does not exist in the current time, so why should there be a hero? That is true. But isn't there an oracle that stated the Demon Lord's resurrection? No. Nothing as far as I have heard. The Ito Kami is in charge of that. In case a hero is necessary, Ito Kami will make the preparation, as well as issuing a related quest to me. Whether to accept the quest or not, depends on me. If Ito Kami decided that he has enough with the current me, then I might not have the choice but to do it. I don't mind not hearing the bit of story that Masaru has not told yet. Anne gave an indifference response. It's not as if we were forced to listen to it. Martin, you dipshit, look at the unnecessary thing that you've caused. Ah, yeah, that's right. I've only heard this from Sati, about the promise between you and Ito Kami where he will send you back 20 years later, as in your contract. This level of information is fine. Let's try to find a leeway out of this. Masaru's hometown is a country called Japan. The country seems to be far away, but nothing out of reach from transition magic, Ellie said with a brisk tone. She still thinks of another world as a faraway foreign country. However, I've never thought about returning back on my own before. From another world to Japan. I wonder if I can do it with transition magic. Might be possible. Well, it's probably impossible to go back home since the coordinates for the destination must be known in order to activate the transition magic. Though, must be nice if I can go back even temporarily, but I don't feel like going back yet. If I can freely return and come back, the god will be troubled. If he wants to introduce a cultural and technological exchanges, he can just hire someone else like me and summon them here. That was the story before we get married. Right now, there is no way I will leave everyone and go back home. Right, Sati? Yes, Masaru-sama. Of course, if you go back home without permission, I will definitely catch you and bring you back here. Ellie looks serious when saying that. Later on, Martin came to apologize. During our previous encounter, Martin hastily excused himself after that accident occurred. Afterwards, he got worried about several things. He came back to apologize about his misdemeanor the other day. He wants to discuss about a possible friendly relation in the future. Even I don't want some unnecessary trouble to arise from this. After talking for a while, Martin finally brought up the topic about the hero. Except, this is the story about the hero of the old time. This is the one aspect that Tilaka herself doesn't know. The true story which was not published in the common tales. Don't know. And here I thought that Masaru-san has a gist of it. Oh well, I will tell you whatever I know. The hero has a superior sword skill and capable of magic, boasting the strongest strength back at his day. However, it was said that he is a coward. He spares lives, and always opting to run away from battle. There is an anecdote where he runs away. He was a hero chosen by the oracle, but he never wants to be in the first place. Of course, such a thing was never recorded in the history. The hero was a looker. He risks his life fighting. But, people who knew the hero personally will laugh at the beautification of the story. We are the descendant of the ancestor of Truth Official, which of course, we are not connected by blood. Our ancestor was also good in magic, as well as an early party member of the hero and fought with him for a while. At one point, the story about them going to the demon realm to defeat the demon king was spread. Our ancestor chooses to remain and fight. At some point, the situation becoming bad due to the monster's onslaught, but they have given up on the coward hero. The hero went to the demon realm. With their main powerhouse gone missing, the already bad situation getting worse. As the descendant, as to honor our ancestors, the tale was spread that the ancestor was fighting very bravely. The demon king armies were overwhelming. That's why they came out with an all-or-nothing plan, which is to directly kill the demon king. And when the demon king armies finally advanced to the imperial capital, suddenly the demon king armies stopped. The demons were pulling back the monster armies. Not long after, the hero and his comrades returned back and reported their successful attempt of killing the demon king. The human allied forces were excited. From that point, the story converges. He married the princess, was granted a territory, and lead a peaceful life. Since he couldn't believe the hero till the end, he regretted the fact that he was not there accompanying the hero to slay the demon king until he dies. To redeem himself, he told the later Truth Officials, when a new hero appeared, please support him no matter what. Because he was a coward, he dives deep inside the demon realm. My final opinion on him is that he is a genuinely amazing person who has defeated the demon king. That's why, when Masaru-san doesn't want to be associated with anything related to the hero, I got a deep impression that you might be the real one. This guy, he still has more things to say. Last thing I want to ask, has the Demon King really not resurrected? At least, I haven't heard about it. Is that so? But even if you're not a hero, I want you to promise full cooperation in the future. Fighting is not my field of expertise, so I hope you can forgive me on that. If you want to know more about the hero exploits, please drop by at the Truth Official headquarters and contact our master. Martin said that and finally left. Although I can continue taking a rest this afternoon, due to the past battles, the sickness and other things, I'm worried that the house is not making any progress at all. The interior is still incomplete. I have not yet installed the entrance, even the defense is lacking. This house is reasonably sturdy since it was built with stones, but that alone will not make me feel relieved. A very strong, we need an impregnable fortress. The only reason the elf country manages to hold their defense that long was because of the gigantic rampart. Building a house is a job for all family members. However, even if I said to build a house, the process might be same as making an agriculture land, but we still need to open up the forest first. Our house was already built. I hurriedly cut down all the trees at the slope of this hill. My plan was to build a rampart surrounding this hill. I'm cutting them down with an ordinary axe. It's quite a strong axe that can also act as a weapon. Together with my physical strength enhancement and swordsmanship level 5 skills, the trees were cut down after 2-3 swings. Anne also has physical strength enhancement. It was a work that she has done for several days now, so she can do it without any problems. Tilika, who doesn't possess great physical strength, finds this job too rough to do. That's why she's letting Tiger do it. If the big trees are hard to bring down, Tiger will help with his 4-foot. Other villagers generally don't roam this side, so it's okay to use summoning magic. Even if there are people coming, Sati will notify us. Ellie is practicing space magic. Will be cutting down the trees. Although it takes a while to activate, it can cut even the biggest tree in a single blow. It's a convenient skill to bring into actual battle, but compared to the air cutter, both its accuracy, invocation time and efficiency are way below it. As long as it's activated, it's a powerful magic that can cut down all, if not everything. Next is Sati. After saying that she will do it seriously, she ran through the forest at a fairly high speed, and hastily cut down all the trees with her sword. The trees fall on top of each other along Sati's route. The snows were all dust up. It's like something gigantic was running through the forest and demolished all those in its path. She is doing a 4-person workload alone. I wonder if Sati is fine alone. While thinking that, I saw Sati made another lap. After a while, the trees fall off behind Sati like dominoes. It's a somewhat strange scene. I stopped working my hand and spend my time gazing at it. Sati was sweating and breathing hard. She looks enthralled just because I told her to do it seriously. That was awesome, Sati. NEET-chan, amazing. We really need to do this far away from the civilians. In order not to make a scene, we need to be more careful compared to normal. Are you still fine? Let's go for another lap. Yes, Masaru-sama. We'd better find other places to work as to not get in Sati's way. Everyone, can you please make this an open space? I will collect all the trees here. My role is to do the collection. Since the trees remain in their original condition with all the branches and leaves still attached, the automatic dismantling function in my item box will activate. There is no need to process them to log since they will become one just by collecting them. I cleared the area around the site with earth magic. Then, I stacked off the woods on this place. I'm going to build a warehouse here later. I will leave the job of cutting the trees to Sati. Next, I'm going to erect some walls. It was the same type of wall, a tall 20-meter type that I built for the agriculture land before. I can build a bigger one, but I might get complaints, and it's hard to rebuild once it was erected. If possible, I would like to finish this by today or tomorrow. After collecting all the woods that are rolling around, I activated my earth magic to build the rampart. The height was about 20 meters, while the width is about 5 meters. The upper part was appropriately shaped as a passageway, the same type as the one at the fortress and the elf country. A moat about 10 meters wide were created as a result of taking the surrounding soil to build the walls. How? Isn't this nice? I don't know, tad bit too big for my taste. When I asked for their opinions, Anne and Ellie replied, so just like me, the memory of our battle at the elf country is still fresh in our minds. Anne is showing a slightly doubtful face, but she is not directly opposing anything in particular. Then I will continue building them like this. I created the second batch. The joint looks like they were connected together unnaturally. Since it looks like it can do the defense job just fine, I will fix them at other time. Just like that, I continued building the third one, the fourth one, and so forth. By evening, I already have about 2/3 of the walls completed surrounding the hills. My mana hardly left, so I called Anne to supplement mine. Crywolf 641: no idea how to word this last sentence. Once my mana was completely exhausted, I started having a rough time. I will finish the rest tomorrow. There is no merit of working from morning if I don't finish up all my mana. Thanks to Suti's effort of cutting down all the trees, the area surrounding the rampart is neat and has clear visibility. Together with Suti, we went up the rampart's walls and took a look around the area. I had the others return earlier to prepare for the dinner. Our tower is located on top of a small hill, so it still stand above the 20 meters rampart walls. There is no problem with the view. However, a staircase is necessary for the walls, as well as an entrance. There is still a lot of work that needs to be done. But this much is a good enough job for one day. We've done a lot of works today. Are you tired today, Suti? I asked while applying heal on her. There is not much physical recovery to be gained, but if you apply heal now, usually it will lessen the muscle sores on the next day. Yes, I'm feeling alright. Somewhat. She is not moving at all. Really? Just a little bit tired. Just a little bit. Huh. Well, Suti already did her best in her works. Today, I bought a soap from the elves. Let's give it a try. Seems like it produces lots of bubbles. The price is 10 times more expensive compared to the ordinary soaps. It's a rare item that can only be bought once due to its scarcity in the market. Even though the normal soap can clean the dirt just fine, its lacking in the foam department is disastrous. Fluffy foams. Suti, the bath master, is curious as well. Let's get into the bath together after we're done eating dinner. Elf-made soap really did give lots of fluffy foams. Bath time was really fun. Chapter 5. Let's be a lord. The next day, after breakfast, I continued building the rest of the walls. I made today as a day off, so everyone is watching the house. I came out alone, thinking that I will return immediately after I finish the rest of the walls. Suti was sewing the cloth that I brought at the fortress yesterday while Tiliku is helping her out. Since Ellie and Anna are both still languished from yesterday's logging works, they are just lazing around. Even when it's not snowing outside, the temperature was still freezing. That was to be expected when they are engulfed in the indoors warmth. As for my case, when I applied fire magic to add some warmth to my clothes and equipment, regardless of winter, I will feel all warm and fluffy inside. The remaining walls were completed in less than an hour. I went up and took a look at surrounding. The indoor area might be as big as a primary or middle school. I could have increased the wall's height further, but if I did that, it will have a prominent presence even when we are looking from outside the forest. Well, the tower is still quite clear to see from any direction, but considering its height, it wasn't that surprising. Or perhaps, would it be better to camouflage the tower itself? I already finished building the rampart walls though. I was driven by the fear from the time I was fighting at the elf country, and due to that, I finished building this splendid walls. Now that I think back about it, I really was exaggerating things. Originally, the idea of staying here never crossed my mind at all. The main purpose of this building is to act as a lodging place, akin to a villa for this trip. The surrounding is nothing but a sea of trees. Even if the distance to the town is within fly coverage, it's quite a lonely place to take a permanent residence. This is the first home that I owned, which deeply made me proud, but it's still a secret base to the core. If I want a place to permanently reside, then I need to find an appropriate location, for my wife's sake. I love living like a shut-in, but I don't want to become a hermit. Well, with transition magic, it's still possible to travel between the town and this base. There are still many works that needs to be done based on my plan right now, but if we consider this as a villa, then all the later works will just be in excess. Since we are mostly outside on an adventure, it may be safer to put the access door in a place where people couldn't see it to prevent crime. I didn't get tired even after building the walls. Whether it is necessary or not, I get the deliberate result. So, I've come into a conclusion. When I was returning back, Olba-san and Nania-san appeared from the nearby forest. Maybe Nania-san came to visit Ellie. I jumped down from the wall and greeted them. Editor note: original text is get, but I changed it to jump as that's the only way for him to get down that fast. And considering his stats, since when, this thing, Olba-san said, while his eyes skimming through the wall. I built them little by little. My magic was introduced by Ellie to both of them. Since they are keeping it a secret, it's fine to talk to them about it. It's hard to tell that the wall was built yesterday and earlier today, though. The last time we went here, there was nothing like this. Olba-san uttered it in disbelief. Since they want to see the whole thing, I brought them over to the rampart wall. Isn't this completely a fortress? When I focused too much on the defense, the end result became like this. I reflect a little, seeing that I have overdid things. We often heard about Masaru's feat from Ellie, but this much is. Since there are only walls without an entrance, that means this is still incomplete. No, even after I think it over, I believe that an entrance is unnecessary. Even without it, my party members won't be troubled over it and the safety will be the highest. I have never encountered them, but it seems that monsters appear at the vicinity. To begin with, this place is deep in the heart of the forest. There is no meaning for an entrance. If you don't make one, wouldn't you trouble the visitors? Who wants to come in? You said come, but wouldn't it just be Olba-san and the others? If that is the case, I will make a small entrance. When the strap is pulled, the doorbell will make a ringing sound. No, if I need to pick them up at the doorbell, I guess we don't need any entrance then. That is what we came to talk to you about. Masaru, will you become the ruling lord? Huh? The ruling lord is kind of different. But I got a bit flustered when that unfamiliar word came out of his mouth. A lord? Me? Is it something like a school committee member? If I were to become that lord thingy, then it will pose a problem for my home not to have an entrance gate. You see, the farmland is developing to be bigger than I initially expected. Don't you think so? The number of applicants is increasing. Our village is unlikely to be able to fit any more people. Moreover, this place has a reasonable distance to the farmland. Huh. So yesterday, I took a look at the wall that you've built as a sample. So, I prefer that you became a chief of the new village nearby the farmland. I see. I will make a new village and become that village's chief. As a lord, the job will cover managing the village, or its internal affair. Me? No, I think Ellie will rather suit that position. Is it that easy to become the ruling lord? The most difficult parts are making the village and the management of the farmland. But aren't those easy tasks for Masaru? Not to say that I am not interested. As an adventurer, I can't stop my preparation towards the end of the world. Even if I can handle dual jobs at the same time, I can't help but think that being a lord will only increase my shares of trouble. I will discuss this with everyone else first. This isn't a matter that I can decide by myself. Ellie is more familiar with this sort of thing. The ruling lord, isn't that good? Ellie immediately agreed. Her face is full of smiles. I guess she likes the idea of being a lord. What about us as adventurers? We can appoint someone as a substitute. How about that village chief? Besides managing the village on behalf of the lord, his scope of work as a substitute officer includes collecting the taxes. To begin with, I don't know what is the advantage of being a lord. You can be a noble, you know that? A noble? Isn't that more troublesome than becoming a lord? Is it okay if I turn it down? Why? No, why? You asked me. Isn't becoming a noble is a whole separate issue. Sure, our income will stabilize once we start collecting taxes from our territory, but I feel like things will be more trouble than worth. So, that is how I'm planning to explain this to Ellie-san here. Foremost, I'm not a nobleman. I will continue getting adventuring money. Isn't that income good enough? The way it is now, the world will be destroyed in 20 years. Getting a territory will just increase my burdens. Of course, I'm willing to do something about it, but I won't. Editor, I have no idea how to fix this last 4 words. Then you can just forget about becoming a noble. It's not an urgent matter anyway. Just because you are appointed as a ruling lord, you aren't immediately considered a noble. As a common birth, in order to become a noble, you need to perform some merits. In this case, I will be judged based on this new settlement. I'm required to make sure that this pioneering work is successful and is on track. Afterwards, the country will only recognize me after I have steadily paid taxes for years. I will focus on the topic of being a ruling lord. Please think about it. As Masaru is claiming the land little by little, your face unknown to those uncles who wants to give you their gratitude. Aren't they both sides of the same coin? Even when I said that it's unneeded, the village and the farmland are built by the neighboring lord. Of course, the right that came along with me as a lord doesn't include doing everything, but at least the tax revenue and so on will flow. I certainly don't want that to happen, right? Try your best to act as a lord first. If you still can't do it, then we will find someone to sell everything and transfer our rights to them. For now, it's fine to leave things as they are. You will decide the necessary later. Ellie and Olbasan said so, but this is not something for me to decide alone. I need to listen to the other members' opinion who are listening to this story silently till now. What do you think, everyone? Oh well. I would like to agree. I would love to have a stable and good life, granted when I have a child. Children. If we put this factor together, I wonder if being a noble with a territory is better. Being a parent is better than being an adventurer by a factor of 100. What about Sati and Tilika? I will follow Masaru-sama decisions. Me too. 2 people agree, 2 people abandon their vote, mine the only one left. If you think it is too troublesome, then just leave the job of substitute officer to Olba. We can continue adventuring as it is. I don't mind it. I understand how to manage a village to a certain extent. I also have tacit understanding about territory management. That's why Masaru, this request, please take it. Nanya-san said with a serious expression, full of eagerness. This is a good opportunity to start serving Ellie again. I will fulfill the promise that I made with my father this time. Nanya-san emphasizes her point by standing up and clenching her hands. This is the best time for Nanya-san to fulfill her oath with her deceased father. I can't make a good objection. No, it's not like things being troublesome is a good excuse for me to not want to do this, not to say this will increase Olbasan burdens. Besides, you can build a town surrounding this house where you live. Then, wouldn't it be safer? A town surrounding this house. Just like a castle town. Sure, that is safe, not to mention convenient. In current state, even if I did build a strong wall, in the end it's just a wall. There is a remarkable difference compared to when you have someone to protect. Let's build Olba and Nanya a house next to ours. That way, we will live forever together. Ellie, no matter where we are, no matter what we are doing, if this world is facing its doom, then there is no stopping it. If I'm able to save it, then this outcome will be a much better choice. I have at least 19 years left. I wonder if there is anything that I can do. Well, I know when is the time to give up. The world's destruction might be something beyond anything an individual can do. We will continue adventuring for now. It feels bad to dump all the works to you, but I'm counting on you, Olba-san. If that is fine, I'll agree. That is fine. I also benefit greatly by acting as your substitute. Plus, then, he gazes at Ellie and Nanya who are getting excited over the news. Both of us don't want to go against the wishes of our wives. After this, we need to talk to the current ruling lord of this area. In search for a farmland, people will go out for the newly constructed village to be independent. It's not as if people migrating from within the kingdom is not allowed. If the amount of people living inside decreases, it won't be funny. Since we are going to ask for permission for building this new village, won't it be settled by us coming to greet them? I don't know what to tell once we meet them. We're going to negotiate, negotiate. If it can't be solved with talk alone, somehow or another, we will make them submit with power. Threatening them with power will pose some problem indeed, but it might be a good to show them what we are capable of. As a neighboring territory, if the king is strong and showing a sign of friendship, most people will welcome him. Oh yeah, let's give the Earth Dragon as a gift. Give them the dragon that we have. Ha! Certainly, it is a good gift material to show off your power. They can have the neck. Giving them everything will be a huge waste. Perhaps she saw my bitter face. Ellie adds so. Even the neck alone is a good enough as a gift. Good idea. If they don't accept it, Masaru can simply summon down meteor in front of his eyes. If I did that, it will turn into war. Eventually, I was told to give my greetings later. Whatever happens depends on our negotiation that time. Then, let's start building our town right away. What about my long vacation during this winter? Not to mention I plan to take things especially slow today. Please forget about it. Of course, my idea was dismissed. Editor Krywolf 641. Sorry for the long wait for this chapter. I have been inconsistent with my editing as I do bored in editing once in a while. But I am mostly distracted by playing Rainbow Six Siege. FPS is love. Chapter 6 Light Magic and Horse Summoning. Being a lord is fine. But I'm quite afraid about being a noble since I don't understand anything at all. I saw Ellie send off Olba-san and Nania-san out and start the conversation with everyone. In reality, Ellie's family household was caught in a conspiracy, and was brought down. I really don't want to suffer from the nobles trick game. I also don't get it since I can't relate. How about Tilika? The nobles lives in a big house and are always proud with themselves. Yeah, you might be right. Thanks for giving your childlike opinion. In the end, the difference is just that we are all just humans. That is quite an unexpected opinion. Quite a modern way of thinking. Human that is separated in lifestyle by birth. If anything, Masaru is the one most further than other humans. Right. Compared to Masaru, who is an apostle, even a noble will look like an ordinary person, Sati said while nodding. Oh, I don't think I'm going to be much different than any other human soon, seeing that I'm just a NEET who got sent away to a different world and acquired a cheat. My house was an ordinary middle-class home. My ancestors were farmers. I'm the most furthest away from being a noble. I don't think the titles like an apostle or a noble is anything necessary. I just want to work for some times and spend the rest flirting with my wives every day. That is my preferred way of life. But all of my wives are hardworking, and my opinion towards slow approach of life is unpopular. Ellie came back soon after. Welcome home. I'm back. I've made a deal to build Olba a house. There, we should try making a farmland nearby that wall area first. Over there, we can build a temporary village. Understood. But for now, let's continue our family meeting first. I told Ellie things that we have discussed. I want to hear it clearly from Ellie herself. The merit and demerit of being a noble. There is no such thing as an evil scheme. Very rare. Just like what I expected. That may be a thing if you have somewhat entered the center stage. But chance for a rural noble from a village to get there is highly non-existent. That is not the thing that Masaru should concern with. Of course, I will start at the lowest level of nobility. Besides, when we get to the center, we will enter the truth official radars too. Anything remote to a crime will be a clear flag. On the opposite site, there is an apparent power struggle going on. Our household took a reclamation project as a last resort. We hardly have a neighbor to socialize either. Our life was frugal compared to that time. We were a count. Even the meal that I have right now is more lavish. Then, are we going to make a farmland and build the town, and leave everything else to Olpa-san? A noble has another important role. What is it? Conceiving a child to ensure the future prosperity of the household, defending the village and its people. Masaru's field of expertise. Of course. Funny that I have it slipped my mind. If it's that, then it's an easy task. Construct a huge wall and proceed to clean up all the small fry afterward. Although the demon realm is nearby, this place is located after the elf country and the fortress. There will be low dangers. In other words, if we can guarantee their livelihood and their property safety, afterwards, we can manage somehow. Easy, right? That's what the role of lordship entails. Afterwards, it depends on the villagers themselves to improve their own livelihood. I don't need to socialize with the other nobles. I'll leave all the troublesome tasks to Olba-san. Well, if that is all, then it is acceptable. An adventurer rising up to a noble, that is quite a feat to make. That's why, you wouldn't be attracting too much attention. It is common from the retired high-ranking adventurer to lead a developing project near the frontier. I have money. I am also skillful enough. By the time I'm retiring, as an adventurer, I also have a track record of fighting at the frontier. By that alone, I'm becoming a lord and a noble. It seems to be a popular choice for a retirement plan. Moreover, I heard it's not easy to open a cafe or a raiment shop. From the buildings to the farmlands, when I'm creating them all, no matter how good is that adventurer, it exceeds the range of what an individual can do. He must have received the support from other nobles or big merchant. So, there is no problem if such a top-down approach were taken, but, this time, we have yet received approval from local owner because of unprecedented situation. Although opening up land is free, if it is this large amount, it can't be simply tossed aside. Why is nobody opening up that land in the first place? That place is close to the village and it is not dangerous. Seems like there are quite a number that want a farmland. That was because the lord in this area is making profitable trades with the elves. That is why they don't bother to increase the number of new farmlands. It is enviable. I see. The industry is not limited to agriculture alone. It is more profitable if you can find a place to mine. Then won't you admit that you are surprised? I don't know. To be honest, the idea might have crossed the mind before. What if we get refused? I wouldn't help it but to worry from now onwards. No plan like usual. No, I can't exactly have said that this is Ellie's fault. If it doesn't work, then it can't be helped. If you put all the farmlands and the houses on sale, then we can still make a profit. Don't tell me even by using force can't solve it. From now on, let's do our best, okay? But still, I'm going to live here for a while. It will pose a problem if I lose this house to the lord due to the gossip. Different story for us since we can still move around, but what about those who live here permanently like Kolbasan? You are not wrong. But it can't be helped if I worry about such thing from now on. Right. Leave the negotiation to me. I will round it up perfectly. Everyone agree with this? Well, it's fine if things worked out. Sound impossible though. Sati and Tilaka are both in favor of Anne's opinion. That's what they said. Can't be helped then. I feel sorry to Nania, but I will give up if everyone is against it. As long I can get to S rank, we can have this kind of talks anytime we want. This issue is just momentarily stopped. You think so? That's right. The hero will get a territory too, you know. That is if we defeated the Demon King. Putting aside a large territory, even you can do enough to be granted a small village. Maybe. There is no doubt that God will give me some messages. Even I want to prevent the destruction of this world for the sake of my wives. Well then, that is fine. If there is nothing else, then let's take a look at our skill lists. I'm getting busy after this. At first, I planned to have a review once we have gone back, but that plan is postponed due to me getting bedridden. Since we are in vacation anyway, I initially planned to think about it slowly, but the situation has changed. Everyone has a considerably large number of skill points accumulated. Recently, I've been using them every now and then. I will allocate them accordingly. Sati accumulated 39 skill points during the defensive battle at Elf Country. I upgraded her skills during our fight. Now 30 skill points remains. I added enhanced physical fitness recovery, and new dexterity and fighting skills, both level to 4. Sati level 39 SP, 0. Cooking level 2, household level 2, sewing level 2, covert level 4, stealthy steps level 4, sound detection level 5, smell detection level 2, sturdy hawk eyes, mind eyes, night vision, enhanced physical fitness recovery, physical reinforcement level 5, agility level 5, dexterity level 4, evasion level 5, hand combat level 4, shield level 4, swordsmanship level 5, archery level 5, magic sense level 5, life magic. Tilaka has 36 skill points remaining. I upgraded both her physical and magic strength. Tilaka level 31 SP, 0. Cooking level 1, evil eyes of truth or lies, physical reinforcement level 2, magical power enhancement level 5, MP recovery level 5, MP usage reduction level 5, magical sense level 4, water magic level 5, summoning magic level 4. Anne has 63 skill points remaining. She accumulated quite a lot of skill points due to her enormous level ups. Physical reinforcement, Cudgel martial arts, high-speed chanting, magic sense and water magic. Angela level 33 SP, 0. Cooking level 3, housework level 2, physical reinforcement level 4, cudgel martial art level 5, shield level 3, high speed casting level 5, magical power enhancement level 5, MP recovery level 5, MP usage reduction level 3, magical sense level 3, recovery magic level 5, water magic level 5. Ellie has 49 skill points remaining. I will focus on strengthening her magic-based skills. Magical sense, high-speed chanting, magic power reinforcement to maximum level. I increase her earth magic to level 4. Elizabeth level 36 SP, 1. Cooking level 1, throwing level 1, dagger art level 2, magic sense level 5, high speed casting level 5, magical power enhancement level 5, MP recovery level 5, MP usage reduction level 5, recovery magic level 1, space magic level 5, fire magic level 1, water magic level 1, wind magic level 5, earth magic level 4. Now, these people are done. Now what is left is for mine. Light magic, flash, holy arrow, concealment, protection barrier, holy spear, encourage, light sword, magic barrier, cow fusion, divine protection. For now, I took the light magic. I've been pushing it aside for so long now. This is a branch of magic exclusively for the hero. As soon as I start using it, I am afraid that I will be labeled as a genuine hero. If it is useful, I will need to hide it, otherwise reset it and learn space magic. By the way, I've decided not to take a production branch of skills. There are more skill points required to master it, and more than anything, the workload seems to increase. Even the current battle skills are only something related to the miscellaneous affair. Besides, the day I took up the production skills, my overall workloads are sure to rise up dramatically. I went out to the little garden next to the tower and try out the light magic to test whether it should be forgotten. A glint of light can be seen. Besides, the holy arrow is a magic arrow of light affinity to fight against the undead. Normal attacks is only half as strong as a fire arrow. Not only that, most of the undead were hunted down and now there is almost none existed. Even a normal magic is supposedly effective against them. Actually, the concealment will turn one invisible by optical camouflage. It seems useful at first, but since it's only hide the visual, it is useless against detection skills. The protection barrier is a defensive magic that can be applied to all allies. Physical attack can still cut through, but the damage is lessened by 10 or 20%. Subtle. Holy Spear is an enhanced version of Holy Arrow. As expected, it is still weak. Not useful. Encourage enhances physical status of everyone. Since there are only me and Sati, this one is not making much of a difference. Light sword is like the light spear, like the other elemental sword. If used on ordinary sword it will shatter easily. Magic barrier, like the protection barrier, seems to reduce the damage, albeit slightly. The barrier is vulnerable against normal magic. The divine protection will gradually recover the HP and MP. Although it is convenient, it is somewhat subpar for a level 5 magic. The cow fusion ... Since I'm scared I don't want to test it nearby my house. I don't want the same thing to happen like with flare. Conclusion. Although convenient, it has many subtle magics set inside, but not enough to forget it. The problem is that the magic operates by affecting all party members and producing a flashy light effect while activating. The light sword is undeniably different from the other elemental swords. Unless secretly, this magic wouldn't be used. So that's how it is going to be. After nearly an hour, I told that to everyone who attended my magic test. Seems to be quite useful if there are many frontliners in our party. As Ellie said. In other words, it is not suitable for a long-range specialized party like us. Perhaps it is best to reset. Furthermore, since there are some skill points remaining, I tried taking the dark magic, but turn out I couldn't. I can only choose either of them. Well, it's a magic used by the devil. It's extremely dangerous. That light magic paled in comparison. I activated skill reset. All knowledge regarding light magic was erased from my head. To use a magic, one need to have a knowledge about it. It's natural to think that one gained that knowledge by using it. But, after activating skill reset, The knowledge that is supposed to be there is gone. Even for a freshly gained magic like light magic will be gone after skill reset. I made a note regarding my experience on the light magic. I will check and consider it again later when I want to allocate skill points next time. But what should I do now? A level 4 space magic is fine, but that will require some hefty skill points. Should I try summoning magic? Level 4 for both the space and summoning magic both require 28 and 56 skill points respectively. Sturdy requires 5 skill points. The rest are martial arts, agility and dexterity. Out of 110 skill points, the amount of skill points used are 104 skill points. That is a lot. But I guess this is fine. I still have skill reset when things go awry, but there is no point thinking about it forever. Masaru level 46 skill SP, 6 skill reset Rasgard world standard language clock. Cooking level 2 Govit level 5 Stealthy steps level 5 Presence detection level 5 Enhanced physical fitness recovery willpower Sturdy mind eye Hawkeye Night vision physical reinforcement level 5 Agility level 5 Dexterity level 5 Shield level 5 Evasion level 5 Martial art level 3 Archery level 5 Knife throwing level 2 Swordsmanship level 5 Magic sense level 5 High speed casting level 5 Magical power enhancement level 5 MP recovery level 5 MP usage reduction level 5 Common magic life magic recovery magic level 5 Space magic level 4 Summoning magic level 4 Fire magic level 5 Water magic level 3 Wind magic level 3 Earth magic level 5 With a level 4 summoning magic I can summon something to stand against the twin dragons. So, I thought. But I'm out of dragons for a moment. I need to get one first. Perhaps I have wasted the skill points a little. Instead of that, I have flexible choice when summoning level 3 and below. I think I will get a horse. Level 1 and level 2 are the same kind like Tilika. The problem is level 3. The common use limitation on the familiar like hawk and tiger are not fun. If I keep a horse, I can keep it normally without sticking out unnaturally at all. He can come whenever I call for it. It doesn't need any care. Very convenient. Masaru, you can't ride a horse, can you? Ellie need to teach me how. I also want to try horse riding. Anne seems to be interested as well. Then why don't we all practice during our free time? It can be ridden just like the tiger or the dragon once summoned. As soon you start to learn you should be able to ride on it. Horse, summon. This is my first time using summoning magic. As expected, it is not a failure, but can a horse be summoned that easy? Together with a sound, the summoned horse takes a step forward. Gigantic hooves stomped on the ground. Hey, isn't he a bit too big for a horse? Anne, who is witnessing from my back, said so. Why, yeah. In front of me, my eyes raised up to size the gigantic horse while Wallet replies is neighing. Even by this world standard, it is double the body size compared to the carriage-pulling horse, which can be seen on Norm. It has the appearance of the king. That gigantic hoof can easily send a troll flying away. I intended to summon out a horse, yet what I received is definitely not an ordinary horse. It doesn't have the horse chestnut hair color. I named it Black Beep since it is black in color. TL note, I don't know how to write censored. Grywolf 641 : Really? This guy. Is it fine if I ride it outside? I asked Telly. Maybe this kind of horse is normal in this different world, though I have only seen normal horses so far. Just make sure not to make a fuss. Right. Editor note, I have read too many ancient eyes to know where this is going. 3 Bestiality, 3 Editor Grywolf 641 note, I just realized something. When I copied this to WordPress from the Micro Word 2013 it didn't show the picture. Got to check on the other chapters. Also sorry for the delay in the chapter. I had to finish all my requirements so that I could graduate, and school life is hard work. Chapter 7 Establishment of Provisional Village. I think this much is a bit. If it can run to the opposite side of the highway, I can bring it to the battlefield immediately. What was originally on my mind was just a normal horse. I just want to use it as a means of normal transportation. But, I wonder why Black Beep is the one that came out. I still don't get it. but it looks so cool, cute. Both Sati and Tilaka are showing great interest towards the summoned horse. They are touching it without fear. It can't be denied that he looks cool, but that's not where the problem lies. The summoned beasts are heavily dependent on their lord's mana. This is a summoned beast equivalent to THR current Masaru's mana level, Tilaka explained while touching the black beep. Temporary. Because of me? My mana is just too strong. Throughout the empire, there are many people breeding large horse species, but, Ellie commented, even in Japan, there are huge breeds of horse from Hokkaido. I remember seeing them before. If we said that there are such horses in the wild, will you be able to gloss it over? But isn't that asking too much? Thought so. The horse is exuding aura as if it is the horse champion of the era. The aura it's been giving off is way too different from an ordinary horse. You can summon a small one. The summoned beasts are different compared to the ordinary animals. I'm sure Masaru can do it. Tilaka gave some idea to me after seeing me thinking hard. I see, this happened due to my lousy summoning. By controlling my mana output, I am supposed to be able to control its size too. Return. One more. Calm my breath. Imagine that Black Beep is your ordinary horse summon. In response to my summoning magic, a normal horse appears this time. It is not a different horse. It has the same brown hair. As the summoner, I have the feeling that this is the same horse, although it is still bigger than the normal horse. The sizes is not that prominent now. Its sturdy hoof is still there, giving off a refined aura. It has shiny and glossy hair. It surely will be a favorite in G1. I have decided. Crywolf 641. I gave no idea what G1 means. What a good horse. Your name is Black. No, Matsuke's. Let's make it Matsuke's. Nice to meet you, Matsuke's. Matsuke's gives off a satisfied neigh. There's no saddle attached. Do you think the town might have it? Let's go and buy it, I said, while stroking Matsuke's forehead. It would be lovely to take back this guy to Japan. If I put him in the horse race, he will definitely win. Maybe it will get a nickname like Yamano Matsuke's or something. You can get the saddle at any shop that is dealing with leather goods, but you can still ride it without the saddle. I listened to Tilaka's advice and tried to climb on top of it, but when Matsuke's start walking, I fell off. At first, I thought it would be like riding a bicycle, but it is moving around too much. Difficult to balance myself. I better get the saddle first. Tilaka, who takes my place, seems to ride it fine even without the saddle. Looks like she is having fun, even though it is my summoned beast. I want to play around more, but I still have some jobs that need to do. No, more like I still have job today. Except for the time when I got bedridden. Didn't it look like I was working for every single day now? Where the hell has my winter vacation plan gone to? Let's finish the works earlier and take it easy in the afternoon. For the time being, I will spend my time today building a temporary village. I can't build a permanent one since I have not discussed with this area ruling lord yet. The full-scale farm work need to wait for spring to come too, so there is no need to rush so much. Together with Ellie, we fly towards the temporary village location. Nobody was there yet inside the village. Let's finish everything before everyone came back. How much should I build? A building that can fit at least 20 to 30 people, 1 or 2 wells, and 1 toilet. Should we include a bath as well? Since it's just a temporary shelter, it would be nice if they have enough space to sleep comfortably. I wish I could build a large building like that time during our trip, tenement house style. It's troublesome to think up a new structure type for new building. Next, I need to set the location for the gate, next to the building that I've built previously. Image, 5 buildings, make it combined together. Accordingly, the ground started to move. New buildings got erected, a totally new landscape was created. Because each room have reasonable sizes, even with goods inside, it can comfortably fit 20 people at a single time. However, the place is only composed of 1 room, with a wall and a roof. The floor was left as a soil. It truly did only fit the bare minimum. Continuing on, the bed was permanently drilled to the floor, and once the fireplace is installed in the room, the job is well done. Neither the door and the windows were left opened. Both the door and the window take time to be completed, plus the door is hard to work with since it was made heavy due to stone material and not suitable for an ordinary household. Perhaps it's better to leave them to the carpenter. That is good. If it is not enough, we can always add them later on. It's still unfinished as a house, but hearing the compliment from Ellie makes me think that it's enough. I continued building 2 toilets, a well at each place, and an extra bathroom adjacent with the changing room. I made a place where they can use to boil hot water and barbecue. Underneath the water tub I left some place for the firewood. This is the first time I am building an ordinary bathtub heated by firewood. Since I got the approval from Anne, things should be fine. Like this? That's how it should look like. Not bad at all. Lastly, I flattened the ground surrounding the building and make a stone pavement straight to the gate. 30 minutes to finish everything. A quick and spotless job. It really is convenient when Masaru is around. What are you talking about? Everything here is done by earth magic. Therefore even Ellie can do it. I noticed that Ellie has done nothing but observing. She might not be able to do as good as me, but I already raised her mana, so it would be great if she is going to help. If only Ellie can do some housework chores like the other, that would have helped immensely. Perhaps it won't hurt for me to try. Then, should we start with a small house? We moved to a place a little further than the tenants building that I just built. Alright, let's do this. Following Ellie's chant, the ground moved upward. After reaching roof height, it collapsed. Surprised, Ellie immediately stopped her chanting. Looking at her work carefully, only 3 walls were erected in addition to the collapsed roof. This is your first time, it can't be helped. I told her that since she is acting all strange about it. Seems like she couldn't get over the failure. Listen. It is all about imaging. You need to strongly image the house that you are going to build in your head. House. Is it? I understand. Do you really get it? Looking at the extremely motivated Ellie makes me feel terribly anxious. Ellie started chanting again. This time, the ground is bigger and wider than before. No, more like 10 times bigger. Afterwards, it collapsed as expected. It has an appearance of a stone building wasted by hurricane centuries ago. It is not small unlike the normal house. What did you imagine? The house where I used to live long time ago. I wonder if it is unreasonable to construct it out of a sudden. She wouldn't be able to help for a while. You know, you can make it smaller. If being big is a no-go, you can just start with a smaller house. After working for the whole day, she finally gets to finish the roof, but still lacking the improvement in the wall part. Is she going to create the door too? After the 4th time, she finally gets to create a box. A literal box. There's no entrance. The roof is flat, and if a snowstorm occurs, it looks like it will have collapsed from its own weight. Moreover, upon detailed inspection, the wall is extremely thin. I tried putting some pressure on it, and the wall collapsed easily, creating a hole. This is a defective house. Even a pig's house is way sturdier than this. What is wrong? I wonder what I can do to help. This thing came naturally to me. No, is that really true? Our experience is not the same to begin with. Ever since the battle at Gorba's fortress, I have been using earth magic to construct things regularly. It's not like I suddenly discovered that I can build houses. I have a good track record before building one. Since I'm relying heavily on imaging, I never have given any thought about how to construct the building systematically, just simply imaging how to change the shapes of the walls and how to fit it inside the building. A clear image of the final product, a sufficient strength for a house. The order of creation. Thinking back about it, that is an unconventional method. Have you created anything other than an earth wall? Not as far as I could remember. I thought she has done some work before, like constructing something from a drawing, like a do-it-yourself carpenter, but apparently, she has never done that. That's a noble for you. You are just lacking practice, rather, a training. How about you start by making something easier? Practice. Right now I have my hands full practicing the space magic. Well, there's nothing that we can do other than tackling a thing at a time. Reality is unforgiving. Well, since she is capable of creating walls, at least we can share some workloads. While we are creating some earth walls as practice, Olbasan came back with some villagers. It was still daytime. The villagers are inspecting the newly constructed buildings. After inspecting it for a while, Olbasan came toward us. This is? Looking at the mysterious object created by Ellie, Olbasan asked. This mysterious lump of walls is a waste. If we can return it back to soil, perhaps we can still make a good house from it. Maybe it is not understandable. Ellie is turning her face away. Looks like she doesn't intend to explain this herself. You see, I was wondering what kind of houses are good for us to practice. Besides, we are breaking them to test the strength of the wall. I see. We should take the chance from his confusion. Let's handle this failed batch for the time being. Exposing it longer will surely stress Ellie more. Fortunately, the villagers are keen on observing the buildings, so they are not coming anywhere closer to us. Maybe it was because of myself, since we are not acquainted. They might feel awkward facing me. I put both of my hands on the ground and activate earth magic. The buildings were originally made of soil, the same way the agriculture lands were formed. Ellie's buildings were returned back to earth without consuming too much mana. How about the houses? They don't have a door yet. Good thought. Let's put the door here. With this, today's works are over. After this, we are going to the fortress, find something to eat, and shopping. After a while, I found that Anne is not around. When I noticed that she was waving from where the other villagers are located. Let's eat lunch together with everyone here. Please prepare the ingredients. This issue is still undecided yet, but there may be some ingredients that these people might need. Guess we will do some exchanges from now on. I still have lots of meats that I've picked up at the elf country. She went ahead preparing the food at a grand scale. While the other villagers are under Anne's commands, Ellie is good enough to handle the kitchen knife and preparing fires, while I'm helping with the more serious parts like usual. The menus are filled with meats, with a little serving of breads and veggies. The portion looks extremely unbalanced, but since they are doing lots of heavy works, I guess it will work out. After a while, while offering the foods to all the other villagers, I was told that someone has approached this village. I stopped cooking and step out. There, I saw a fully equipped knight on a horse alongside other 3 persons and the village chief. What is this? What have I done? Masaru don't know. This person here is. I'm Jealous Vesta, Vice Chief of Culton Army. Are you Yamano Masaru, the adventurer? Without heeding the village chief introduction, the knight named himself. Naturally, this land falls under Lord Culton territory. Of course, building a new village here will immediately turns into an issue. From his facial expression, I guess we are not welcomed here. I reluctantly introduced myself and got answered with a strange gaze. Somehow, I feel like I've been stared by too much. The ruling lord, Earl Park Culton, has invited you. Tomorrow, come to his territory after dawn. He seems satisfied just by watching me. 4 hours after dawn. That will be around 10 o'clock in the morning. Yes. Please listen to the details from the village chief himself. After that he hopped on his horse and leave the village. After our talk this morning, Ellie suggested us to go tell the ruling lord immediately. So, I went to visit the village chief. That is correct. The lord is requesting you to meet him personally. It was really sudden. It's better to wrap this up faster. Don't you think so, Masaru? That's all explanations that I received from everyone else. This is unexpected, but I agreed that the faster we resolve this issue, the better. If things remain undecided, then the development need to be halted. Right now, we are readying for meals. Could you tell us more detailed story during lunch? Anne has done cooking, now carrying our meal towards the new house. In complement to the foods, I create a large enough stone table. So, how is the ruling lord like? You see, according to the village chief, the ruling lord is against the development of this new village. He is unwilling to recognize a development project started by an adventurer with an unknown origin. Apparently, he is very angry. Except for a selected few people, adventurers are usually a bunch of low birth in society. A lot of them have bad behaviors. That said person suddenly said that they want to gain a territory, instead of building a house. It is expected for him to show an unwelcoming behavior. Indeed, adventurers usually have ill manners. Even I don't want them to suddenly move in the neighborhood. I never expected everything will be resolved smoothly, but I never guessed that he will get angry. I wonder if he got a particular dislike for adventurers. We were under an impression that everything will work out with a simple gift. Let's give it up. You give up too quickly. In the end, I was compelled to finish this task without giving up. That night while on the bed with Anne, I promised her to give my best. To be honest, I am giving up if this project is only backed up by Ellie alone. But this time even Anne is motivated. I believe that being a noble is just an addition for an existing problem. But since both Anne and Ellie are happy with it, I have no choice but to cooperate. I hopefully prayed so that tomorrow's negotiation will end smoothly and peacefully. Chapter 8 Negotiation with Earl. On to the next morning, we went to the fortress and dropped by the guild to see whether the processes of becoming a rank is over or not. From our previous discussion, upgrading to A rank is possible. However, this process is still under reviewing. Yesterday, Earl Carlton was inquiring about your party. Maybe they want to give you some tasks. After we asked about the rank processing, the guild staff who I usually talk to told me the news. Don't tell me you've told them explicitly about us. Of course. After hearing their requests, I emphasized the part where you're very skilled in fighting. But they seem to be interested in your earth magic ability. The request may be something related to constructions. Due to the specific job request, the guild will refrain from telling the requester more information than necessary. This is especially true when we are the one who asked them to keep our information confidential in the first place. I will come to meet you again, I guess. Are you going for a direct request? If possible, I hope you will go through the guild first. It's another matter. Actually, Ellie briefly explained to them about the pioneering project and that we are going to meet the Earl today. Don't tell me you are thinking about retiring anytime soon, do you? That is not it. We are going to find substitute officer to take care of things. Then it is fine. Well, everything will be determined during our negotiation with the Earl today. Since the development was done in smaller scale, there is no need for any involvement from the guild side. I will still report the final verdict to the guild though. Let's go, everyone. So huge. That was our first impression based on our observation from the sky. The town where the Earl resides, Marga, is the largest city in this region. The long walls that fortified the vast land is not comparable to the likes of Surrey town. The building inside is huge with a wide road connecting them. A fine building at the center is the town hall which contains the Earl House. A large garden spread in front of the building. Looking closely with the Hawkeye skill, many silhouettes of people can be seen gathering there. Is there a festival or a rally? What? Masaru, have you not seen a large city before? The capital city of the empire is larger, you know. This is supposed to be a different world, yet the silence indicates that there is peace. In Japan, there is no walled city as large as this one, therefore my first impression comes sincerely from my heart. I already located the Lord's house. Let's get down and get inside the town. Since this is a large city, the security around the gate are very strict. There are dozens of armed soldiers patrolling around. I don't want them to get wary of us for approaching too close while flying, so I prompted everyone to land quite a few distances ahead. Outside the walls, the farmland spreads out as far as the eye can see. Although there should be lesser crops in winter, we can see people working on their farmland. We joined the crowds walking in the highway. When we reached the gate, the soldiers came gathered around us. The Earl is waiting inside. I'll guide you in. One of them is the knight who relayed the message at the village yesterday. It seems that they were anticipating our arrival. Looks like many soldiers waiting at the gate was not because the city is huge. The main street of Maga is jam-packed with fully armed soldiers, where we are being escorted courteously. They are trying to threaten us. Those guys wants to have the edge during negotiation. Hence all of this aggression. Don't scream, Masaru, Ellie whispered to me. Today we are wearing our casual clothes. I stored my sword before we entered the town, although in this case I should have been more prepared. There are about 20 soldiers in vicinity, and the fact that we are unarmed and defenseless makes us vulnerable. They are not particularly hostile, they are being courteous yet in state of wariness. There are many shops on the street, but I couldn't afford to look on it. Calm down, no worry. Well yeah, they are just 20 people. At our current state this was not enough to be a threat. They have one mage that we need to keep an eye on, but the skills of the soldiers including the captain are about the same as those of common adventurers. Nothing me and Sati couldn't handle. Even if we were caught off guard, we should still be able to handle things somehow. Besides, We are just going to hold a discussion today, nothing more. I'm not going to rely much on my power. Just like Ellie said, there is nothing to be gained if we try to solve the discussion forcefully. So, that is what I thought initially, yet after we arrived at his manor and went through the gate, we were greeted with an army of fully armed soldiers aligned in their positions. It is hard to estimate the number of soldiers on the ground. From what can be seen, their number is no less than 1,000 men. This must be the gathering that we have seen earlier from the sky. This is the reinforcement troops that went to the elf country who just returned yesterday. One of the soldiers told me. It looks as if they were called on an emergency call. Indeed, if you are an ordinary adventurer, there is no way they will think on opposing. But this doesn't serve enough as our opponent. They should have prepared at least 10,000 more. Perhaps include some battle-hardened warrior like Sergeant Dono. Compared to the time during our defensive battle at the elf country, this amount to nothing. However, the way it is, I don't feel like getting the attention of these soldiers stationed here for taking on the Lord. This limits my movement, which makes it very effective. The Lord was right there, sitting at the center of an enclosed space where he is surrounded by 100 of his men. I wonder if that seat is for other visiting nobles. The Lord is a middle-aged man who seems to be sitting alone, wearing luxurious clothing. He is looking down menacingly from the top. That is not the looks you give when discussing with your friendly neighbor. I climbed up the stairs, guided to the seat, where I stand directly in front of the Lord. I wonder if the negotiation will be done in this manner. Standing on this high position, all the soldiers are visible in my sight. The same could be said vice versa. All the soldiers have their gaze locked to me. So, you are Masaru Yamano, a B-rank adventurer, a magic swordsman. You are supposed to be good with earth magic. A low and intimidating voice, a beautifully kept bearded face, a solid body. I gulped down. Is this guy a warrior? Why yes. Thank you for setting up the place for our discussion today, Earl Carlton. My task today is just to greet him. Today's negotiation will be handled by Ellie. First of all, we would like to give our token of friendship to the esteemed Earl. Masaru, please take it out. I went down from the VIP seat. If the soldier moved back a little, this place should be enough to put out the gift. Excuse me, this thing is big, so could you guys leave some space? More. Please get down a little bit more. I'm drawing extra attention from the soldiers. But the dragon that I'm pulling out is huge. I don't want anyone to get crushed underneath by mistake or get hurt in any way. Let's forget the fact that doing this is a pain in the neck. All of this, Ellie whispered to me. I can't take out only the neck part and above in this situation. It is necessary to push for the advantages in this negotiation since the beginning. Truthfully, this doesn't serve as much as a pressure, but we must take our chance to become the dominant. Well, leaving aside the military, this place looks like it has weak defenses. Finally, there was enough room to take out the dragon. Then I come leaning closer to Ellie. This is the prey that we hunted down the other day. This is quite a valuable item, so I hope that the Earl and his subordinates appreciated it. Giving out a prey as a gift is very adventurer-like. An admirable prudence. Turn out that we have overdone it while asserting our advantageous position. The Earl becomes ceased of any words after being displayed with a 20-meter-long dragon. The head is apparent even from the platform, facing the front. A buzzing voice can be heard from the soldiers on the ground. Although it is just a corpse, it is still a dragon suddenly appearing in front of them. It came out as a shock, a perfect execution. I believe that this will serve enough to provide all the other soldiers. A ground dragon. This is colossal. Ellie has a smug face on. This is the prey that she defeated by herself after all. Beyond that, to think that you have a space magic that is strong enough to contain all of this. The Adventurer Guild is telling the truth when they said that you are an excellent adventurer. He pointed to the chair. It is the one directly facing the Earl. The seat is across the table at the opposite side. I wonder if I'm qualified to sit there. Not to mention, alone. However, the Earl is sitting by himself. The others are all standing behind him. The gift, I accept it. I will enjoy it with the others on later time. He took a sit and starts talking to me. The dragon did make him surprised, but he is not upset about it. There seems to be some improvement from his response. The threatening atmosphere that lingers at first were gradually disappearing. At least now we are being treated as someone at the same standing during this negotiation. If I were put in the Earl's position, I wouldn't like to have my backyard to be filled with the remains of the large dragon. But even if the dragon turns out to be an eyesore, he can't move it unless he brings few mages here to dismantle it first. Nevertheless, the Earl is still leading thousands of troops. Even though we can take down a single dragon, we are still deemed inferior compared to the might of an army. Let's get into the matter regarding the pioneering. I am telling you straight away. I will purchase the pioneered land. Of course, with a hefty price. That too straightforward. But I couldn't say that I want to sell it, although it feels like thing will be easier if I said that it is on sale. That land is not for sale. Ellie, who stood behind me, interrupted rather slowly, looking at me like an idiot. Then I wouldn't allow you to continue the land development. We don't need a permission from the Earl. A heated discussion starts over my head. Couldn't you guys get any friendlier? We even give them a gift. It's my territory, hence my citizens. I wouldn't allow any pioneering without permission. I came here with the intention to get a permission from him, but turns out he is not willing to permit us right from the beginning. An unhabituated land belongs to no one. The citizens are allowed to freely move within the kingdom. But afterwards the Earl made a good point. Since the land is within the rule of the Earl, everyone migrating inside is automatically considered as the Earl's citizens. I have an obligation to protect the citizens. How can I let my important population to participate in this dangerous development project? The new settlement is directly adjacent to the Carlton territory. The amount of dangers is the same. Although you seem to possess quite a strength, wouldn't you still continue your adventuring? How do you plan to protect your people? He went directly to the fatal pieces. Perhaps this guy was notified by the village chief regarding our circumstances, but he has yet to know about our transition magic. This area was protected by the Carlton family for generations. Suddenly, an unknown adventurer wants to have a piece of this land. Do you think I will forgive that? I guess he doesn't like a suspicious adventurer. We fitted that category exactly. What should we do now? Isn't this impossible? I wonder if threatening him like Martin will works. But on that basis alone, you have no right to stop our pioneering project. You are right. I have no right to stop you. Land reclamation is approved under the kingdom law. However, I'm going to ask you to put on notification whether villagers are not allowed to participate. I have an obligation to protect my people. That's the Lord is forbidding it. Like that, how many villagers left are going to participate? This is impossible. If you are still unwilling to put it on sale, I will allow you to serve under me as a knight. As my subordinate, I will grant you the territory, effectively make you the independent lord. Is that good enough? Then, we are not going to talk further. There is nothing more to talk about. In the first place, you adventurers have no one to back you up, so thinking about the pioneering project itself is wrong. Reclamation of an unhabituated land is permitted by the kingdom. What if something happens during the exclamation process? Who are going to guarantee you? Do you have anyone backing you up? A guarantee in case an accident happens. A security insurance. The Adventurer Guild will not do such a thing. Ellie came from a family of a noble, but their territory is at the Empire. It is said that her house is from the other side of the kingdom. Rather, we are currently sending money to support them. They can't become our guarantor. We are just a single village. Whatever happens, we are more than enough to protect ourselves. But the Earl has raised this as the condition. Our guarantors are the gods worshipped in our shrine. After Anne declared so, both me and Ellie faced her, who has kept silence till just now. A powerful organization like the shrine can become our backer, but the officials from the shrine are far away. Plus we have never makes an exchange with that person before. Will they support us by becoming our backer? Is this reclamation project related to the shrine, Miss Priestess? Certainly, the shrine does not know about this project, and the Earl is aware of it. We will talk about it. I mean, we will urgently tell them. So, Are you going to request for an official support? Will the knights come to your aid as requested? To what extent their support will be at this point is, then we are not going to talk further. Anne already give her best. I'm going to comfort her later. Then the truth officials will serve as the backers. Afterwards, Tilaka, who silently stand behind me, slowly get in front and talked. Once, Tilaka Master promised to provide cooperation when something happens. But to what extent? Based on what I heard, there's not much truth officials assigned here. In fact, there is only Martin around. If you are unsatisfied with people of unknown origin, then please consider myself. I can get him a backer. I'm an official spouse of Masaru, a third-grade truth official, Tilaka Yamano. Truth official. No, even if the truth official is going to back up, they still don't possess real fighting strength. The sudden appearance of truth official did shakes him off, and clothes clearly indicate that she is a priestess, but Tilaka has no apparent traits as a truth official besides her eye. Even the villagers don't know that Tilaka is actually a truth official. Yes, certainly, the misdemeanor organization can be relied on. But, we are currently at the frontier, where powers reign over everything, right? Power, the most important aspect. If we were not here, I wondered what would happen to this area. During that time, the rampaging locusts, the appearance of the monsters' army at the elf country, even if this town somehow managed to repel them, I wonder how much damage it would suffer. Though I'm unsure, this is a power that can be relied on. Now, how should I break this to the Earl himself? Looking at his smug face, I bet he is feeling victorious inside. No. The place where the locusts came from, weren't it from this town? Maybe I'm just speculating things, thinking that they were heading this way. We have the strength and the ability to kill whatever dragons are out there. In addition to that, we have received the support from the Truth Organization. Although the negotiation from the shrine side are yet to be done, there is a high possibility that we will receive their aid as well. Yet, you are still not satisfied. But that doesn't solve the issue where you, the vital members, are not around. Or, are you going to retire from adventuring and start focusing in village management? That is, Ellie seems to be loss of word to say back. We are required to give up our life as adventurers. What should we do now? We will put to substitute during our time adventuring, in case the insects are coming. We can easily do that because we have space magic, but I still want to conceal our gate ability. However, for him to negotiate with his hands down, perhaps this insect is as good as what this Earl said. Our discussion has reached an impasse. We are proved to be a threat to the current administrative, but their hard work might as well all go to waste if they decide to contest the truth official. Even if we select a substitute officer, the problem lies in how we can communicate with them. We were told that we have insufficient force, but in order to protect a village, a vigilante team will serve as more than enough. There is no need for us to stay. The Earl is putting out weak excuses to prevent us from continuing the pioneering. But here, we are faced with a problem which disallowed us to promote development without the Earl's seal of approval. In the end, we are at the end of our ropes inside this troublesome situation. Give up. No. We will come again after preparing ourselves. Masaru-sama. While both sides are thinking hard on how to press the matter, Sati cried out. What? Don't tell me it's Sati's turn next. But didn't Sati serve as our back shield? Something is coming. Concentrating in magic sense, a strong mana reaction is coming here with great speed. I rise up and see the place where Sati points at. They are coming from the sky. This mana reaction is. There are intruders coming from the sky. Everyone, prepare for the interception. The military officer standing behind the Earl also noticed it and immediately issued a warning with a loud voice. The soldiers gather around the Earl and preparing for combat. No, wait a second. That is, here it comes. Prepare to protect the Earl. Archers, into the position. Wait. But no one will listen to some unknown adventurer scream. Everyone is perfectly working under the commander's command. The soldiers, fully armed with swords and spears, aiming their bows towards Lily-sama and the other her two attendants who descended on top of the dragon that I've put out. What there? Why aren't you coming to visit my country? Lily-sama said, pointing to me without wasting a breath. Since I didn't drop down at the elf country, she went out all the way to search for me here. I've been very busy the past few days, So, Lily Sama, I have not heard about your arrival at all. Alongside me, the Earl replies so to Lily Sama. Once they noticed the elves, the soldiers retracted themselves from the combat posture. Earl Carlton, I didn't come because of you, huh? Coming inside someone else's house suddenly and not greeting them, when being called out, saying that it doesn't matter to them. How rude can you be? Lily Sama, did you purposely come to incite the Earl wrath? I would like it if you will stop making the situation worse than it was. Princess, shouldn't you go and greet the Earl first? One of the royal knights, Titus-san, says to Lily Sama. Nice follow-up. Oh, you are right, Earl Carlton. I'm grateful to you for sending us reinforcement squads. Later, an official messenger will be dispatched regarding that issue. It is natural for us to send reinforcement to the elf country. We are an ally after all. Lily Sama seems to possess quite a great standing even in the human realm. Even considering how bad her manner was earlier, the Earl naturally lowered his head. But we couldn't make it in time during the war, which resulted in many deaths for the elves. Just how are we going to apologize? Don't mind it. We have received reinforcement on the way. But they are just adventures. Somehow everything clicked together. In other words, when the elves were refused from any reinforcement forces, the adventurers single-handedly took the matter into hand and rescued the elf country. The Earl moved his army too, but only after the war has ended. It was said that the rewards only go to the adventurers. Then, afterwards, the story about adventurers starting a village arises. There were just 8 of us, and our party formation was rather complicated that time. Right. At first, I was going after any help that I can get after leaving the country, but adventures turned out to be stronger than expected. I see, the adventurers are performing well there, the Earl said bitterly. That's what happened. Even this dragon was defeated during that time. When she said that while indicating the dragon underneath her by kicking it several times, she suddenly turned her face as if she just remembered what the objective is for coming here. Ooh, now that I remembered. Masaru, follow me back to the elf country. No. I'm currently being tied to something right now. Then get over it fast with whatever business you have with the Earl. Please wait a moment, Princess. Masaru-sama, what is the topic for your meeting today? Titus-san lends the assistance from the side. What a sharp woman. You see, I explained the flow of our discussion so far. Someone who is going to back up the pioneering project. I'll do it. Please let me be your backers. No. Even if you say that. The Earl is giving off a disapproval tone. Although she is currently a princess, Lily Sama doesn't hold any official position. Right now, she only has her 2 attendants. What's the matter? Am I not enough to be a guarantor? If so, I will request for a formal permission from the king for the elves' full support. Then, I will allow the pioneering project to continue. However, will the elf king allow his men to be dispatched over this reason? Wasn't the elf side keeping minimal contact from outsiders until now? Might be. If I couldn't obtain the king permission, then I will consider the trade volume increase that the Earl has asked for a while. Although I can't promise anything here since this fall under the jurisdiction of my older brother, as long as I wish for some flexibility, it could be done. I will allow it under that condition. That is fine by us. Masaru, you agree? I give a little thought and agreed to Lily Sama plan, since Ellie is also in agreement. Although his decision was made rather abruptly, the elves' side will definitely help. The Earl was forced to agree since we are getting a backup from the elves' side. On the side note, he is getting an increased trade route with the elves, so this is a win-win situation for both of us. It was nice to get an agreement from the Earl. But why the support from the elves' side? We are just doing some land reclamation for a small village. Chapter 9 Battle Reward. If you have a request for the Earl, you should have consulted with me in the first place. I told you I will do anything. We are inside the unpopulated forest which is far left from the Maga town, as requested by Lily Sama. We are now heading towards the elf country. I talked to her about her support for our pioneering project. She shrugged it off saying that it is her thanks for saving her country. Things went rough with the Earl, but since we are getting support from the elves, we are spared from coming to that place again. Earl Carlton trade with the elves are one-sided, where the elves take control. For the elves, it is easy to limit their business partner to the Earl alone. That way, he couldn't expand his business. So, that's how Titus-san explained. Besides, even though they are in an alliance when it comes to defending the borders, since the elf country is nearer to the demon realm, most of the attacks are handled by the elves' side alone. Earl Carlton has benefited unilaterally for many years. They are restricted both military and economically. Of course, the Earl won't keep silent after being put into that kind of situation. He organizes an obscenely large military than needed with the fund from his trade and fortified them at the fortress. Sometimes, they even ventured to the demon realm to patrol, always on guard. It was a once-in-a-lifetime chances for him. When the elf country was under attack, he planned to gain a favor from the elves from this incident, but unfortunately, the adventurers have taken it all. Even though the Earl's army were progressing steadily, they unfortunately didn't make it on time. If the adventurers weren't there though, the country would already be in ruin, so there is nothing to be grudgeful for. So, do you require any assistance for your pioneering project? Before we entered the gate towards the elf country, we had a small discussion. We should discuss about how we are going to request for the support before we meet the king. If not, this talk about getting support from the elves will undoubtedly fail. It is just a small village, so I think I can make do on my own. If we can get the support from the elves, then it's enough. How about a mutual defense agreement like what we have with the human kingdom? I know you can get back quickly with your gate, but wouldn't that made you needlessly worry when you are away? Titus-san provided me with some ideas. This person is truly excellent. Even during the previous battle, she was the one who rallied the adventurers and eventually saved the elf country. That sounds nice. Ellie seems to agree. Just like what the Earl said, normally Olba-san and Nania-san can handle ordinary monsters. But that isn't enough to dispel my worries. Even though we have access to transition magic, there might be times when we are away for days. If the elf side are willing to take cover for us, then it will be great. Since it is mutual, the elf side are benefiting from it as well. There is still anxiety in some way or another, but there is no way to get rid of it completely. You are right. Well, since we are going to be here for a while, maybe I will think about making the elves our insurance. Alright, let's include that topic too when we meet Father. We dropped by the Adventurers Guild to acquire the whereabouts of Masaru-sama and the others, but Titus-san so that's how they managed to track our whereabouts with pinpoint accuracy. I was wondering how the guild is handling confidential information, since I've told them about Lily-sama's involvement in the past. I wonder if that's how they decided to tell about me. Certainly, there is no problem about the leaked information at all. Oh, right. Considering how you guys have taken up an emergency quest, I don't think you have been rewarded for your efforts yet. I have made arrangements so that you will get rewarded appropriately by myself. Naturally, the elves were the ones making full payment. Besides the remuneration for the adventurers involved, it was said that they paid the guild a reasonable amount as well. No wonder the guild was unable to refuse when asked about our whereabouts. Still, it's good news to hear about our war rewards. The reward might be around 7 million gold, which is equivalent to 700 million yen. That is enough for me not to work for a lifetime. Well, it is not possible to buy world peace with money alone, so I couldn't go for retirement yet. Though, it is nice not to be bothered about money anymore. Thank you, Lily-sama. For now, let's give her my words of gratitude. Your rewards are warranted. There is no need for thanks. We, the elves, are the one who are going to give you our thanks. Yet, we have waited forever, and you never came by. Please prepare the gate now. Perhaps I've unconsciously postponed this matter. It's troublesome enough to go. I mean, they are preparing for the ceremony. I fell ill shortly after returning. Remember when I fell into the moat after killing the dragon? Looks like that was a fatal mistake. Even after I'm cured, there is this thing about the territory that needed to be settled, so I've been pretty busy for a while. If that is the case, it couldn't be helped. Well then, Lily-sama, let's open the gate to the elf country now. Elizabeth, please. After Ellie activated the gate, we instantly got transported to the elf castle balcony. It doesn't contain the same atmosphere as last time anymore. I wonder if we should register this point. At the moment, Only the tower is registered. This place is connected to the royal residence area. Patos. Please inform father regarding the matter. Everyone, please wait here. It came to mind how there are no guards waiting for us upon arrival, but then we are using gate, so it might be unexpected for them. Yes, Princess. The other knight who was with her quickly went to inform the king. We need time to prepare for the ceremony. Let's go to my chamber first. The ceremony is yet to be prepared. Guided by Lily Sama, we walked through the castle corridor. I couldn't afford to see much before. Now that we are leisurely strolling, I can see how beautiful and luxurious the residential area of the royal family is. I'm not especially interested in the decorations, but the stone walls and floors caught my interest. It has a white color and it seems to be very hard. The material doesn't seem to be a marble, and its color is closer to pearl white. Maybe I should ask where I could get it later. In addition to the black floor, a white wall improved the ambient inside a Japanese-style castle. I will never give up my dream. We were guided to a luxurious guest room located a little ahead of the corridor. Everyone sits around the big table. Alright, there are some things that needs to be done before we attend the ceremony. Titus. Yes. Everyone, please forgive me for my rudeness the other day. Turning her gaze at this direction, Titus-san get on one of her knee, lowered her head and apologizes. What? Have you done something rude? What is she talking about? You are great people, and I did my best to disregard you instead of showing my attitude. We heard how Masaru and the others don't care much to be treated so, but my father is indignant. It is hard to face Masaru otherwise. We were already tired and wanted to get home as soon as possible, so that wasn't the case at all. Since I went back before getting thanks properly, perhaps now they are worried that I will never show my face here again. No matter what, that itself sounds wrong. I think it was made clear that we are not being driven away. I even claimed myself that I want to go back, so there shouldn't be any problems. Though, rather than visiting this place instantly with Gate, we didn't even show up for nearly a week, so we were the ones at fault here. No. Weren't you just thinking things? I was rude to the hero who saved our country. I couldn't even complain even if I am to be slashed down here on the spot. We are not taking it personally at all. Right, Masaru? Anne makes a follow-up. They are exaggerating things way too much, slashing themselves, throwing their own life and all. Right. Slashing away your life? You are exaggerating things way too much. If so, at least, please accept my apologies. That said, Titus-san take out a collar somewhere from her hair. Pet play. Just a drop of your blood here, and I will be Masaru-sama's slave. Please feel free to order me anything you see fit. A slave collar? Huh? No, I'm serious. This is no big deal as you try making it out to. Her body is well hidden behind her full armor, but her elf features are well defined. Especially how slender-looking is Titus-san in addition to her beautiful face. This is an attractive offer, but her reasons for being a slave is wrong. But, a very good offer indeed. There is nothing wrong with accepting it now, isn't it? The elf race has a long shelf life. It will be around 50 to 60 years before Masaru is dead, so being a slave for that long is nothing. If one is not enough, if you are not taking me as a slave at all cost, then you can ask for how many you want. That is how much we are indebted to you. Titus-san is an excellent addition, plus she looks like she can become our additional fighting forces. Then how about this? Why don't we build you a big mansion inside the elf country? You can stop developing the new village and start living here. If you want status, we can hold a meeting with the king to grant you a court rank. A mansion with a harem of elves. Quite an interesting proposal. Sadly I don't have much interest on it. I stand up, went to the brittle Titus-san and removed the collar. I have properly accepted your sincere apology. I don't need any elf slave, and if I want a house or status, I will work for it myself. Not to mention, it's suicidal to take on a new woman right in front of my wives. They might not get that angry, but I wouldn't dare to bet on it. It's certainly dangerous to lose my mind now and make a rash decision. Cheating is absolutely bad. Well then, what would you like? Money? Then you can have whatever goods that we have in this country. Honor? We will honor you as the hero who have saved our country. Then, I can collect my money from the guild and that is enough. Plus I don't need honor too. Even if I have all the money in this world, it served no purpose if I couldn't save this world from its impending doom 20 years later. Being held as a hero, surely, I will have to reject that. There is no need for unnecessary things like positions and honor. I'm simply doing the pioneering project just to please both Han and Ellie. I don't want to have unrealistic dreams for this world that is facing its ruin. I just want to live peacefully. Spending times with my wives are the most peaceful things I could ever ask for. All that I wish for is world peace. A peaceful place where you can live happily with everyone. Then why don't you start living inside this country? We will provide you with all your convenience. That is a number. When the world is ruined, this place won't make for a great place to escape. The elf country is definitely a peaceful place, but that won't cut it. 100% not a good choice. I'm refusing it on my own accord. I should have listened to everyone's opinions first. Aside from the slave, it might be bad for me to refuse the house all by myself. If that is Masaru's decision, then I wouldn't mind it. I thought the money hunger will complain, but she doesn't seem to be dissatisfied. Well, we do receive plenty of rewards from the guild for this battle. Yes, there is no need to thank us. We've received an oracle especially asking to save the elf country, basically a quest. As a devout follower, that much is enough for Anne. Me too. Just do whatever you see fit. I can tell that both Sati and Tilaka don't wish for anything. No, Tilaka might want to have some good food. Are you seriously saying that? I thought Masaru and the others might have something in mind. To think that I would be outright refused. Yes, what the princess said is right. But we are not done yet. Lily-sama removed the bracelet that seems to be expensive from her arm and put it on the desk. This is a magic tool called Sorcerer's Bracelet, an elven treasure. Your total mana will be multiplied by 50%. It is said to be on the same grade as the one worn by the Imperial Royal Family, one of the most powerful magic tools in this world. This is the best item that we can offer. 50%? The specifications are a bit lower than the magic rings that we are currently using. If the effect can be overlap, then it'll prove to be a good use. I would like to grant this item to you as present, but this is an ancient heirloom. When I said give, it is just only a figure of speech. When Masaru is retiring from adventuring, I hope you would return it if possible. They won't complain in case I lost it by accident. The appearance where they lent it is important. I attached it to my arm. I opened the menu to check it. It's useless. My MP is not increasing. It confirms that magic item with same effect does not overlap. I remove the bracelet, put it on the table and shake my head. This is truly an amazing item. But wasn't it an elven treasure? There is no way I can accept it. If the way we're presenting it doesn't satisfy you, then it's fine. You can take it and do whatever you want, princess. That is the best. It's a thing worthy for a wonderful wizard like Masaru. I will ask for forgiveness from further myself. I won't use it even if you give it. Suddenly, I noticed Sati eyeing the bracelet with eye full of desires. So, you want this bangle? Sati is troubled by her lack of MP. However, Sati, who is hardly capable of using magic, is not a suitable candidate to wear an elven family heirloom. Just give up. No, on second thought I really don't need it. Fume. You don't want this either. Now I'm troubled. If I don't give you something as thanks, everyone will not assent. Things that I desire. Enough time to flirt with my wives. What about the others? Tilaka's food. Now that I think about it, what did you guys do with the Earth Turtle King that I defeated? I know Tilaka never ate Earth Turtle King meat and wants it. That thing. It was stripped of its elfit but or while we were recovering. It seems to be a valuable metal, but I don't care about that. That is fine. What about the Earth Turtle King body itself? If possible, I'd like you to give us some of its meat. Meat? Are you sure about that? That thing doesn't taste good at all. Yes, but I'm not the person who is going to taste that meat. If it's the Earth Turtle King meat, then it should have been stored somewhere. I will have it searched and deliver it to you. The shell is currently in use. The shell is not edible, right? No, it is not. Then we don't need it. Currently, We are using the shell to create a weapon to combat against the anti-magic metal. We are testing its power right now. We've invited engineers from the dwarf race to help us create a huge ballista. Once completed, we should be able to penetrate through the Earth Turtle King shell even with their anti-magic metal still intact. They are resorting to physical attacks since their magic is not working. If the elf hit Bart or gets in the way again, they will have to resort to this tactic. I don't know it in detail. The weapons seem to be incorporating magic as it fires mechanism. Perhaps you could show it to me later. It is still incomplete, so I will show it to you later. Masaru-sama. Is there anything else that you need? Right. Masaru is the one who defeated the Earth Turtle King, therefore we are the one that feel bad for disposing it rather arbitrarily, she stated. We are getting plenty of rewards from the guild mainly thanks to Lily-sama. The mutual defense agreement on top of backup for our development project was more than enough. Masaru-sama. The soap, Sati told me hesitantly. I completely forgot about the elf soap. The elf soap. It is sold out at the fortress now and there are no other places that is selling it. Can you share yours with us? I had one, but I overused it since it is so bubbly and fluffy. I plan to find some stuff at the Maga town, but the time doesn't permit to have mindless stroll. The same alchemist who are making the soap are also responsible for making potions. They are currently not producing it for trade. I'll have to look for the in stock within this country. Still, are you fine with that? That's wonderful to know. Right, Sati. You can take whatever amount you see fit. In future, you can come and restock. Thank you very much, Lily-sama. Now that we are talking about potion, perhaps I should inquire about potion that I want. MP potion is highly appreciated. Would you like to see the list of items prepared for your honorarium? Do you have something else in mind besides the soaps and potions? They are popular amongst the other adventurers. Perhaps there's something that will catch Masaru-sama and others' attention too. Is that so? If you insist. Must be the treasury that we've passed by when we were guided over here. Artistic objects, weapons, jewelry and accessories, fine furniture, etc. were packed in a room of about 2 classrooms size. The moment the door was opened, "Oh!" everyone exclaimed. The jewels and accessories on the desk presented on the front must have cost a fortune. Each of the elf's decoration products sold at the fortress cost as much as a house. The items here must have cost the same. All of these treasures? No way. These are all the items that are going to be presented to Masaru and his companion. There are more in the treasures yet, you know. Since you are all here, would you like to see it? No. These treasures are more than enough. But all of it? Correct. I didn't know what everyone wants, so we prepared everything for everyone. No. This much is. Most of these things are handcrafted by the elves. Everyone brought them here as presents to the hero that saved the country. If Masaru and the others were not there, the country would have been wiped out. These are not much, but everyone has done their best. Please accept it by all means. Even if they are handcrafted, they were elaborately created by elf craftsmen who polished their skills for years. Their handiwork is regarded as the finest items. Since this gift are handmade, it's rude of me to refuse them. But where should I put all these items at? I can add a basement or something similar, but it's a bit scary to accumulate all these expensive items inside. Does this world have a safe room? What if I store all these items here instead? Let's see. You can take whatever you want whenever you see fit. We will take responsibility on storing them. A place to store them. I was given a suggestion as soon I raised my concern. It could never have arrived at better time. I looked at both Anne and Ellie. Got it. I'm going to appeal with my full might. If that is the case, I appreciate it. It's rude to reject their gifts. Right. Not to mention it was handcrafted by everyone from the elf side. Both of them wore a delight expression. They are checking out all the jewelry and accessories on the desk. Sati and Tilika, please don't hold back if you saw something that you want here. Okay? You can take any of these, it's fine. That one. Sati pointed to the corner of the room. There lie several pieces of fabrics wrapped up. Sewing material? Leave it to me. Fabrics? If you want to sew clothes, then we will have our castle tailor for you. Cry Wolf 641: Yes, the sentence is broken. It basically means that they want to have someone tailor for them, sew her own clothes. Fume. If you want the material, we have way better ones from the one our hunters salvaged at the demon realm. If there is something you especially want, why don't we rearrange things? Material? Something. Are the craftsmen who can make a harness? I planned to get a normal one for Matsuke's, but the harness, large, required can prove to be quite a hassle. There is no way I'm going to show Matsuke's, large, to someone else out there. Here, the elf is used to see a dragon, so I think it should be fine. Matsuke's, large, is comfortable to let anyone ride him. If he has a harness on, then it would be nicer. Someone should be able to make it. Let's search for the craftsman. Thank you, Titus-san. Both harness and other items are easily obtainable. You really have no desire? I hardly think so. But there is no way I'm going to explain myself now. Besides, I already have a harem that I always wanted. Maintaining that is all that I need right now. The one who have nothing that they want is Tilika, albeit she is checking out the fabrics with Sati now. Well, if Tilika has anything that she wants, she will say it. Maybe I should take a look around too. There are weapons and furniture that I might want to bring back home, especially that king-size bed with canopy. Idle talk. 1 Titus-san melancholy. Once Titus reached the elf country, she received information from the reconnaissance team, which gives her a good understanding of the current situation in the war. The monster army was greatly reduced in numbers and the Earth Turtle King was already knocked down. However, that means the elves must have fought hard at the front line. The elves most probably will lose all their fighting forces anytime soon. Once she receives reports saying that enemy has deployed large species, she immediately commanded everyone to start attacking without hesitation, and the adventurers responded to it. It's a big job to control the influence in the battlefield. By defeating the enemy's last preserved strength at the right moment, the monsters might have given up on the elf country. The matter in hand now is that Masaru was the one who greatly reduced the enemy armies till now. That information is hardly believable since they are just to be rank adventurers party. With that said, I would like to reward them handsomely for their courageous service. Of course, I promised to reward them sufficiently. It was truly at the last moment. I shuddered on the fact that what if Titus couldn't make it here on time? That would be the scenario that we all refuse to imagine. But Masaru and his party were not defeated in this war, is what Lily-sama tried to convey to Titus. But what I see is adventurers who have relief expressions. Here, Titus. If the story about Masaru and his party exploits is leaked, things will be awfully bad. Please keep that in mind. Yes, leave it to me, princess. Once entrusted with something, Titus will definitely do it. Without further ado, she quickly relayed the message to the departments involved. All information regarding Masaru party was somehow fabricated during the confusion time in this finishing war. She made it to all elves involved in short time. Beginning by defeating the Earth Turtle King, he continues to charge into different battlefields, killing many of the monsters' force, finally summoning out a dragon. Masaru truly is an important piece in this war. Not surprised that information about him are to be controlled. I didn't bother to inquire about the reason. The oblivious Titus, without any clue, doesn't realize that Masaru is the one giving instructions to keep his secrecy. Garcia Dono, everyone. Introducing my lord, Liliane-sama. The moment a real elf princess makes her appearance, all the adventurers' expressions went livid. During this emergency time, you lots have rallied to this elf country, and finally saved us. This Liliane Dora Petticoat hereby devotes the utmost appreciation to all of you and the adventurers. As the sun has set, we let all the adventurers stay inside the residential dormitory. The next day, they were all invited to the royal palace, given the word of gratitude and hospitality directly from the king and the queen, overall given a pleasant hospitality. Titus proudly sings about the adventurers' achievements in this war. They were then recompensed with monies, accessories, the elf handcrafted items and many more. Based on the discussion with the participating adventurers, I tried to make sure their rewards are worth 10 times the market value. It's a quest involving their lives in the risk, so that amount is forgivable. Under Titus' thorough arrangement, the adventurers get to enjoy sightseeing the elf country, participating in ball party at night, lodging inside the luxurious guest rooms inside the royal castle, being served by the elf maid. They all happily went back to the fortress on the next morning. Are Masaru and the others still not here yet? After the adventurers were all sent back home, the Elf King inquired Titus. Titus is the one handling all the matters related to the adventurers. Those folks are capable of using gate. Any time from now, I'm sure they will come back to claim their rewards. I've been told that they will wait until the situation in this country has stabilized. Where do they residing? Perhaps at the fortress or place nearby it. Should I inquire the Adventurer Guild if you like? We should absolutely not do that. If you really did, then make sure to make it confidential. We should not expose their state of affair. But what is the harm if we just keep waiting for them? We already prepared the rewards for them. I'm sure they will be pleased. Titus told the king and Lily-sama about the gift rooms that were prepared for them. Originally, these were all remunerations that I have prepared for the adventurers that I hired. Since there are considerable amounts remained, as it is, I decided to include this for their rewards, she explained while showing off all the items. There are several pieces of elf handicraft and armors left, but the jewelry and other precious accessories were pretty much left untouched, with not less than 1,000 units left. Accessories are not popular among the adventurers, that is why most of them are left here. However, since Masaru party is consisted of all women, Titus believed that it will be popular among them. Leftovers. My deepest apologies, Princess. I know this sound bad, but these are all that we have left. If they decided to sell all these, far from mansion, the worth of money they will gain is enough to buy the whole village. If it is small enough. Titus believed that this is tad bit too much, but since everything was prepared with an intention to be gift as rewards, so there is no problem to give them all these. Besides, they get all the respects and affections directly from the princess themselves. She really should think about her status as a royal member. This isn't sufficient. What Lily said is right. This much isn't enough. Even if they demand for half of this country, there is no way we could refuse it. Lily-sama realized Titus' puzzled expression, which indicates that she doesn't understand what the king said. Titus, did you ask anybody about Masaru's party achievement? Thinking carefully, Titus remembered that neither Lily-sama nor Masaru has explained the situation to her at all. Titus had to manage the other adventurers, so she hadn't any time. I've heard that they defeated the dragon. Is that all? Doing enough merit as your highness princess escorts. First, Masaru beat the Earth Turtle King. Wow, they are the one who taken down the Earth Turtle King? Masaru did it all alone. Besides, he has a large reserve of mana. Even compared to everyone else, nobody has as much mana as him. The elves' failure during counterattacking. Lily-sama also told her about how Masaru wielded 5 flares. The king must have been informed by the other. This is the first time I hear the full story from Lily-sama. The question has come during eating time. After Lily-sama talked about it for an hour, Titus was left with a blue face. My attitude toward Masaru and his companions. No, I've been rude to them. After Titus think carefully about it, she realized that she has been looking down at him ever since they met. Even when they bid farewell, the way she acted was unacceptable. They seemed to be a polite bunch on the exterior, maybe. No. They are definitely upset. What did I tell those bunch? You geese did well. That is not the only thing that I said. I will give you my thanks in the future for sure. That was what I said, but I didn't even ask them for a method of contact. If they want it, they would have come to claim for their rewards at any time. It's been 2 days since then. With their gate magic, they can come here anytime from anywhere they are. What did you tell them? My deepest apologies, my king. Titus kneeled on one leg, then explained about what was happening. As expected, let's go to the Adventurer Guild at the fortress now. I can't do that, father. It can lead to careless disclosure of their information. Right now, Titus. She finally understood the reason why Masaru is asking them to keep things about him silent. Then what else should we do? Nothing. Masaru, that guy has been worried about this situation for a while now. I don't want to do anything that will make things worse. If that is what you're feeling, don't worry, father. Instead of that, Why don't we rethink about the gifts for Masaru party before they came here any moment after this? You are right. Titus, go and help Lily. As the proudful elf race, prepare suitable rewards for them. Yes, leave it to me. In her mind, Titus thought that she was fortunate since her mistakes were pointed out before the bunches decided to visit. If she proceeds like this without being aware of her mistakes, her rudeness would be over the top. I wish Princess is right. They won't feel offended, I hope. After their meeting with the king is dismissed, Lily-sama invited Titus to her room to have a talk. What is the matter, Princess? Actually, there is thing that I didn't tell my father about. That is. Titus' face darkened again. Ever since the war has ended, Lily-sama was in cheerful mood for a long time, but now she is wearing a grim expression. This must be related to my problematic behaviors. During that situation, Lily-sama keeps silent to protect me. Titus can feel a cold sweat on her cheek. What I said was wrong. Unlike what I told him about Masaru party just now, they actually couldn't be bothered by the rewards. Is that so? They wouldn't complain even if they receive zero compensation. They are adventurers, aren't they? Even for the adventurers hired by Titus, albeit there isn't a way to reward them with their payments if the country gets destroyed, at least they were promised with rewards once they are successful. It is unthinkable that there is someone out there who doesn't care about rewards even after fighting with their dear life. They are not an ordinary adventurer. In my opinion, Masaru might be a hero. Hero. You said? Certainly, Masaru who single-handedly defeat the Earth Turtle King must possess a terrific power. A high priest, a truth official who use summoning magic, user of gate magic. This group of adventurers hold too many talented people. Based on his ability alone, I can say that he fit the role of the hero. The oracle is what matters the most. For several hundred years, there were many powerful people, but no one who was certified as a hero existed. Angela Dono keep on insisting that these are all God guidance many times over, but for a priest, that are just their generic phrase. Of course, that alone is a weak argument. However, what if they received an oracle? Did they hold the oracle? There is no confirmation. That is why I want to ask for Titus' opinion. Yes, Princess. How did an oracle generally be given? If not mistaken, words from God will echo directly to the heads of priests and shrine maidens. With that said, even if there is an oracle, there is no way for other party to know about it. For that reason, the truth official correct, that truth official. And that truth official exactly said that Masaru will not lose to anyone. But even if the priest and the truth official were there, we don't know if the vital oracle was there or not. As soon both Titus' side and ours have defeated the dragons, Masaru let out that the quest is clear. So what I've heard. Quest, you said? Correct. The quest is cleared, we have won. When I observe the enemy troops, there is mistaking that they were starting to admit defeat. I don't understand about the quest, but he said that, and the monsters were withdrawing. His timing is very suspicious. The demon force in front of us has admitted defeat. But there are also other battlefields, so how can he know the situation without seeing it himself? However, Masaru seemed quite confident, when he said the quest was completed. He didn't even observe the battlefield, as if he has other methods to observe the other part of battlefields. After he said that, we say the demons admitted defeat, thus ending the war. So, that is the moment he received oracle. Masaru said that it was already too late for him to return. Afterwards, the messenger came into contact with me. Then we received reports that the monsters are appearing all over the place. That is, hero, if those people are legit heroes. Witnessing Masaru party power first-handed, I become a bit terrified. During our break, everyone changed a lot, like this, I asked indirectly. Yes. At that time, Masaru said, we have come far to save the elf country. Other than that, we won't ask for another thing. This is the only thing that we wish for. If they aren't in a good mood, I have no choice but to apologize by dying. Just like what he said earlier, he didn't ask for a reward till the end, and just like that he went back home. What do you think, Titus? In an unlikely event, please include my neck together with their rewards. I hope that is enough to serve as apology. Wait, we are not talking about that kind of thing. But, Princess. I've told you. They will not demand anything and will absolutely not condone to such act. I've been observing them for a whole day long. They mutually help each other, worried about the elves from the bottom of their heart, fighting while risking their lives. If that's so, then I've been extremely rude to them. Then, Titus think that they are heroes too, aren't you? Now that I've heard about their story, I think so. That is enough. With this revelation, your determination is not needed. They will never want your head alongside their rewards. But, what should I do then? Masaru want to hide his identity as a hero. We should respect his decision. That is ... You are absolutely right. To make a fuss is. Titus doesn't have to do anything. Please keep preparing for their gifts. What? Don't worry. When tomorrow comes, we will get along. Yes, Princess. There is other thing. I have a good idea. Personally, I will enter Masaru party, lending him my help. They will appreciate it, even if they are angry at Titus. They will. However, Masaru party's silhouette couldn't be seen for days. Lily-sama declared that she will pick him up and bring him back here. While waiting for them, Titus questions whether she should present herself their slave, but as Lily-sama said, Masaru not only declined her, he also declined all the rewards given by the elves. He humbly said that a soap is all he desired. Chapter 10 Spirit Song. While examining the furniture and the weapon carefully, my detection caught a lot of signs of people coming inside the castle. They are the elves who are participating in the ceremony. Lily-sama, is it necessary to hold a ceremony? I already received enough rewards as it is. If possible, I would like to avoid word spreading about us. While Lily-sama is waiting for us to appreciate the gifts, I called out to her. I'm sorry, we'll be troubled if you refuse to celebrate this victory ceremony. Everyone would like to thank you. Would you rather make it separate? Certainly, it's leagues better to wrap everything up in one go, instead of going through them one by one. Regarding the information about you, I have issued regulation to keep everyone from talking about it. The information will never leak from the elves' side, so Masaru has no need to worry. If that is so, then I'll need to brace for myself. During the ceremony, I will hide behind Deli and kill my presence. However, there is something that I would like to clarify with Masaru before we start the ceremony. What is a quest? Quest, exploration, mission. In this context, a mission is more appropriate. Although the meaning is considered common, the word doesn't seem to be used much here. When the war ended, I unintendedly said quest cleared. Did she remember it from that time? I was wondering if she had forgotten about it amidst the confusion. Even if she remembered, I thought she would have put much more thought into it before asking about it. A job from the guild, something like that I guess. The Adventurers Guild was only informed of the news once your party had departed from the fortress. Masaru shouldn't have had enough time to take on the newly requested job. Besides, why did you say clear at that time? Clearly enough, at that point, you might have seen our enemy's defeat, but there is no way you can foresee the ending of the whole battle. Perhaps that was just temporary and then they will start regrouping? Yet, when you judge the situation, you sounded awfully confident. If not mistaken, the timing when I said it was weird. The quest, too. I heard it from the Adventurers Guild. Usually they use the term request, and none of them has used quest before. Just who is the one who gave you this quest? What was the content? Do I tell her everything and ask her to keep it silent, or should I exercise my right to keep quiet? But, I wonder what the intention behind this interrogation is. The power that you have shown, it's far beyond extraordinary. Even the former hero in the story doesn't have such flashy power. Hero, just like expected, that word will come out in this conversation. You see, Lily-sama, what should I do? Every time we are having discussions, it's my duty to make the final decision. Regardless, Lily-sama continues. The elders are saying that the demons are currently militarizing themselves. Perhaps the Demon King really was revived. We have been handling massive monster assaults since before I was born. But this time, they have included the Earth Turtle King as well. Even the elders in this country have stated that the demons have once again united under the Demon King. It sounds stupid at first, but after hearing the story from the princess, I couldn't be surer. Titus supplemented the explanation in more detail. Demon King. I wonder if a Demon King was truly born. Noticing that something is weird between us, Sati and Tilika both came to check. Hundreds of years ago, for the first time, a Demon King was born. God sent us a hero, and at last, he defeated the demon. Why did the Demon King resurrect? Bad. A little puke came out. I feel sick. Anne and Ellie are both coming here as well. I don't know. If Masaru is the hero, it's reasonable to think that the Demon King has returned too, is what I thought. That way, the order will be the opposite. Besides, I'm not a hero, right, Tilika? On this day, Masaru is not the hero. Good, nice follow-up, Tilika. This is a truth official saying it. Lily-sama will cease her doubt soon. It's too fast for you to label someone as hero just because that particular person is tad bit stronger than average. Not only that, why me? Isn't everyone else abnormally strong as well? Tilika, who can summon a dragon, and Ellie, who is a hero maniac. I believe both are qualified to be the hero. The one who said the word quest is you, Masaru. All the decisions were made by you, too. That's when it came to my mind, how suspicious you are. During the war, I was forced to display all my power. At that time I didn't have the leisure to think about the repercussions. Moreover, today is the day I decided everything. If you compare Masaru's power to the hero of the past, I can say this for certain, that you are mistaken, Lily-sama. Ellie, who has returned, steps up and makes a follow-up. Nevertheless, no ordinary adventurer will refuse to take the rewards, especially after risking their lives. Other adventurers will delightedly take up the request once they are promised rewards. In addition, why must you conceal your strength? Together with you are a priest and a truth official. You claimed them to be your wives, but that doesn't dispel the fact that it is suspicious. But I did try to run away. The only reason I stayed was because I was persuaded. I don't need the rewards because I get enough from the guild as well from the 2 dragons that I've planned to sell later. I conceal my strength because things will get messy once everyone knows about it. Both of these women became my wives by coincidence. Rewards, huh? The experience that we accumulate from the battlefield are enough. Moreover, I've got rewards from clearing the quest, 2 dragons, and more than anything, I just wanted to get back home at that time. Besides that, the other adventurers were willing to risk their lives for nothing too, weren't they? The ones hired by Titus. Is that so? I thought the reason you are asking me to keep the information about yourself secret was because you are afraid that it will spread to the demon side in the worst case scenario. I know you have pledged to keep this a secret, but have you discussed this with other people? The only people I have talked to regarding this matter are Titus and Patos, confirming it is my utmost priority. Then, I'm still safe. But if the demons are moving behind the scenes, although I'm not a hero, if the fact that I'm an apostle were exposed. Anyways, I really did spectacularly during the previous battle. It won't be funny if people are keeping their eyes on me now. Is there any possibility that I'm being marked by the demons? I was going to consult with you about that too. We've spent a great deal to make sure it isn't being talked about. There is no worry on the elf side, but since may have seen you on the battlefield, you should watch out. They should have seen me shooting large magic, but I was hiding behind the wall. All the enemies within the visible range should have been dead by then. Logically, there shouldn't be any eyes keen on observing me during that battle. Even among the elves, a flare class user isn't that uncommon. Do the demons exist? They do. Didn't I tell you guys about the traitorous elves? Quite a long time ago, there seems to be elves who waged a war. They are dark-skinned elves with big breasts. They have almost the same appearance as humans, so they are often mistaken. Sometimes, they invaded human settlements too. After this defensive war, I encountered lots of stories about demons. Isn't that bad? I don't know. There is only a little information about the demons. We kill the traitors immediately upon discovery. We've never caught them alive. But, are we truly mistaken? If you are a hero, then I can become your ally. I see. Just like Ellie, she wants to become a hero companion. As a princess, is it possible for you to become an adventurer? Our own hero maniac, Ellie, questioned her. If Masaru-sama is a hero, a person with a hero qualification, then it's possible to entrust the princess to you. Masaru already declined our rewards. I thought this time I wasn't wrong. Besides, Masaru saved our lives. A debt of life must be repaid with another life. Perhaps it is a bad move to outright refuse everything from the start. Any normal person will be awfully delighted by these rewards, but not me. All I want is for them to keep my strength secret from the public. Our lives were almost forfeited when the dragons came out. I've decided to stop resorting to suicide attacks. If you are a hero, the king will give his permission for me to accompany you. Sadly, I'm not a hero. Moving on, Masaru-sama, what about the quest? Arg. Titus-san is as perceptive as ever. Right. That's what made me doubt you in the first place. Where did I receive the quest? I got the order from some mysterious organization directly in my mind, or perhaps, everything was just my delusions. I can tell them that I'm just a Tsunabyo. The quest is, think. I need to think of an answer now. What is the quest? They are, you. I know. I can say the quest is just a dialect from where I'm from. Then, I know the battle has ended because of my detection skills. But, doesn't it sound a bit forceful? Tilika dislikes lies. If they ask me to display my skills, they will immediately know my range doesn't cover that far, which in this case I'm just digging my own grave. I'm not a hero and the quest is a top secret. I have no intention of saying anything further. This is good enough. I won't be cleared of suspicion right away. Since I'm not going to do anything bad, they will lose their reason to pursue this matter not long after. Just when I have come out with this brilliant idea, Patos-san came to call us. Princess, the ceremony is ready. I've come under the king's command to guide Masaru and his party in the ceremony. You guys were anticipating it, right? Let's hurry. Once the ceremony is done, I'll gloss over whatever is left and hastily escape. We can postpone the talk about the pioneering project. Perhaps I will observe the situation first. There is no problem to keep silent if it was just some conversation, but to do it during a party is another story. The elf princess, nothing but a meddlesome foe. Oh well. But, let's have a fine discussion after this is over. I wish the ceremony will continue for the whole day. I'm fine alone. But how about the other four? The window. No. I will use transition magic. Ellie has noticed me behaving suspiciously. Our eyes meet. She found out that I'm looking for an escape route. Masaru, you are still here? Still here you said. I haven't ran away yet. Oh man, I don't feel that well. Anne, the other side. That said, Ellie quickly grabbed one of my arms, and Anne grabbed a hold of the one on the other side. If you feel sick, do you need a heal? My sickness is on the mental side. Are you okay? Lily-sama became worried and asked. Masaru is really weak against ceremonies or being prominent, enough to make him run away. Even now he is planning to escape. No chance will be left unexploited. I just thought of waiting. If possible, let's get back home soon. Sorry, I would like to get home for a while. Of course, we are. Now, Masaru, let's go. Yeah. Both of my arms firmly held by two people, we slowly go down the castle corridor at Lily-sama's back. Usually, getting crushed on both sides is an extremely delightful event, but today I sigh at my impending doom. Say Masaru, Titus-san is extremely close, isn't she? Ellie brought her face closer and said, we are in considerable distance behind Lily-sama, so our talk won't be heard. Perhaps there are some intentions behind her offering to become your slave. That is that, but isn't this your opportunity to increase your harem? That person would be a fine addition to our war potential too. I can increase my harem. I wouldn't say I'm against it. The previous battle was pretty brutal. Our firepower is overwhelming when the five of us are combined. At first, I believed that we are enough. Still, it was not enough during that battle. What is your opinion, Anne? I also think that it is necessary to increase our number. Didn't I talk about this with you before? For real, I wished I already found someone. Is it okay if I said I wanted now? But, I don't want to force someone to be my slave without any love between us. A slave with combat potential. But if he increases the number of slaves to about 10 people, then we can finish things quicker. I already thought about this before. A normal group of slaves, suddenly transforming to an unparalleled combat group, There is no way that won't raise suspicion. I won't do it unless it is the last resort to gather strength. If it was a cute little girl, then can I get my hand on her? As long you look after her properly. If it's absolutely necessary, then it can't be helped. I already know that your divine protection will not just cover the four of us forever. That was because Masaru don't want a man. Anne said, whispering during the divine protection part. I'm rather sick of the thought of having a male party member. There is no choice if no other alternatives are present, but I'll avoid it to my utmost capabilities if I can. Are you guys sure? You wouldn't get mad? I'll feel something about it, yes, but this is a life and death matter. I'm fully aware that Masaru will take care of all of us fairly. What about Sati and Tilika? I guess they are fine with it. The four of us have already had this discussion many times. Anne answered, but this is a story for later time. I want to enjoy my newlywed's life that I currently have. Not to mention that the four of them are enough for me. The world will not be ruined anytime soon. For now, maybe not. It's not like I'm in a hurry or anything. This isn't a topic that can be discussed while in a walk like this. We will discuss about it properly later. Going around the corridor, we saw that the entrance to the hall is 2 floors down the stairs. At the other side of the entrance, there is another huge door. The guards are on standby at the door. On the other side of the door, I can detect a lot of signs. The amount of mana is amazing. That is because every elf together with their spirits are gathered here. Still, what is this? The mana is a stir. This is different from the accumulated mana during casting. Is it caused by the gathering of many magicians? Or is this the true nature of the spirit? Titus and Patos opened the huge door for us. The huge hall is tightly filled by a massive crowd of elves. The passage remained clear and at the center, ahead, we can see the Elf King. The room filled with hustle and bustle instantly turned silent. All their attention is focused here. From here we walked and go to the king. More than that, why do I get the feeling that the mana inside this hall is getting awfully excited? We stepped into the hall, headed by Lily-sama. Both of my arms were released, but at this point I can't run away anymore. I have depleted all my energy from worrying alone. We are walking through the hall and the mana concentration is increasing exponentially. I'm capable of seeing a spirit-like being, but there are too many now and they are mixed, so I can't pinpoint an individual that well. After a while I noticed that the mana accumulated in the hall indeed got stronger. A sound. Sati muttered. Correct. Even I can hear something now. Some tune ... like a song. After we reached in the middle of the hall, Lily-sama finally stopped. A song? Ellie said while looking around. Song. This is the spirit's song. Even my own spirit joined the choir as well. Their mana pulsates in some manner, which results in this song. The spirits gather steadily towards us. All the eyes of the elves inside the hall are focused on us. The spirit's song ... I've only heard it once. During Lily-sama's birth, many spirits gathered and sang a blessing song. Titus said and Patos continued. But, even when the princess was born, there wasn't this many spirits present. As the hall is filled by mana, a pale light starts glowing around. Although the mana is increasing, there is no sense of uneasiness or danger. Instead, we are channeled with emotions of delight from the spirits. This is the first time for me. So, this is the spirit's song. A song like the orchestra's performance, which is akin to the grand symphony, but neither with instrument nor voice, created by mana reverberates directly to the heads of all the people gathered in the hall. When the song began, the noises ceased. Inside the silent hall, only the complex and beautiful song of the spirit can be heard. The emotions and thoughts from the spirits come into us directly. Thank you, thank you, thank you for rescuing our country. The voice, it was so pure, as if the voice of a child. Our hearts tremble from receiving the direct gratitude from the spirits surrounding us. Like us, all the elves gathered inside this hall also listened to the spirit's song directly in their mind. Soon, the spirit's song culminated, gently weakened, gradually stopped. At the end, the voice of the spirits echoed. Our thanks are towards those who received the god protection. I knew I was right. Lily-sama looked back and told me happily. Lily-sama, don't tell me you can hear their voice too? Rather, maybe, all the elves inside the hall too. After listening to the spirit's voice, The hall, which was silent until now, starts to buzz with noises. The elves are talking with each other, asking whether anyone heard it just now or not, confirming whether they all were experiencing the same thing simultaneously, then proceed to talk about us. To think that the song of the spirits is reverberating inside us. At the end, the spirits said, with God protection towards those who received the God protection, is what these ears captured. Did God dispatch his hero? Hero. It's a hero. God protection, as well. The hero, that power, it's not for any ordinary person. The hero has descended among us, the elven race. How should I deal with this? Starting from the elves nearby, as they all were moved by their emotions, all of them get onto their knees one by one. We are not only together with Lily Sama. Now, there are also the king, queen and the other two princes. While all the elves get moved to tears, the king slowly walks towards us. Oh hero, the person who has saved the elf country, the one who was blessed with God protection, our gratitude is yours for all eternity. Afterwards, even the king get on his knees and dropped his head. I really should have run away. Chapter 11. The beginning of heroism. The hall turns quiet. While all the elves are kneeling, there is nothing to obstruct their vision, thus all their sights are focused on us who are still standing. I understand the reason behind these elves' emotions. They are grateful to us for saving their country. However, isn't it too much for the king of said country to kneel in gratitude as well? It gives an impression that the king is weak-willed. The king then said that we people have done well. Do we need to make some speech? Everyone is solemn, as if waiting for something. They never stand up. No, rather than us, I bet they are waiting for me. What should I say in a situation like this? Ellie looks at me. I shook my head off. No way. I'm counting on you. It's no use since the God protection has been revealed. Ellie sighed after hearing my desperate pleas. While being watched by the elves, she starts talking. I humbly receive everyone's gratitude. O king, as well the other elves, please stand up. Ellie is truly reliable in this kind of situation. The king and the other elves all stand up after hearing Ellie's words. Lily Sama is still standing as she was. There is one thing we would like to say. The voice of the spirits, albeit mentioning how he received the God protection, he is far from a hero. No way. If he is not a hero, then what is he? Ellie winced a bit from the king's question. Hey, get a hold of yourself. Are you that reluctant to admit that I'm not a hero? Simply said, a hero is a person sent by God to eliminate the demon king. Since ancient time, there are many people who proclaim to be a hero, yet there was only one. Since there is no proof of demon king resurrection yet, our role can be said to be different. Tilaka immediately took over and explained it calmly. And that role is? What is my role? That is not up to us to talk about here. Everyone, do not tell anyone that we have received God protection. It will only hinder our jobs. Good Tilaka-san, you are doing a very good job. Although she admitted the God protection, she makes sure to emphasize that we are no heroes. Plus, her followed-up speech is great. These people will keep quiet due to their gratitude. That is their only choice. It was God's will that allowed us to save this country. Let us give our thanks to God by offering our prayers. And concluded our explanation by clasping both hands and prayed, in which the elves joined on the spot and offered their prayers. Is this the end? Somehow, I managed to get through it. For all of you, a variety of rewards are prepared. They have already seen it, Father. In response to the king and Lily Sama's words, Ellie thanks them for all the gifts that were brought by the elves. I was unable to see each of them since I was preoccupied, but she managed to describe each item perfectly. Them checking the goods carefully just now wasn't a waste after all. Perhaps it's a better thing to do in favor of things to come. As for the other proposed things, I don't need it. I see. It's good to see that you are satisfied with all the items brought by everyone. What else to say? We received luxuries goods in high volume. Each of them is handcrafted by the elves' citizen and were brought here by themselves. These are the only things that we didn't refuse. As a result, the royal family was not able to give us the remaining gifts. I wonder if I can just lower my head and get away with it. Our heroes, is there any way for us the elves to repay your deeds? Just like what Lily Sama otherwise has suggested, it is nice to know that we can demand for anything, but this much is enough. The only thing left is to discuss about the support for the pioneering project, but that topic is not something to be discussed here. I have nothing more to ask, yet before I managed to say it, Lily-sama stepped forward, cutting off my action. In that case, please allow me. I will enter their party. I will lend them my power and help them achieve their goal. Lily-sama is, among the elves, Lily-sama is the best wind spirit magic user. It is time for Lily-sama action at last. Thanks for your thought. We already have enough party members. I know that I'm going to make a scene by saying this, but if I don't firmly state it here, things will take the worst turn in longer run. For now, if I avoided Lily-sama eyes and keep everything to myself, I will be able to ignore the glare of the masses. What? Lily-sama was refused. Lily-sama is going to cry. Stay strong, Lily-sama. I can defeat your enemies. At least I have that much confidence in my magic. I will surely prove myself useful to you. That is not the problem. If you want to compare usefulness, it's easier for me to pick a child and bless him with protection. As an elven princess turned to adventurer, she is nothing but a hindrance in battle. If you think carefully, she is more like a disadvantage. Putting it simply, our role is something dangerous. Also, Lily-sama, as I like to say myself, you are not strong enough. But, Lily-sama, we already received enough rewards. This much is fine. Looking at Lily-sama, whose face is sullied by tears, I feel bad for refusing her frankly in front of all her kin. However, telling her later will only do more injustice. It seems that you are satisfied with our gifts. However, keep in mind that our gratitude isn't limited to the rewards that we gave. Every elf in this country, over their hundreds of years of life, their memory of your bravery will be etched for eternity. Whatever it may be like in the future, please do not forget that you are our benefactors and our friend. To be honest, it will be better for me if you lot forget about it soon, though there is no way I can say that during this mood. What can I really do? Our humblest gratitude, O King. Our friendship with the elves will be forever remembered. Opposite to my thought, Ellie responded properly to the words of the king. My king, please grant us obscurity towards the outsiders again. I don't want to make a fuss, Tiliku said. I hope he will keep everything under wraps once more. Your wish has been heard. Everyone, listen. Do not mention anything about them to the outsiders. With that said, I hope this celebration will finally end. On behalf of Lily-sama, who was emotionally devastated, we are guided by Titus-san to the throne. There is a room behind the throne, where we are going to have an audience with the king. However, we didn't leave the throne straight away. After we reached a position steps away from the throne, we were brought to face against all the elf audience. The elf king slowly descended to my side. It's like a curtain call at the end of a performance. Should I say something? A king that I have met twice will never know how much I dislike this situation. This is too sudden. He should have explained the setup to me in advance. But I'm the one who never showed my face for a week, so I guess it is my bad. I want to run behind Ellie, but I am already put in the middle, with Ellie and Anne at my left while Sati and Tiliku are at my right. Ellie is getting excited from all the attention she is receiving. Both Anne and Tiliku are calm. Sati is a little bit nervous. I couldn't hear it while standing on the platform, but it looks like the elves are trying to say something. I guess they want to honor our achievement in a grand manner. But I don't think this is able to change my miserable self. I'm not glad. I really wish that I had run away. Sati, can you hear what everybody is saying? Yes. They are saying many things about us. How Masaru-sama defeated the Earth Turtle King and shot meteors many times. And lastly, how Masaru-sama defeated a dragon with a sword. A little bit about me. They are talking about Elizabeth-sama's wind magic or Tiliku's summoning magic. The sound detection skill is very useful. Perhaps I should learn it next. The king began his speech while I was talking with Sati. He expresses our battle achievements carefully in great detail. We were brought over to the elf country as Lily-sama's hired guard, then proceed to a brief meeting with the king. After collecting some information regarding the Earth Turtle King, I was able to grasp the key points on how to defeat him. Well, it's not like I particularly want to hide it from them, Not to mention that Lily-sama was staying with us for as long the battle was ongoing. She has fulfilled our promise about not mentioning the gate and miraculous light. Looking at it this way, each of the defensive lines were barely functional at the end. Even if they managed to defeat the Earth Turtle King on their own, the probability that they will lose at the end is very high. To Lily-sama, we must have appeared like a gallant hero who drove away the demons with a large-scale magic bestowed by the god protection. Again, looking from the elves' perspective, our party did manage to achieve a great success. He defeated the Orc King's corps, who managed to break through the rampart wall, all alone by himself. That did happen. When the Orc King, who I thought was defeated at first, sprung up, I did get panicked. Even after his mana was depleted, he quickly switched to his bow. Even after his bow was broken, he replaced it with an elf bow and returned to the front line. Now that he talked about it, I believe my arrows warrant replenishment. Plus, I need to return back the elf arrows that I borrowed when my cheap bow broke. They called a dragon with the legendary summoning magic. Drago was beat up senseless last time. Ever since then, we haven't called him. Hopefully he is already alright. When we call him next time, I will apologize for making a mistake in my strategy. Lily has said. Masaru stopped a rushing dragon without any fear and without running away. Right at that moment, Masaru descended the castle wall and confronted the dragon with a single sword. I got lucky that time. That was one hell of situation. After all the ruckus, I fell in the moat and caught a cold. That time, with this broken sword, looks like they retrieved my sword when I fell into the moat after beating the dragon. An elf dedicatedly brought it to my side, but what should I do with it? Keep it as a souvenir? It was a fairly good sword with a build price around 500,000 yen. Since I used it as catalyst for magic sword, it was broken near to the hilt. This sword is beyond repair. Well, that is within expectation since it is used against the dragon. Yet, they never demanded any rewards. Before leaving, they proclaimed that taking back the dragon is all they need. The king's speech is finally ending. Afterward, the enchanted elves turned their gaze on me and start applauding. The hall quickly filled with thunderous claps and cheers. There were also many other elves that shed tears due to being impressed. This way, it makes me look a little like hero material. Finally, once again, let us the elves devote our greatest gratitude. And then remember, that this secret lies among us, the elves. Everyone, you are strictly forbidden from revealing this to everyone other than the elf clan. The elves give their final applause, gradually ending the ceremony for that day. I was pretty much exhausted, but before we take our leave, there is still an audience with the king. Entering the private room behind the hall, we were brought to a round table. The people currently presented are the king and the queen, Lily-sama, and the other two is her elder brothers. Titus-san, as well. The king escorts are standing near the wall on standby. I already heard about your exploits on the battlefield, but to think that you received protection from the god himself. That's it. None of them are doubting the spirit's words back then. I guess the spirits truly are of utmost importance in this place. From which side has it caught up? Even from the first time I met the king, his spirit already talked about my protection. The spirits are the grace given to the elves by God. According to the king, the elf ancestor, who settled down in this place way in the distant past, albeit having good grasp of magic, their usage of magic was not as developed as it is now. Compared to the other races, theirs was very weak. The only redeeming quality about them is their long life expectancy. The god found it pitiful, so he bestowed them with spirits. At first, the spirits were some magical existence that occasionally make mistakes, but after growing together with the elves, they started to gain intelligence. An elf with a spirit companion will always be protected by spirits. They are bound for a lifetime. However, they don't have much knowledge regarding the recent leak of important information. Based on their years on experience, they will not doubt the spirits. When I was born, the spirits gathered to give me their blessings. I heard that I have some task to finish in the future. I wonder if it is this encounter. Perhaps she has an important role during the crisis in the future. Her job might be related to mine. However, I have yet to receive any instructions from God, so I don't have the slightest intention to put her in my party. As the God Apostle, I can understand why you are worried about identity leakage. I would like you to have peace of mind though, since I'm going to put a complete stop regarding this matter. The spirits rarely talked, much less showed their own emotions. Once their familiar spirits show their own opinion, of course people will get concerned. Once the matter regarding the spirits is resolved, we move to the practical affair next. Leaving the downhearted Lily-sama alone, Titus-san opens the topic regarding the matter that we already discussed. While I tell the king about the fine details, the king easily gets the gist of the situation. Although you have received the gifts that we have offered, I still think that this is unfair. Perhaps we should reconsider Lily's previous offer. Support for a large-scale development. The elf treasured bracelet. Position and reward worthy of an apostle. Residence in the elf country. An elf-made squad. Even Titus. They were certainly interesting rewards, but none really caught my interest. The mountain of treasures that they've prepared already has enormous value. We were also rewarded by the guild. As expected, I don't think I want anything else. Then, me. Don't you know when to give up? I hardly have any mana left during the previous battle. That's why I can't show you. My power is beyond that. If you add me to your party, I promise you that I'll be useful. Lily, please stop with your selfishness. Do you wish to trouble Masaru Dono further? But father, didn't you tell me to go experience the outside world once I have grown up? To go out from this country to learn about the outside world? I believe that this is a good opportunity. Has Lily-sama reached adulthood though? No, I never know how the elf ages. The king in front of me might looks like he is in his 20s, but the truth is his age well exceeds 200 years old. It's rare to see Lily being motivated. Masaru Dono, how about it? Would you like to try it, even if it's for a short period? By the way, I was told that Lily-sama has no jobs, neither does she hold an official position, even though she is an adult. Don't tell me, Lily-sama is a NEET? Well, a princess like her will face no inconvenience even without working. But she is unusually enthusiastic for a NEET. The king thought that it might be a good idea, but I honestly am troubled with it. I can always ask what the others think about it, but in the end, I need to make the final judgment. Well, thinking about what is needed to receive the protection, I have no other choice than to do it. There are still a couple of problems. First of all, as I already mentioned, our role is very dangerous. I can't expose an elven princess to those dangers. Given the series of quests this time, there is a huge chance that God will continue to impose unreasonable challenges in the future. Beginning by sending me to Sori Town, next he sent me to the battle at Gorba's fortress. This time, he sent me to help the elf country by participating in their battles under the pretext to help Nania-san. At first, all the events were cleverly placed like a well-put puzzle, but that is not enough to be a reason to get a new party member. Rather, I don't want such danger to become a norm in my everyday life. I want to live as comfortably as I can. I'm prepared for danger. I was prepared to die in the last battle even if Masaru and the others weren't there. I'm not afraid of death. There is no way you can return to the elf country if we weren't there in the first place. In those 2 days, I'm sure that Lily-sama noticed that our party consists of rear attackers only. Even if we want to recruit someone, we need them to be a vanguard. To put it simply, a shield user. Have you forgotten about my spirit magic? My spirit magic is specialized for defense. It's a given that it can serve as shield role as well. No? Lily-sama shows off a smug face. Then let us try it. Sati. Yes. I hand out a sword to Sati from my item box. Beside the large table, Lily-sama and Sati, who is holding a sword, get into a standoff. Try to block Sati's sword. I never tell Sati what to do, but even then, she understood what her task is. Pierce the shield. Hey, I don't know if that thin-looking sword can penetrate my spirit's shield. Saying that, Lily-sama enveloped herself in a wind barrier. Spirit magic can be cast at nearly zero chanting speed. Depending on its strength, it might fit the role of shield very well. However, Lily-sama is completely underestimating Sati's ability. She still doesn't realize how dangerous Sati is. I'm coming. Stepping forward, Sati raised her sword. Her sword moves in incredible speed, however, it was stopped short, blocked by the wind barrier above Lily-sama's head. How is it? It's impossible. It's probably not, since the edge of the sword managed to creep closer to her than she expected. Her face paled quite a bit. She closed her eyes when the sword was approaching. Clearly, she doesn't have much experience in actual battle. Sati suddenly pulled back her sword and gets back to her previous position. Then, she readied herself again. This time, her position is for thrusting. One more time. Oh. Sati looks serious. Getting stopped makes her riled up. I don't know about Lily-sama or her spirits, but I can clearly tell Sati's intention. Concentrating her magic power at the front, she concentrated on her wind barrier. I've already grasped your power now. There is no way I'm letting you come close next time. This time, her wind barrier felt thicker and denser as she poured more mana. Waiting until Lily-sama is finally ready, she stepped forward and let out a consecutive thrust. Then, Sati's sword penetrated the wind as if getting sucked in, ultimately pierced the barrier. Heh! Lily-sama's voice leaks. Sati's sword quickly went to Lily-sama's neck. Sati slowly pulled her sword from Lily-sama. Her gulps are apparent on her throat as the sword goes by. You might be able to fend off the first attack, but it seems that you lack power to block the next one. Tilda. Lily-sama gets watery-eyed. Then, Titus-san leaves a remark. Excuse me, perhaps Sati-sama is a master in swordsmanship. I have never successfully penetrated Lily-sama's wind barrier before. As expected from Titus-san. Nothing can escape her observation. See? Correct. Sati is an expert marksman too. It's a given that she is a master swordsman. My barrier can deflect anything if it's within ordinary attack range. Since she managed to guard against the first attack, I'm sure that her barrier is strong enough. It is Lily-sama's proud shield after all. But from now on, the enemies we are going to encounter will be around a dragon or an orc king level. I doubt she can withstand their might with her current defensive power. Regardless of her not being blessed by protection, as she is now, she can hardly serve as our shield. Not only that, as you can see, this party is mainly composed of me and my wives. It's a party build-up of my family. I don't plan to put an outsider in my party even in the future. I was planning to put her in for a test, but eventually I settled down with this excuse. Family. After being told that I am not planning to put outsiders in the party, Lily-sama finally shows a hint of giving up. Anyways, what should we do next? I haven't eaten lunch yet. I'm also dead tired, so I want to return home and hit the sack. We are preparing for a ball. Please attend. So, said Titus-san. Figures they plan to provide us with as much hospitality as they can. Sure. Of course we are going to attend. Right, Masaru. Well, whatever. Most probably it will be a feast. Since we are just eating, things won't go so bad. They are still preparing, so in the meantime we can continue our conversation, is what they suggested. Tea and snacks were already brought in. That's right. Huh? Hey, Lily-sama. Is everything alright? Lily-sama, who suddenly stood up, has a bright face incomparable to the one before. Father, I'm going to marry Masaru. Chapter 12. Lily and Dora Petticoat. First thing first, let's talk about the situation surrounding Lily-sama. Lily-sama, or Lily and Dora Petticoat, is the second child of the royal family from the current reigning king. She is the first elven princess and second in line for inheriting the throne. She is a beautiful princess who brings no shame to the royal family in public. She is 30 years old, still quite a young age for an elf. Having reached adulthood last year, Lily-sama is currently leading a life of idleness, in other words, a NEET. Naturally, even I didn't grow up simply to become a NEET. I'm sure that Lily-sama is actually in the same situation. The story goes back to during the birth of Lily-sama. During Lily-sama's birth, a lot of spirits gathered and celebrated her with a blessing song. It's rare even among the royalty to be born with the spirit's blessing, so it was a great honor. In fact, Lily-sama's two brothers were not blessed. During the same time, the spirits gave a premonition that Lily-sama will be involved in something special in the future. In later years, during the ceremony for contracting a spirit, she formed a pact with a powerful wind spirit as her companion. The spirit was a gift as God's grace, The elves who become companions with the spirits boost their magic ability and turn into great magic users. Even among the other spirit users, Lily Sama is an outstanding magician. There are many factors influencing her growth as a spirit magic user, such as genes or education. Because of that, she ends up growing up with a strong sense of justice and a straightforward outlook on life. However, it's not Lily Sama's fault for thinking that she is a special one. She was treated that way ever since she was born. You can say she was raised that way. An elf is normally considered to be an adult after reaching the age of 30. The reason is not because they are lazy, more like it's because they are still too young. Apart from general education, when an elf reaches 10 years old, they start to help around the house. After reaching 20 years old, they will start looking forward for their future, as in job hunting, further studies, training, etc. The most common jobs chosen are either being a soldier or a hunter. Since the elf country is on the border with the demonic realm, they encounter monsters on a daily basis. Albeit dangerous, it's a very rewarding occupation that brings both money and respect. The next most common one is a productivity-related job. In other words, a craftsman. The closed elf country can produce their own items, thus being self-sufficient. There are all kinds of craftsmen, from weapons to everyday common items. The elven race has devoted their entire life manufacturing homegrown products. Even if it is just a pot, they are well crafted, reaching the level of being fine arts in their own league. Normally, selling them outside will provide you with a tidy profit. These items have an active role in foreign exchange and trading. However, since everything is crafted by hand, the volume produced rarely exceeds that of the requirements from inside the country itself. Therefore, the products are rarely sold outside, thus creating a huge demand, and massive prices are offered for any elven handcrafted products. Naturally, there are other jobs beside these major ones. However, Lily Sama is not going to work in the kitchen or on a farm, so those choices are omitted. As for her social standing, her position as one of the royal family allows her to participate in the country's management work. Yet, due to her inability to document paperwork, the only choice left for Lily Sama is either a productivity job or combat. Lily Sama chose to enter combat. It's natural. She is the strongest among the other young spirit magic users. However, she encountered a problem. Although she is a capable mage, there is no way people are going to let her participate in any dangerous battles at all. After all, she is the special princess who is supposed to be doing something great in the future as prophesied by the spirits. She is not allowed to participate in any dangerous missions. Even if she was assigned one, she will only be given an easy duty. She is treated as a esteemed princess even by the guests. Her duty is boring, but it's understandable due to her standing as the princess in prophecy. Even after she reached adulthood last year, she was still not allowed to go to any dangerous places. Nevertheless, she is not motivated to work on paperwork nor as a craftsman. Since the elf country rarely exchanges contact with the outside world, her role as a princess is only required on rare occasions. The lack of impetus in her everyday routine makes her lead a lazy life. At this point, she is slowly turning into a NEET. The fact that she is only great at magic and not at other aspects of life is not helping either. Being a NEET is not an inconvenience in the elf country. Despite being located near the dangerous demonic realm, ever since the solid barrier surrounding the country was completed, it has been safe to stay within the country. They are exporting goods at a stable rate, therefore making the elf race very rich. Finding food in this country isn't that hard. In exchange for a very long lifespan, the birth rate of children is extremely low, making them take care of their children very carefully. As far as working is concerned, the adults have let their kids have it easy. This has led to a major social problem once the elderly noticed it. A variety of countermeasures were devised. In the end, they finally came out with a training regime in the outside world. The elves who decided not to work after reaching 30 years old are compelled to go on a journey to the outside world as training for at least 10 years. This may lead to a decrease in elf population, but if they don't make changes they will only increase the amount of NEETs. They are elves who live for hundreds of years. The social burden brought by the NEETs are going to be huge. Therefore, The elves set their empathy aside and sent their young ones to the outside world. Formerly, it was said to be life-draining, but the actual conditions were not so dangerous or harsh by any means. Some elves with more aggressive natures tend to become adventurers. They go out for a life-searching trip, and most of them rely on the elves who reside in the outside world. They are tasked with ordinary jobs and learn how to tackle some common tasks. The situation regarding the training was understood, therefore the outside elves are strict in coaching. Several elves were defeated halfway on the journey while others fell in love with it. Most of them turn out to be excellent workers after returning in 10 years. Even for the elves who take permanent residence outside, usually after 50 to 100 years they will return to the country. Mixing with another race who has a shorter lifespan has proven to be difficult. Of course, even Lily Sama is not an exception. There can't be a NEET coming from royal lineage. She is participating in the magic unit which resides inside the elf country. They are responsible for defending the country as stated in the defense agreement with the human kingdom. Although it is related to battle which Lily Sama specialized in, the strong army is more formalized. It's the sign that the elf country and the human kingdom relationship is going well. In other words, a symbol. All the members are mages. They are a powerful core, but they are smaller than the human troops. Even if they weren't allies anymore, it won't hurt the overall human war potential at all, as for now they have a better image as the beautiful elf guardians. There is almost no war. Instead of going to the kingdom as a mage, Lily Sama suits the role of princess way more. To be honest, Lily Sama doesn't mind it that much. In her mind, she believes that this lifestyle is way better than being a NEET. The thought of forcefully running away from home did enter Lily Sama's thoughts once in a while, but the truth is she holds no disdain for her country and her subjects at all. The elves lead a very long life. They tend to take time to make an important decision. They won't simply decide on something just because they have reached adulthood. No rush at all. However, she is extremely conscious of the surrounding eyes. Should she go back to the kingdom or should she think of something different? While she is contemplating her choice while leading a NEET life, the elf country fell into a crisis. Then Lily Sama met us, thus saving her country. In her mind, this is the special role and fate that had finally arrived. I'll get to be in your party. Masaru will get another wife. A win-win situation. No? Lily Sama uttered it happily as if it was the greatest idea. Aren't your family members okay with that too? You already have 4 wives, adding one more won't hurt. No, you're the one who is insisting to join my party even though it was ruled out, understand? Honestly, I was thinking of adding one more person to the family. I let out my thought just now and the girls don't seem to mind either. Everyone had their level increased exponentially during the defensive battle here in the elf country. Increasing our number will further strengthen our party, which might be important in the future. Moreover, it's much better when the new member is a woman due to the requirement to receive protection. I don't want a man in my harem, but there must be love. That's the reason why I declined Titus-san earlier, thinking that it is a waste. But I'm in love with Masaru too, you know. Otherwise, I would never have said something like this. Is that so? I glanced back at Hilika and found out her desire to enter my party is strong enough that she is not lying. Wait a second. If she loves me, then is it fine taking her as my wife? Even if I asked her to do erotic stuff with my harem, a little bit of my heart is attracted to the offer, but this matter isn't as simple as it sounds. Besides, isn't today only the second time we've met? The number of time people meet doesn't determine whether they fell in love or not. I don't understand her reasoning. Why jump straight away to marriage anyway? No, previously when they presented Titus-san as a slave to me, I wondered if I hurt her pride as a woman when I outright reject her. Lily Sama, I'm just saying that I can't simply take your offer when your feeling isn't that strong. Her face is so serious that I was almost swayed away. There is no doubt that she is not joking. Whatever my excuse now will probably not be accepted. I am put into quite a difficult situation since Lily Sama isn't an ordinary elf. Based on how she acted during the previous battle, I know Lily Sama possesses great courage. She might have an idea too how dangerous is it living a life as an adventurer, but by becoming my wife, she more or less becomes directly involved with the destruction of the world. The others have already accepted it. They are already involved. If one of them is missing, I'll die. Based on the series of the quests given, it's clear that Tito Kami intends to actively intervene during a great crisis. If I end up rejecting the quest, or we don't manage to arrive in a timely manner, I wonder what kind of misery will happen. I'm sure something terrible will occur instead. Even though Ito Kami clearly mentioned that I'm not obligated to accept his quests, I don't think I can easily decline them in the future. With that said, even if I want to increase the amount in my harem, I need to carefully select the eligible people. Something like they need to be ready to put their life at stake at any moment, or similar. No, it's fine to leave them house-sitting too, I guess. No need to bring all of them together with me. If they can't join the battle, I can make them work as our support. The problem here is Lily-sama wants to join the front line. It's hardly believable for her to stay at home house-sitting. Even after I explain the danger, she will happily join together in my journey. I'm sorry, Lily-sama. Even after disregarding the danger, having an elf princess as my wife is a big hurdle on its own. They can call me hero of the country or a prophesized hero, yet I can't find any common ground between me as an adventurer and Lily-sama as the princess. Even if I too love Lily-sama in exchange, I wonder if the surrounding people will forgive it. I don't want to create unnecessary trouble, especially in front of her parents. The king watched over our exchange without opening his mouth. His face, however, is showing a kind of reluctance. Won't you stop your daughter who is trying to run away? Hearing my refusal, Lily-sama's face distorted. Do you hate the idea of marrying me that much? Lily-sama suddenly shed tears. No, that is not the reason. Well, it's true that we've just met twice, but I've seen how courageously Masaru fights with my own eyes. Your magic, your sword, your appearance is just like that of a hero. Earlier, the king kind of glorified my battle achievements. Now that I think about it, since he heard the report from Lily-sama, then it's no wonder since Lily-sama heralded me as her hero. Our meeting might just be a coincidence. However, when we first met, I was convinced that Masaru can defeat the Earth Turtle King. This is an encounter of fate. Wasn't that the suspended bridge effect? Besides, I never thought of using the flare to defeat the Earth Turtle King at first. When the dragon suddenly appeared, I was honestly prepared for death, even though Masaru was clearly depleted of mana. When I saw you defeated the dragon with just a sword, I was I was. Is she this serious? It was my fault to tell her something like she is just having a temporary crush. If you accept Lily's proposal, I will bless you. Of course. Everything is up to Masaru Dono's decision. The queen who was watching our exchange quietly at the side said so. At the current time, it's a very rare situation since the elf country doesn't interact much with outside world. However, in the past there are many cases where a human and an elf got married. Sati is a beastman, but nobody objected when I got married to her. Perhaps interracial marriage is normal in this world. An elven princess is like an unreachable flower for me, but if I could get the permission. She is already an adult. Her parents are here and not opposing. The king doesn't say anything. Probably he doesn't mind letting her enter my party. Today is only my second encounter with Lily-sama, but we already fought arm in arm for a whole day. Her ability, the spirit magic, will be useful for our party. We don't have a compatibility problem. In the time I've spent together with her, I've noticed that her personality is very good. Her basic living skills might not be very good, but that is because Lily-sama was never required to do any housework on her own. If anything, she is an extremely beautiful elven princess. That kind of girl. Can I bring her home to do this and that? Imagine ordering her to take off her clothes. Not bad at all. Yes, very good. Take it off right now. I'll tell her. While giggling to myself, I take a sneak peek at the crying Lily-sama. I wish to answer her feelings. If I acknowledge them here. No. I need to ask everyone first. I neglect the crying Lily-sama for now and gather everyone in the corner of the room. We all face each other. What do you think? Ellie, who understood Lily-sama's feelings, said that we should put her in our party. Accepting her will prove to be an addition to our party's strength. Anne said Lily-sama is a good girl. She will do fine even if they are all living under the same roof. Sati is excited. She is the elven princess. As expected, Masaru-sama is amazing. She gave out such a feeling. Tilaka is welcoming. Sati looks pleased. I wonder if that is enough. The rest is up to Masaru. Ellie told me that at the end no one is opposed to the idea. Based on their reply, it's fine if I take her home right away. No, wait. Don't be swept away by the temporary desire for the princess. I need to think about it very calmly. Be cool. For Sati and Anne, I already had a sexual relationship with both way before we got married, so there is not much choice. As for Ellie and Tilaka, we both did it right before the wedding to consolidate our relationship. As for Lily-sama, perhaps I should refrain myself this time. However, if she becomes my wife, then there is no problem. Okay, so now what is the disadvantage? Right. She is the elven princess. She is not a mere elf. As a princess, if she enters my party and becomes an adventurer, there will be many problems coming along together with her. In other words, it's clear here that the problem isn't with the dangerous situations as an adventurer or her becoming a member of my harem. Lily-sama as a person is the problem itself. Hide her identity. No. It's required for her to discard her identity as a princess if she wishes to be an adventurer. Otherwise we couldn't fight together. Later when we returned to the table, Lily-sama still had a sorrowful face, but at least she appears to have calmed down. She is waiting for my reply anxiously. If let's say that Lily-sama is required to abandon her identity as a princess, what do you say? I want to see if she is prepared to go that far. Do you mean my identity as a princess is unnecessary? Yes. Just like the test before, my power is still lacking. The role I'm currently assuming is extremely dangerous. Survival is not guaranteed unless you're powerful. I want to know if Lily-sama is prepared for such consequences. I am. If it's for Masaru, I'll devote my body for anything that will come. I do not need my status as a princess. We are adventurers. We are far from being wealthy. There will be lots of hardship that will follow. You know that? No problem. If Lily-sama is prepared for at least that much, then wait. When I want to give Lily-sama my answer, the king suddenly chimed in. Masaru Dono. Why yes. If you are taking Lily away, not to mention the rewards, consider your friendship with the elves severed. Father, Your Highness. Seems like your cute daughter is too much for you to let go away. However, in my case, if I can get Lily-sama, I wouldn't have any problem with letting go of the other things. The money and the other things, I can get it myself with my own effort. Regarding our friendship with the elves, based on what the king is implying, I don't think it will turn into a hostile relationship. I'm the one asking Lily-sama to abandon her position as princess. Therefore, I'll return all the rewards. Even though I get a feeling that I've received nothing in the first place. I still have one dragon left. Our discussion regarding the pioneering project is gone now, but I'll find another way. I'm sorry, everyone. Sacrificing all the rewards in exchange for Lily-sama. I think it's worth it. I'll think hard for an alternative with everyone. Masaru. The king was silenced after hearing my resolute answer while Lily-sama expressed a face full of joy. Everyone's attention is gathered on me now. I guess this situation won't move on unless I state my decision. Now is the time for an official proposal. Let's get married then, otherwise, I can't bring Lily-sama back to my home. A proposal is different to a declaration of love. Lily-sama wishes to fight with us, therefore, I will swear my love to her right here and right now. I won't tell her a lie, but I will not tell her the complete truth either. Something that sounds cool or inspiring will be suitable for this scene. Before the people who are gathered here, I will grant myself and swiftly swear to God. Even if we are born in different places, as a different race, we will become a family, the best of friends, for better, for worse, together through the best and worst of what is to come. I stand up slowly and declared my oath while looking at everyone present, to Anne, Ellie, Sati and Tilika. My pledge is a reference to the oath of the Peach Garden from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. We are people born from three different places and times. We are family until death do us apart. Just that even after I've lived my whole life, Lily Sama will only have reached the starting point of her life by then. O Princess of the Noble Elves, by joining our family, we will share everything together and fight side by side. Can you promise loyalty to each of us? I swear. I, Liliane Dora Petticoat, swear to God and the Spirit to fight and cooperate alongside you as your shield. She didn't have time to prepare her speech beforehand. However, based on the surrounding reactions, she seems to be doing good. At first I thought this kind of development is too early for us, but I guess that fate won't let us be apart any longer. I may regret this soon, however, I really do want to make Lily Sama mine. Welcome aboard, Lily Sama. My pleasure. I remove my own mana ring from my finger, take Lily Sama's left hand and put it on her ring finger. This ring is the symbol of our oath. Immediately after I put the ring on her, Lily Sama's menu appeared. Whoa. Has her loyalty reached the minimum mark already? She is the second person after Sati to have their menu open before we are doing it. Maybe it was this ring, or maybe it was due to my speech earlier. However, I'm glad. The marriage of you two, I'll approve it. Father Masaru Dono, sorry for testing you before. I see. That was the reason. It's normal to assume that I want the benefit for betrothing a princess like Lily Sama. I also leered quite a bit at her body, which I take it was a bad move, especially right in front of her parents. Masaru Dono, if at any point you're fed up with Lily and her selfishness, it's okay to kick her out anytime you want, alright? Mother, I know she meant it as a joke. After all, our marriage will also serve as Lily Sama's training. I don't think it's fine to kick her out just for a little misbehavior. Chapter 13. Mess with the King of Elves. Both sides are still in confusion. It is necessary to organize the situation at once. Let's have a meal and continue our conversation, said the king. As to wait for his daughter's preparations to finish, the king is moving to the next room, with Lily Sama left here of course. Before that, the king came to Lily. While saying that he has something to talk to her about, he gently ushered me away. I would like to say that I'm ready to follow him from today, but I need to make a bit of preparation. I'll take care of it so that I'm ready to leave tomorrow. I don't mind, but are you that eager to leave here? Maybe that is the topic the king wants to discuss with her. Don't worry, it is just training. It was decided that she is going to go out training since the beginning. Therefore she already made several preparations. Usually, when an elf is leaving for training, people from the country won't celebrate or throw a festival for them. In this world, wedding ceremony like what I did is not common amongst the people. As for the elves, their decision usually is based on the individual preference or their economic situation. In this area they aren't that much different compared to the Japanese. However, since she is a princess, she is expected to carry that obligation. Of course, it's fine if that is what Lily Sama desired. However, her priority right now is to become an adventurer. She doesn't seem to hold much interest in such ceremonies. From what I heard from Titus-san, it takes at least a week to prepare for a proper wedding ceremony. If possible, she wants to stretch it to at least a month. I know the winter vacation is already around the corner. However, I refuse to get stuck in a house arrest. By the way, how big is the mansion that the princess is currently staying in? At one point of discussion, Titus-san asked me regarding the size of Lily Sama's new dwelling place. They are preparing for tomorrow's departure. They are asking about the room size because they have prepared a lot of packages. About a quarter of this room. Princess, we need to make some readjustments to what we should bring. You can dispose of the unnecessary. I'm going to become an adventurer. I can make do without those items. You claimed that you want to become an adventurer, so why did you leave all the preparation to your attendant? I mean, I have no qualm regarding this girl's power. However, I am uncertain whether this girl is ready to become an adventurer. Don't tell me she is going to bring Titus-san on tow. For now, I will prepare 2 rooms for you. If it is not enough, we will think of another solution, and suggested to them. At present, all rooms are located in the tower. The first floor is practically an empty space. The second floor consists of dining hall, living room and bath. Both Ellie and Anne are staying on that floor as well. As for me, Sati and Tilika, We have our own room on the third floor alongside another two unoccupied rooms. On the rooftop there is a room for tea time. I planned to make an entrance on the first floor on a later day. Aside from that, I also planned to add a reception hall and a guest rooms on that floor, but at this rate, I might need to add an extension next to that building. The current tower is mostly focused on defensive aspect akin to a fortress or a rampart. It's far from a lord's house. I feel like it's not in a state to invite guests in, plus the number of rooms are far too few. Even when compared to one of the village chief's house during our travels, ours is on the small side. Their homes are more spacious because it also acts as the meeting space. Putting that aside, what are we going to talk about after this? While I was preoccupied thinking about my house, Titus-san has left to prepare for Lily-sama. Then, Lily asked me a question. Things that we are going to discuss. Let's see. Since we don't have much time left before dinner, I need to think on how to behave in front of the king soon. Lily-sama will be at my side during our discussion. It's difficult to ask for a private talk. However, I'll have time to personally talk with Lily-sama anyway. Everything. Their intel on us is obscure, however things like protection are known to them. Even Lily-sama is eligible for it now. Even if I keep my mouth shut, they will catch on. Rather than getting all awkward when our little secrets are exposed, I'd rather spoil them on our secret. That is fine and all, but I hope you will not act rude this time, Masaru. We are going to form a long-lasting friendship with them. I understand that notion, although vaguely. Although I'm getting Lily-sama, she is going to bid farewell to the people here. From a Japanese perspective, people usually call me as someone who is chasing after money and status, but I wonder how the parents in this world are handling their in-law in this case. Based on what I have heard from both Ellie and Anne, that is not a usual case in this world. However, seeing that they are a royal family of elf lineage, I wonder if they have a different perspective. What do you mean with everything? Sure enough, Lily-sama asked with an I'm lost face. We are going to talk about the quest. Oh my. Finally, you are going to tell me about it. Just that. A small leak on this matter will prove a huge setback for me. I only spoke about it to a handful of people. I always ask them to swear to keep the information confidential too. The elves honor trust. They will absolutely never break something that they have promised. Why don't we give them full explanation? That is nice thing for the elves to do. After discussing lots of things with Lily-sama, I found that here marrying into rich is exactly what it means. There is no difference regarding how the parent treat the in-laws and all other. It's fine to apply the Japanese sense in this matter. However, I need to learn the correct ways to greet my father-in-law. I don't mean to brag, but I know next to absolutely nothing about this matter. All my life I've believed that I need to treat my father-in-law the way people in dramas do. But I was mistaken. Even the king pretended to give me a hard time in the beginning. Somehow, I can feel my stomach churning. Not long afterward, the meal is ready. The time is mid-afternoon. Although my stomach is better, I can hardly start eating. Plenty of luxurious food was prepared, but I'm so nervous that I can hardly register the taste of the food that I had in my hand. Usually, I'll leave all the troublesome negotiations to Anne or Ellie. However, today I am the main focus. I am sitting next to the king, El Dorado Dora Petticoat. It is a special seat. There is probably no veto right and I can't expect any help from others too. At first, he tries to familiarize with me, the bridegroom. Afterward he insisted on hearing about my recent adventuring tales. When I tried to tell him the stories, I have trouble how to address him, since I felt like he is far too different than a common folk like me. Therefore, I am having trouble responding to his questions. Calling by his name feels like I'm being overly familiar. It's too soon to call him my father-in-law. In the end, I settled with calling him as a king. Sati, who is sitting next to me, is unable to cut into my conversation with the king. Although it looks like she is being selfish, she obediently eats the luxurious meals that was prepared till the end of the day. Ellie and Anne are talking together with the queen and Lily-sama. They look like they are having so much fun. Apparently, it's clear that I'm the only one in a pinch. As a hero of this country, I've received nothing but their best hospitality. However, my mind condition would beg to differ. According to what Lily-sama said, Elves in this world don't seem to have much difference compared to mine in terms of parent-to-child relationships. At the front, I might be having a dinner with the elf king from another world, but actually, I'm greeting my to-be father-in-law. How is your job? How much do you earn? What is your future plan? That is the questions thrown at me by my future father-in-law. The truth is I don't really care about getting along with the king. However, since I'm aiming to have a good relationship with the elves, I have to bite my tongue and answer him honestly and politely. The king is talking to me while enjoying his meal, and here I'm still having trouble to have a bite. Isn't this very bad? Even though I initially thought that this kind of scene is easy to pull off, I'm a man in difficult situation. Despite being favored and approved by my future father-in-law, I have no choice but to focus on the mighty enemy in front of me. The king opened a conversation about my ability. He seems to be interested mostly in my magic. In the end, he asked quite a fair amount of questions. I'm highly specialized in fire, earth and recovery magic. My water and wind magic is on intermediate level. Besides the summoning magic and space magic, I also have an extensive amount of mana that is impossible to be recovered with mana potion, including the elf spirit's potion. My bow and sword skills are also well beyond advanced level. I didn't tell him about my detection and covert skills since he didn't ask about it. Still, based on my stories alone, he can guess that I'm a much stronger and versatile mage compared to what I displayed during the defensive battle. The king seems to be very impressed. It's good that my standing among the elves has seen some increase. However, before I noticed it, I'm the only one left talking and the crowd had gathered. That kind of power. How? Although I successfully evaded the tropic till now, finally the king gets into the core of the matter. How should I start explaining? I wonder. Perhaps, telling him the stories since the start would be for the best. First, my birthplace is called as Nihon, Japan. Nihon? Does anyone here know? The other elves shake their heads after getting asked by the king. That place is far away from here. I was brought here by God, so it is impossible to explain where that place is located. I don't know where it is exactly, but it is very far from this world. It is a super complicated thing to explain. Talking about another world will make this discussion more complicated. My goodness. Then, for what reason did God send you here? My role is quite difficult to be distinguished. I got a feeling that my role is not like the first hero in the storybook. However, this time I was issued a command which felt to a heroic-like role. I have no way to know what God's true intention is. I was just looking for a job. It would be much better if he gave me a normal job in the first place though. I was under the impression that the job involved something like game testing at first. Then I was brought over to a real battlefield. When you think about it, it's a terrible event. With your current power, isn't it possible for Masaru Dona to choose whatever jobs that he is interested in? Said the queen. How to say it? My hometown is very peaceful. That's why both swords and magic aren't that useful in that country. But that is no reason to put aside such powers to rot. I only got the power after arriving here, thanks to being blessed by the divine protection. Afterwards, I tell them the story that I have repeated many times before. I went to Hello Work, was brought over here by God, then pointed to the Adventurer Guild. I never tell them about my attempt to hunt the wild rabbit. It's not important, just another trivial thing. After I fought some battles, I gained new magic and skills through the power of divine protection. At the same time, I got my wives too. An oracle was issued when I was about to go on a journey to the kingdom. After 2 weeks of traveling, we arrived at this region. I encountered Lily-sama and others at the fortress. Then I received another oracle. Go save the elf country, it said. From there on, I did my heroic achievement. Oracle. So the oracle is the quest all along. That means you are truly sent here by the god to save all of us. The oracle and divine protection, plus that power. Now that everything is known, it's hard to see you anything other than a hero. I'm having trouble to continue, so I stopped frequently in an attempt to keep everything under wraps, but I can't see it going so well. Now that the cat is out of the box, I know this news will become huge someday, and that pretty much kills my appetite. I don't feel like I'm going to be treated as anything significant soon, so everything is still fine. It was mentioned that there is no chance this information is going to be leaked outside of the elf country too. Only a handful of people from the shrine and some truth officials know this information. For that reason, please keep this secret guarded close. I will do just that. Hearing all my activities satisfies their curiosity. Now we discuss about the current pioneering project ongoing in my territory and my plan on the future as an adventurer. For the time being, I plan to stay here until spring, even though I have nothing planned yet after the spring has arrived. After I explained to them again how we can go back here anytime with the gate, they all show a relieved face. They didn't say much, but it's stupid to think that they aren't worried in the slightest after entrusting their daughter to us. Basically, the elves will play some role during the development phase of my territory. We will receive some fighting power from the elves, so it's fine for us to skip help from the adventurers. In return, I have agreed to give everything that I've got if the elf country gets threatened again. The weapon prototypes to counter the anti-magic metal has been completed. Even if we're under attack again, we will try not to bother Masaru Dono. The king has a very optimistic views. However, I can't help to be pessimistic since I was foretold about the incoming destruction of this world. This isn't an issue unrelated to them either. It wouldn't be fair if I didn't issue them a warning beforehand. I can't say it for sure. There may be a huge crisis coming in the future. The whole table get quiet after hearing my words. I heard that Irigas was destroyed. If the elf country didn't receive Masaru Dono and the others' help on time, we would likely have been destroyed this time as well. Are you telling me that this kind of crisis will continue in the future? I don't know. God will never answer me. It will happen soon. Still, there might not be anything for the upcoming 5 to 10 years. Nevertheless, I believe that it's wise to get prepared for when anything happens. The only thing that I know is the deadline is in 20 years. Anything further than that, only God knows. Without a doubt, I highly believe that this world will experience a huge-scale invasion from the demon realm or the demon king himself, but there is no evidence to support my conviction. Other than that possibility, the only one left is an alien invasion, or an attack by the subterranean. Perhaps there is a mad scientist somewhere in this world, trying to develop a bomb which can cause a planetary explosion. I already drafted a plan in mind on how to further strengthen this country's defense. I should give it more serious thinking. After several small chats, the meal is finally over. In the end, I got too caught up and end up unable to finish the meal. The elves' cuisine is slightly different and tasted delicious, so Tilika told me. What do you mean by the story just now? Right after we get some time to be alone, I was confronted by Ellie. Go figure. I would also like to confirm it with you. If you have something hidden, don't you think now is the time to come clean? I already explained a lot about my skills, but would you like to hear about the production technique too? Well, that if we settle down and open a shop or something, will we live a prosperous life and out of danger? That actually sounds fun. Anne agreed. But, when I first arrived, the god warned me. Rather, I was advised. You should never settle down in any town, he said. It's dangerous. You clearly mentioned something about a period of 5 to 10 years afterward. I would like to hear something concrete. Didn't I tell you that my return deadline will be around 20 years? In other words, something will surely happen by that time. What is going to happen? That, I don't know. After hearing my answers, Ellie glanced at Tilika. Tilika remains unresponsive. I thought my answer is borderline dangerous, but it seems to be okay. Well, when the times come, I'll still get exposed. Eventually, I'll have to talk about it with everyone. Something that will bring destructions to this world. As long I don't get any concrete information, I'll not get alarmed. For example, if my own worry makes me trigger something that I shouldn't, I might accelerate the destruction. Regarding the possibility of demon invasion, I've already done enough preparation. If there is an alert on a large scale, I'm sure God will contact me or another person that is related. Anything that I do now might be a premature action. Well, if something is going to happen, I'm sure God will notify us about it, right? Just like this time around. After saying that, It seems that everyone is convinced for the time being. Idle talk to as the king of all elves. This is a desperate situation. My country is completely besieged and there is nowhere to escape. The fact that Lily and Emilio managed to escape itself is a miracle. Now, no matter what happens, the elven royal family will survive. I concentrate all my wisdom to find a way to break through this situation, but as expected, there is no way such a convenient thing will happen easily in real life. Every method that I can think of involves a mighty magic and requires mana. It is my own blunder, for not focusing on anything that does not involve magic. The Earth Turtle King nullified all magic. By taking magic away from us, in the blink of an eye, we are struck into a dilemma. Their battle forces are tens of times more than us. We are ruined if we face them head-on. Although I do intend to escape at the last moment, I do not think the probability for my survival is higher than 10%. I will not survive. I could not. At least, for the time being, I'm going to let as many of my countrymen to escape. The monsters are now latched on the wall, scraping the wall to make a foothold, climbing one step at a time. They are coming from everywhere. I want to preserve my mana and use it to defeat the Earth Turtle King. However, this situation cannot be ignored. If they manage to break into one location, the situation will turn fatal. We must defeat all of them before they manage to trespass the rampart wall. I am short-handed. Should I ask for help from the humans? However, stopping the Earth Turtle King in its tracks is just a momentary measure. We cannot hold it for long. The moment we realized that it is impossible to defeat the Earth Turtle King, everything was already too late. If we send the envoy shortly after the attack of the demon army, we might have made it on time. Who could imagine our failure in stopping a large species? The problem right now is the marching of the Earth Turtle King. As well the usage rate for elves' mana. I need to determine the minimum fighting forces for defense and save the rest to defeat the Earth Turtle King. At the moment, all departments have been depleted of their mana. The elves are familiar with bows. However, their physical strength is limited. Our mana can be recovered with time, but that option is not available since the monsters are incoming indefinitely. There is no damage yet on this area. The solid wall is preventing the monsters from reaching this place. Even then, I cannot make the decision to abandon the country. But, if we could not stop the Earth Turtle King's advance, the wall will certainly be destroyed. If only we could defeat the Earth Turtle King. Lily brought back a group of adventurers. A user of gate magic is among their rank. Nonetheless, knowing the country will fall, there is no way I will be comfortable with the idea of escaping and staying alive. Lily, despite being a child, must feel the same way. This child closely resembles me, plus, she is a genius compared to me. People will sing praise of her as the strongest spirit magic user in the future. I cannot let her die here. Your Majesty, the turtle has started moving again. I'm coming now. After getting a short sleep, my head has cleared. I am worried about Lily, however, I need to focus on the enemy in front of me. No, if anything happens she can escape through the gate. Regardless of the young man who claimed to have the power to defeat the Earth Turtle King, having a gate user at this time is a blessing from the god. I'm sure Lily would not escape even if the situation became worse. When that happens, I will forcibly send her away by my own self. How are the preparations? Ready. The 5 most powerful fire magic users. Along with that, there are dozens of high-level fire mages. Some retired elderly who have passed hundreds of years old are also mixed in. They force themselves to move their clunky bodies, coming out from their retirement for their last service. From the oldest men to the youngest child, we are all fighting for our life. Even so, my home country, will it become like Irrigas, wiped out and destroyed? Oh God and Spirit, please save the elves. The turtle's anti-magic shell managed to withstand our previous saturated magic attack. However, it was revealed that there is a limit to its defensive power. Another saturated magic attack concentrated on that point is needed. That way, the anti-magic shell can be penetrated for sure. If possible, I will order the remaining spirit mage to strike down the Earth Turtle King. There are many enemies in the Earth Turtle King vicinity. As long we can reach them with spirit magic, all of them will be annihilated for good. I cannot participate in this attack, despite being a spirit magic user myself. As a king, It's necessary for me to live until the end. It's my task to witness my own brethren's deaths. In the name of the God and Spirit protection. Start your chant. In the name of the God and Spirit protection. Start chanting. 3, 2, 1, shoot. The Earth Turtle King is still alive. Our plan is a complete failure. Although a little, we managed to scrape the anti-magic shell. We just do not have enough mana. Forgive me, everyone. I could not say anything else. Our demise will come when the Earth Turtle King has arrived near the wall. There is still plenty of time to enjoy our last drink, together with everyone else who are going to be dead. Perhaps, a little bit of sake. Your Majesty, look. My gaze is shifted to the location pointed at by my subordinate. There, a single flare is about to be formed. I recognize that face. It is the human male who was brought here by Lily. He must be an excellent human mage if he can use flare. But, even with it, it is still a single flare. That guy is still chanting. That thing is massive. A powerful mana that was never felt before is transmitted until far away. A massive and scalding hot fireball unseen before was formed. No way, is that guy human? After he finished casting, while all the elves are gawking over the fireball, he finally shoots the flare after the shockwave ended. The upper part of the Earth Turtle King has clearly gone. But there is no time to think. Right afterwards, the monster's invasion began. Consolidate your defense. Messengers, go. As a matter of fact, the crisis is not yet gone. The monster's forces are overwhelming while the elves have exhausted their mana and yet to recover. It's a good thing we are free from the Earth Turtle King threat. But this is a critical moment. This opportunity brought by Lily, I cannot let it go to waste. A long-range magic was activated once more from the place where the flare was shot. Once, twice, 3 times. The enemy has recognized that place as where the main force is located and concentrate their attack there. Wind magic and water magic. That wind magic might be from Lily, but is there a water magic user there as well? The enemy's attack gradually becomes weaker, all thanks to the adventurer's efforts. Lily and the others who were brought by her, please call them here. Yes, Your Majesty. The messenger brings a message saying Lily is headed to relieve the southern gate. However, it seems the adventurers are the ones who unleashed the long-range magic after they defeated the Earth Turtle King. There is no room to think. If they went for relief, then I won't hold them back. We need to send a message to the fortress. The situation has changed. If we request for reinforcement now, the relief troops might arrive by early tomorrow. This will be the dividing line between life or death for the elves. Although it is shameful to ask for something that we have once refused, this is not the moment to dwell on that matter. The elf country is vast. It is not a place where fly is enough to cover. There is no easy way to relay a message quickly. Even so, each time the messenger came, news of the success of the adventurers were told. He killed the enemy with meteor. He is chanting a large-scale magic with tremendous mana in rapid succession. His mana is bottomless. Apparently, there are 2 mages who defeated the Earth Turtle King, a fire mage and wind mage. Both of them are powerful mages even by elf standard. There is also a report saying that one of them is giving support to the front line alone by himself. There is also a report stating someone from Beastman tribe is driving away the enemies with a terrific bow skill. The enemies are still aggressively attacking us, aiming for our head. Our side's forces were already depleted of mana. Still, there is a hope left. And then, when it was over, all the enemies disappeared. Not long after, we are reunited. The spirits sang a song about God blessing. A marriage discussion for Lily. If you asked me what my impression of the man who received an oracle from God is, he is a person who confidently claimed that he can defeat the Earth Turtle King. Overall, a young man with a reliable atmosphere. However, I can sense his honesty. It goes without saying, people will be quick to lower their head, Your Majesty. They will say, yet he is making me feel like a father. It does not matter whether I blessed them or not. Lily resembles me in this way. Once decided, she will never bend. The elf race has a long life. She will live for 100 years, even 200 years maybe. For now, I will let them be together. This is a thanks from me for giving other elves a second chance for life. Chapter 14 The Elf Evening Party. Finally, our dining together with my father, planned, is over. That is the hardest task I've ever done so far. However, there is another event available for today, a party. An evening party to be precise. Honestly, I don't want to attend it, but I cannot be absent even if I wish for it. I simply cannot refuse them since they requested us to be present as their guests of honor. In the first place, I am the only one reluctant to it. I gave up on resisting early on. Maybe I should groom myself to be presentable for the party. My hair has grown a little, so when I told Ellie that I want to cut it, she went asking for help from an elven barber. In the meantime, I refreshed myself in the bath. This is the first time I'm taking a bath alone after a long time. The elves frequently come and go from our room. By the time I finished cutting my hair, everyone else is done bathing. Right now, everyone is setting up their hair at the other side with a partitioned mirror. The elf has been staring at me for a while. Me, the husband. The others have their garment prepared by the elves. I was taken to the other room and was showed a lot of outfits. I chose an outfit that looks like a suit because I don't want to appear rude. It was shocked to see costumes with various colors were lined up as if they are normal. They look like a stage costumes rather than for a party. Plus, the costumes look comical. They might suit the smart and handsome elves. However, I will surely look like a clown if I wear one. I chose my outfit and got dressed up. Then, I returned to my room and waited. The first one to finish their makeup, Ellie, came out and showed it off. What do you think? An adult-looking dark dress with an exposed shoulder line. The hem of her skirt ended around her ankle. She put more effort on her makeup than usual and she got her hair curls redone. A fragrance different from her usual perfume also drifts on the air. Those glittering necklace and hair ornaments, seems like she is already wearing the accessories that we received earlier today. Wow, you are looking real stunning, right? Hey, don't touch them. I embraced her, and I got told off when I sniffed around her hair. I planned to touch her lightly at first, however since there are other people around, even if I have a sudden craving, I will keep things in moderation. Are you borrowing that dress? Or did you receive it? I want to take them home. I want her to wear it in our room. This dress gives off a what? And look at that kind of feeling absent in her ordinary clothes. Take it home. I want you to wear it at home as well. Masaru is completely hopeless. Once we are at home, we will do it properly. Seems like my request has been transmitted successfully. Although Ellie has uttered something like it can't be helped, her face has a tint of rose on it and she looks very happy. When I can see something like this, I feel like the party is not that bad at all. Your suit looks nice too, Masaru. Even your hair looks smart now. Ah, really? Right. Even Masaru can look handsome if he tried. While I was flirting with Ellie, both Sati and Tilaka were done changing clothes. Both of you are absolutely cute. Both of them are wearing the same white dress which accentuates their cuteness. They are wearing a light pink and blue color ribbons respectively to match with their clothes. Please turn around, Sati. Here you go. Sati turned around upon my request. Her skirt was uneven. I'm used to this incident since Sati has done it several times before. Tilaka also turns around and looks at hers. What is with her underwear? Did the elves prepare that too? I have a right to check it. But now is not a suitable time for that. So disappointing. Where is Anne? Even after I have ogled these three in their outfits to my heart's content, Anne has not come out yet. Angela-sama has her dress prepared late. Her breasts cannot fit in the clothes. She needs a custom-tailored one to fit those breasts. Since all elves have thin bodies, they don't have a dress that can fit big breasts. After listening to everyone, I am wondering if I need to check on Anne's situation. And at the same time an elf came while holding a cloth. Bet the dress was tailored now. Shortly after, Anne came out. She tied her hair up, and this time not only her shoulder is exposed, even her back was barely covered. Even her breasts were emphasized. Hey, isn't this a bit too erotic? This dress feels a bit racy. I wonder if it looks good? Not only was she unused to the dress style, she seems uneasy with the unfamiliar hairstyle as well. This attire is quite normal for an evening party. It looks very good on you, Anne. Yeah, It really suits you. What a waste to show this off to the other guys. I want to bury my face in her breasts right now. I don't care about the party anymore. I want to take everyone, in this appearance, back home right at this instant. But, since our preparation is completed, I have no chance left to have a little skinship with Anne, as we are urged to move to the venue immediately. We were told that the party has already begun, now waiting for us. Oh well, those breasts belong to me. I can do whatever I want to them once the party is over. The party was conducted in a small hall. There are about 100 elves inside. This is fewer than what I previously thought. Unlike the previous one where the king was announcing their victory, this time it is not as crowded. The venue was filled with colorful costumes, just like the one previously shown in the changing room. I can hear music flowing and there are people dancing. Don't tell me I need to dance too? We are led inside by the king and the sound of applause echoes. This is the party where you need to stand. As soon as I entered the hall, I stiffened and am unable to eat. Again, Lily approached me and gave her greetings. There are a group of elves standing nearby. All of them seem to be in a bad mood. The dress Lily-sama is wearing fit nicely with the party's theme, however I cannot afford to leer on it too long due to being in a public place. They haven't announced anything about my engagement or her training, so there isn't much I can do at the moment. Her training will only be announced during spring. Because of that, I'm planning to stay here during that time period. The news of our engagement will be kept for the time being. I stick beside Ellie to remain unnoticeable as much as possible. With Ellie's help, we managed to pass through other people without a problem. The elves who came to talk with me keep coming and going. In order to deal with this situation, I am going to borrow the power of alcohol. Fortunately, all of us are the main highlight in this party, including Lily-sama. I'm not the sole target of their attention. It sure feels nice when this pressure is shared equally between us. Still, I was introduced to the whole lot of king's relatives and others civilian. Though, I can hardly remember their names and the alcohol is not helping me in any way. Perhaps Ellie can remember them all. Anne is spreading the word of God and her shrine to the elves. Sati and Tiliku are together. Both of them are accompanied by the elves. The music is flowing in the background, but will I ever be released from these greetings and have a dance? Unlike Ellie, who has received proper invitation from the elves, this is just a typical evening party with dance. If they asked me to dance, I will flee for real. After a while, Lily-sama brought with her a female elf with a calm demeanor. Masaru, do you still remember the time when you borrowed the bow during the battle? Oh, that's right. I still have to return the bow to its owner. If I am not mistaken, does this Miss Elf know the owner? I took out the bow from the item box. I already cleaned it from dirt. A bit of scratches can be found here and there, but it is apparent that the bow has been maintained and used for years even by a glance. The bow that I used was the one I bought early on when I was still just a beginner. At the end of the battle, my mana was depleted, hence I switched to my bow. Sadly, it cannot endure the abuse and broke. During that time, I was lent this bow. I really appreciated it when you lent this bow to me. I will return it to its appropriate owner now. Lily-sama took it from me and gave it to the owner. If only my son had survived, I can return this bow back to him. While saying so, the female elf longingly gazes at the bow. Her son. If he managed to be alive, there is no reason for this lady to pass this bow to other people. Your son, is he? With their healing technique, even if he is seriously injured, as long he survived, his treatment must have ended, and he should be here now. He bravely fought in battle. I heard that he fell down. This is the best bow I have used. I bet he was a wonderful owner. Yes, this bow. If possible, I want you to continue using it, Masaru-sama. Is that okay? This bow was made by the best craftsman even among other elves. I should not let it sleep as a decoration and give it to those who need it more. I'm sure that is what my son would wish for too. I graciously received the bow handed by the elf. This bow fit nicely with me. Even in previous battle, I've used it to defeat many enemies. I'm sure it will be a great help in my journey from now on. I'll humbly use it. I'm sure my son can rest in peace after hearing that. I tried not to think much about it, however there were lots of deaths during this battle. This is a peaceful party. The elves barely spoke about the casualty. I am a weak-willed man. That time during Harpy's attack at Sori Town, even that time during defensive battle at Gorba's fortress, my will easily got shaken after witnessing the death occurring in front of me. Even this time, I didn't really think about it. I simply swept everything under the rug. I shouldn't meddle when others' consciousness is focused on that matter. To have fun, that is the most important thing in the world. It may be unscrupulous, it may be self-denial. People might even accuse me of being irresponsible. However, I don't think I can live in this deadly world otherwise. When I asked Lily-sama about it later, she said the dead was sent away properly. I mean, a week has passed since then. Aside from some private talks, it has officially ended. For the elves who are in constant conflict with the demons, although this time the casualties are larger than usual, it must not feel different to them. May the spirit continue to bless you, Masaru-sama. The elf did not whine or anything. Instead she quietly walks away from me. You must be tired, Masaru. Why don't you take a rest now and talk to me? While my mind was still racing on the thought of the bow in my hands. Less people came to greet us now. After witnessing the current interaction, the other elves start giving us some space. Maybe I should. I'm tired. But I think it is important for me not to be absent in a greeting party like this. I will try to stay here until the very end. Just like the previous elf, if conversing with them will relieve them of the pain of their dearest one's death, I think that would be very meaningful. Let's continue, then. There are many others who wants to greet you, Masaru. Please, Lily-sama. The people continue to greet me, and the flow resumed. This time, the topic was not as heavy, unlike those who were directly involved in the battlefield. Numerous lives were saved as the result of our interference in the battle. I want to change my mindset. Therefore, I will answer them seriously. However, my interaction skill won't improve just because I have become more motivated. I stumble on my words and my words came out clumsily. But the elves don't mind that. Just like that, the flow of the elves continues forever and ever. Forever and ever. I thought it was about time to finish based on the amount of people attending the party. After I look around with detection, I found out the queue kept on being replaced by new people. When I asked Lily-sama about it, she answered there is a larger second venue open to the general population. These people are coming from there. The initial plan is to let you engage in a light greeting with them. Nevertheless, there are lots of people who wish to have a talk with you. I was saved since Masaru himself said he is going to continue until the very end. The party lasted quite a while until late evening. Today, we are staying at the Royal Palace. It is not like we are not allowed to go home, just that not only myself, everyone else was dead tired. Going back now is a pain since we also need to do housekeeping. Anyways, I'm planning to go back soon. Even so, the life in the elf castle is easy, plus, we got fed good meals. You really did your best today, Masaru. I got a word of compliment by Mrs. Angela. I wish a reward came attached with those words, but it is impossible with the 5 of us here. Today we get to spend our night in a twin bedroom. The other bed was taken by Sati and Deli, with Tilaka following suit. I am right beside them. The neighboring group started taking off their clothes and switched to their sleeping garments. Looks like they fell to sleep right after hitting the futon. We were busy since sunrise, so I am not surprised that they have reached their limits. That is what I think too. I have done my best without any rewards. I wonder what has come to me today. Although she is within my hand reach, I was refused from touching her despite her enchanting body being covered only in a single piece of underwear. A little skinship might be alright, but I can sense her guard has increased. Maybe it's due to the fact that everyone else is here, plus we are spending the night at another place. She will probably forgive me if I forced her, but in the end, I don't think it is good to break her mood just to satisfy my temporary lust. In the time like this, it's better to be straightforward. Reward for my good job. I speak it clearly while turning my body to face Anne. You're right, Masaru really did a great job. Good boy, good boy. Anne turned her body here too, and then she stretched her hand forward and gently stroked my hairs. This is not what I was expecting, but it feels comfortable. Soon after, I got sleepy. It is impossible to demand for more skinship, and now I already reached my limit and feel sleepy. With the help of the alcohol, I fell asleep not long after I basked in the good feeling while my head was stroked by Anne. I was awakened by Sati. At that time, everyone else was already awake. Soon, we are going to have breakfast together with Lily-sama and the king. That is the last thing I want to do if I was still at home. If possible, I want to extend my sleep until the last moment. Our menu for breakfast today is steak and salad together with bread and soup. Apparently, the elves eat a lot even early in the morning. Or was it simply due to oversupply of meat after the battle? Either way, I am thankful for this since I didn't get to eat much during the party yesterday and I went to sleep right after that. What is our plan today? I think Oliver will get worried if we don't return soon. It's fine, I don't think he will make a fuss after a day without a contact with us. But I agree that we need to come back soon and report things to him. Ellie replied. The only thing left is to report back to the ruling lord regarding our successful negotiation with the elves. I am ready to leave this country whenever you are. But before that, is there anything left that Masaru and others want to do first? We need to collect the furniture and equipment from the treasure room. Then I need to find a saddle for my horse. Afterwards, we will visit the weapon made from the Earth Turtle King. I wonder if that is all. Lily-sama, what did you bring together with you? I'm only bringing a bag for the time being. Would it be difficult to use the gate if the amount of luggage increases? I can always have my things sent later. I haven't told her about my item box special properties. I'd better tell her now. If you want, I can carry them all inside my item box. You know, even the previous dragon was stored inside my item box and we went through the gate without a problem. But we were informed that it is impossible to use the gate to transfer a large number of items at one time. The queen raised her doubts. I hope everyone will keep it a secret. Actually, my item box doesn't affect the transition magic in any way. We can even transfer a large dragon if we wanted to. Oh my, how convenient. Transferring a dragon-scale item freely with the gate. The king is trying to comprehend the meaning. In this world, due to the nature of space magic incapable of transporting heavy objects, they are mainly used for communication. With the combination of transition magic and my item box, it's possible to cause a great revolution. We are not going to make a cargo transferring service and this ability is only thanks to the divine protection anyway. With that said, I hope you guys will keep this a secret, please. I understand. Of course, if the elves request it, I will not be shy to share this power with everyone else. Wouldn't that make us keeping this a secret redundant, though? Now that I think about it, my item box special property is rarer than summoning a magic or any high-tier space magic. Given its utility value, the effect brought by its exposure might be more dire than I could expect. Someday. There may be times when we are required to borrow this power. Lily, remember, you need to provide support for everyone. Of course, Father. Masaru, let's go. Our preparation for departure awaits. Lily-sama excitedly declared. Chapter 15 Preparation for Departure. After having our breakfast, my family gathered and confirmed the schedule for today. As a matter of fact, Lily-sama joined our family meeting today. She is ready for departure. I didn't see her doing anything, so as usual, she's leaving everything to Titus-san. Nonetheless, I will leave it to them to handle. Anyway, I need to finish all the errands left in the elf country as soon as possible. Then, I will return back to my long-awaited home. See, I'm thinking of extending the house after we come home. We need to fit Lily's things inside. And if I become a lord, the tower is kind of too small. You are right. This time, why don't we rebuild it into a huge mansion? Yup. Kind of a waste though, since I'm comfortable with the one that we currently have. The house cannot be rebuilt that fast, so for now, let's leave it as it is. Building the house alone is easy with my earth magic. However, the hard part is sculpting the interior design. The simplest form of earth magic is only capable of producing a box-like warehouse or residence. This kind of structure is vulnerable to rain or might collapse during one of our long journeys. In order to create a comfortable living environment, it's important to pour considerable time and effort into it. The ones who are willing to sink that much energy are me and Anne alone. Besides the work done with earth magic, We also need to focus on finding suitable furniture to place in our house. The selected type of futon must have good size and durability alongside their comfort factor. We must make sure that it fits with the other furniture too. We need to consider our budget also. In this world where mass production doesn't exist, cheap things usually have bad quality, while the luxury goods are stupidly expensive. Both Sati and Tilika were getting a little out of hand while Ellie keeps on pointing to these luxuries goods, saying this one is nice. She said that goods are pretty much hers now. There is no way I'm letting her do that. However, Anne is the busiest one in our house. Besides doing housework together with Sati, she also busied herself with training and doing activities as a priest. Even though the tower is far from completion, I can't bear myself to put more burden on her. I understand the gist of our situation. You already got the furniture, right? I will take care of building the house. I'm experienced in building the tower and we already received a bunch of furniture from the elves. We also have an ample budget. Nothing to worry about. Although the workload has increased, this is the place where I'm going to spend years living from now. That is why I'm pumped. All tasks of home building are entrusted to me. Of course, they are going to help wherever they can. Next thing to do is to report everything to Olbasan and the Count. I went to the Adventurer Guild to inform them of the addition in my party. Nothing else is worth mentioning. When are you going for your next adventure? Is there any more quest to take? The quest is rarely issued to me. Plus, there is no adventuring request during winter. Yet, where has my winter break gone? Just when I thought I'm free from work, I get stuck with building up my territory. What's that? I'm looking forward to it, too. There is no break but there is no adventuring either. Time to hone my skills. We might be in a holiday and there is no jobs for a while, but don't forget your training. You are right, training is important. What? Work is not important for you. I'm planning to have you participate in a monster subjugation mission, as part of your training. She seems disappointed, so I said it without thinking much. Is that so? Just leave the training to me. I don't exactly know how to train her but, based on my experience so far, would the Sergeant Dono boot camp style work? Since Lily Sama is going to be our vanguard, I think this kind of warrior training might suit her. But it's not a good idea to apply the slavery collar on an elf princess. At first, I thought it might serve as a quick solution, but in the end, I don't think it will work. After I roughly decide the schedule for today, our highest priority is to move the treasures. At the present, I don't know which ones I need, and which ones I do not. So, I collected all the furniture first. Since I'm a minimalist, I always bring along only the necessities. Dishware and cooking utensils, some nice miscellaneous goods for daily use. Having collected a variety of good quality towels while we are staying here was a big harvest. I packed all the assorted goods in a single packaging. With this, my item box will identify them as a single piece, therefore the load is lessened. I don't know whether the ability description itself was lazy or was it too flexible. I have no complaint since the requirements are less strict. The furniture and other accessories that hog the most space in the room quickly disappeared into the item box. The place quickly turns clean. Next, I will have a look at the arms. There is a selection of various bows, but there are only a few swords and spears. All the swords have good build quality. However, there are many lightweight swords that are mainly focused on their decoration. Though, they are the only type that fit the elf's description of strength. Only a few of them are large enough for a sword. They are close to the sword that I've previously used, so I'm taking them. Although it looks like a decoration, the edge is very sharp. It felt good in my hand and the balance is perfect. There is no function collecting all these valuable items at home, but it's meaningless if they were not taken. I will feel bad for the blacksmith if I only take home the furniture but leave all these arms here. I've decided to re-evaluate the function of these weapons, spears and daggers. Then there is also an axe. The axe can be used to cut lumber. Feels like a waste. Lily-sama, are there any weapons made of mithril silver or orichalcum included here? Most of these were made of magic-imbued metal. The dwarves hold the proprietary technology which allows them to process the metal with magic. If possible, I might be able to find a sword among them suitable for my magic sword technique. Sati checks the bows while I am checking the spears. Anne has found herself an elegant shield. There was no mace for her, though. The elves don't use blunt weapons. Ellie already has the items that she wants. She is holding the staff and examining it. Tilika is holding up the magic robe chosen by Ellie. Tilika, use this. This is a nice robe. Ellie managed to find a magic robe. The one Tilika is currently wearing is cheaply made, so it would make a fine replacement. I'm taking this staff. That said, the staff that she selected is nothing extraordinary. I don't think that staff is much different compared to the one she is currently using. Maybe it was made of material with better quality since it looks like a good product. Ellie is the only person who loves to swing her staff around while using magic. Ellie said it's easier to concentrate her mana that way. Somehow, there is an advantage for using the staff. Sati, did you find a good bow? I asked Sati, who is still checking the bows. Sati replied by shaking her head. A strong bow is still. Currently, she is using the bow that she received from the instructor. It is by no way an inferior quality and she was satisfied. However, she is looking for a stronger bow to deal with stronger foes. Then, why don't we stop by the bow shop later? By the way, how about your equipment, Lily-sama? Don't you know? I cannot use a sword, nor a bow. Lily-sama's current equipment is excellent. Just that her clothing look like they don't provide much defense. It's essential to wear some kind of armor if you want to become an adventurer. I'm being protected by the spirits. It's wiser if you prepare a set now if you plan to act as our vanguard. Have you forgotten what happened with Sati? There are several full plate armors around. The smallest size seems to fit Lily-sama's size. If she wants to become our vanguard, she needs to emphasize her defense. What about this one? A steel-made one, huh? The full plate armor was adorned with a beautiful silver lining. I cooperated with Sati to help Lily-sama put on the armor. Then, we cover her head with a helmet and complete the set with a shield at her side. The armor size needs to be altered a bit, otherwise, everything else is okay. Heavy. The problem is she cannot move because the armor is too heavy. She receives our assistance to remove the armor and after she finally get out, she starts breathing heavily. A proper full plate armor is very heavy. With a shield attached, it can go as heavy as 50 kilograms. If the wearer is untrained, not only can they not move, they might also collapse from the weight. Shall we take them home with us? I put the armor inside my item box. If your objective is mainly to strengthen your defense, then wearing this heavy armor is not far-fetched. Even if you take it back, I don't think I can use it. No matter what your battle styles is, you still need to wear some armor. At the very least, you need to equip a leather-type armor. I still collected all the armor, just in case. Now that we have finished packing the weapons and armor inside their respective boxes, we need to deal with the accessories that are in front of Anne and Ellie. What should we do? There are lots of them. Anne notices that I have come over and asked. Certainly, there are too many jewelries lined up on the table even after being sorted out by 4 of them. There will be spares even after everyone wear them. Why don't you just take them all home for now? Since I'm already bringing a lot home, I don't see why I can't do it with the accessories as well. No, that is too much, extravagant. Putting the necessary items aside, there seems to be a conflict on the luxury items side. In opposition to Ellie's opinion, having too many luxuries is against the teaching of the shrine. Why don't you guys pick whichever that you want and bring them home? You are correct. Even so, how about this? After I offer my opinions, both Ellie and Anne start selecting their items quickly. These two are going through one after another while bickering each time. This is going to take a while. Damn, if you cannot choose then take them all. Sati is satisfied with the pretty necklace that I have chosen for her. Tilika chose the matching necklace with different color. Anne and Ellie are likely to take a longer time. Please take your time. We are going elsewhere in the meanwhile. There is no way I am waiting for them here. Both of us decided to leave. I bring along Tilika's summoned rats in case of emergency. Next, we are going to look for bow and harness. Titus-san gets us an escort. Afterwards, we leave the castle. The castle towers over us imposingly from the outside. It is so huge that it is impossible to get the full picture from the ground. It was adorned with white stones or something similar, and they are beautiful. Several buildings line up around the castle, and elves are coming and going. In front of us, there is a public square. The views beyond that are filled with trees and greenery like the one you found at the countryside. It's not a view befitting a town, more akin to a village. The houses were built scattered in between the forests and the lush field. This country doesn't seem to have high population density. The craftsman town is that way. While saying that, Lily-sama pointed towards the direction of forest and farmlands nearby the outer wall of the country. When I was thinking on what to do, Lily-sama activated Fly. There are quite a lot of elves' houses built alongside the wall, together with the craftsman town. The town streets are nothing different compared to the other towns in this different world that I have seen so far. However, their streets are narrower. It was said that horse carriage is uncommon here, therefore there is no point in enlarging the town's roads. Besides, even though the elf country is vast, since the lands are also used for agriculture, there is not much land that other elves can afford. Normally, people will build the residences inside the wall and reserve the land outside for agriculture. However, that scenario is not feasible due to their location nearby to the demon realm. That being said, I'm lucky that there isn't any farmland outside the wall. If this is any ordinary town, then I'm sure the farmland will be destroyed after I release torrents of long-range magic. The monsters will likely pillage the farmland if it was outside. However, I'm sure that my meteor will cause the biggest damage. While my mind is preoccupied by such thing, we arrived at the bow shop. It's a workshop specialized in making bows. The finished products were displayed on the wall and the tools and materials are lined up behind the shop. Oh, isn't that Lily-sama and the hero? Come, take your time and look at my wares. We were warmly welcomed by the owner of the shop. I explained what Sati is looking for in a bow to him. According to Sati-sama's physique, I believe this bow has the most tension. However, it seems that Sati is not favorable with the bow that was recommended. Even after the shop owner brought out a larger bow, she told me that they are useless. She needs them to be stronger. This is the strongest bow in my workshop. At the same time, he told us that it is useless since the bow is twice Sati's height. This guy has 5 times more tension than the previous bow. Though, it is impossible to be operated by a person. Why did you craft this kind of bow in the first place? The shop owner handed the bow to Sati, while laughing. I have received assault lizard material, hence the reason why I made this ... Looking at Sati's attempt at pulling the bow's string right in front of his eyes, the shop owner let out a surprised voice. But, she is only able to pull it by a little. She let out a desperate voice, but it seems impossible for Sati to draw it any further. A magic was not used. There is no way a beastman can use magic in the first place. Magic? He must mean levitation. Try to use levitation, Sati. Yes. This time, Sati uses levitation and the bow was drawn by a considerable margin. Since all elves are born mage, it is easier for them to rely on magic compared to a mechanized structure. It's not like I cannot use it, just that it is hard to adjust the magic, Sati said. While pulling the string, I checked Sati's menu and her MP is decreasing by quite a margin. Like this, she is only able to shoot 3 shots max. Although he made it, the bow is not popular due to its weight and its difficulty to handle among the elf user. Plus, when you pair it with a specially made steel arrow, it becomes more difficult to carry. If you are only using it at the base, there is better bow available and the elf can also use magic. I also give it to try, but it is way too heavy for me to handle. I try again with levitation, but it is still difficult to pull the string. Moreover, levitating the bow while aiming for the enemy is hard for my current skill level. The strength required, the size, I heard Sati is telling the shop owner her requirements as I play along with the huge bow. With this kind of tension, the size is about this, the material. How much will you charge? Once their negotiation is done, Sati inquires for the price. This is a specially made bow by the elf craftsman. The high price is justified. I cannot charge you. Even if you ask me to make 10, no, 100 of them, I will still make them free of charge. Please don't worry about the money, we will bear all the cost. By the way, even though the bow was the elf craftsmanship, apart from the custom-made one, the price is unexpectedly ordinary. Sure, It has a price tag of luxurious goods, but even then, it is not that much different compared to outside world. They can only be bought by fellow elves and they are forbidden from selling it outside. Since our country doesn't have much productivity, our supplies will easily run short if these items were brought outside. Isn't it bad to sell them to me, then? Well, you are the exception. In the end, we ban them to avoid them being resold outside. I see. If these bows were taken outside, they can easily fetch grotesquely high price. For that reason, bringing out items crafted by the elves outside is banned. Please bring this bow together by all means. I'll give you the specially made arrows too. When we are about to leave the shop owner begs us to take the previous huge bow. The bow was called a salt lizard. Sati happily received them. Well, we might find its use later in the future. If I put it in the item box, then it will not get in our way. Next, we are going to the harness shop. Calling them a harness shop is a stretch through since it is just a leather workshop. The shop mainly sells protective gears, such as leather armor and similar things. Shopkeepers, we want a harness. Yes, Lily-sama. We went to the garden at the back of the workshop. After I made him promise to keep it a secret, I summoned out Matsuke's. My, that is a nice horse you got there. He was surprised when a horse suddenly appeared in front of us, but he quickly continues his work. He quickly measured the size and brought out a saddle and started adjusting it. Although Matsuke's has an abnormal size, the shopkeeper was able to deal with that. After the shopkeeper is finished with the adjustment, I kept the saddle inside my item box and sent back Matsuke's. Then, I summoned out Matsuke's. Large. Summoning magic is really useful. He is surprised to see Matsuke's large reappear, but this time with larger stature. Well, that kind of reaction is warranted. Monster. No. It is still a horse. A harness for this kind of horse. Considering the size compared to an ordinary saddle, for 5. No. It is possible to make a saddle suitable for 6 persons ride. After Lily-sama joins us, we have become a 6-person group. Take a look at his large body. I think it can fit several normal-size saddles for multiple person. Maybe something like a palanquin. I see. We can ride him like an elephant. That sound nice. The saddle couldn't be finished up by today even if he hurried. We were told that it would take at least 3 days. Including the palanquin. Coming back after few days, I decided to give it a little bit of tune-up. So, after my errands were over, I asked Tiliku about Anne and Ellie, but apparently, they have not made any decisions yet. I'm taking them all. They haven't decided which ones to take even after I leave them at the castle. So, I'm taking them all. Afterwards, we fetch Lily-sama's luggage and with that, everything that needs to be done at the elf country is finished. Finally, our preparation for departure is completed. At last, we can finally go back home. Chapter 16 Stronghold Construction Magic. We were greeted with 3 big mountains after we arrived at Lily-sama's room to collect her luggage. These are certainly too much. They are much more than I initially expected. Even if we provide her with her own private room at the size of 10 tatami mats, with these much items, they will barely fit. Since her items were stacked high, I doubt she will have much room left even if we let her have 2 bedrooms. I did my best. Just when you think Pato-san has been missing for a while, turn out that she was busy preparing Lily-sama's luggage all this time. Her face looks exhausted. Lily-sama was a mess too. Perhaps they all have been working all night long. We are not going to the kingdom this time. Therefore not much furniture is needed. We have decreased the amount to the lowest possible. Can you put them all inside your item box? If it is not possible, then I will transport them myself. I don't have a problem carrying all these, but I doubt the room can fit them. That is. Titus-san have a second thought after looking back at the luggage. Alright, Patos, cut the amount to half. Your Highness. That is impossible. All that's left are things that are essential to your needs. But, at this rate aren't they going to cause an annoyance? Doing things this way will also serve as my training. I will sort them again right now. And previously it took me a whole night, too. Patos, I'll do it. Please let me join you. We will meet my father first before we depart. Let's do it in 30 minutes time. If you guys can't, I will do it myself. Patos collapsed while Titus tragically raises her hands on the mountain of luggage with sad yet firm determination. We need to hurry, Patos. We need to determine the most necessary. No, we have to unpack these bags first. Lily-sama simply watches their antics. You guys already spent so much time preparing. Let's take them all. I feel sorry for these two and our departure might be delayed again if this problem is not settled. Mew, you think so? Then let's do just that. Are you sure that is fine, Masaru-sama? Since they are important, I don't see any harm to bring them along. I still have plenty of space left. Where can I fit them? Maybe the tea room on the roof is big enough. That place is quite large. I collected them all before Lily-sama changes her mind. Thank you for everything. Lastly, we said our goodbye to the king and departed for home. Although he told me that he was indebted, honestly, I don't know how exactly I have helped him. We received a lot of souvenirs from them too. Please take care of Lily for me. Yes, please leave it to me. Then, he speaks briefly with Lily-sama. When Ali activates the gate, both Titus and Patos hopped in as well. Why are Titus and Patos too? Please don't mind us. The king has tasked us to confirm the princess' whereabouts and report it. Besides, we can also help you guys unpack. Certainly, I can't imagine Lily-sama handling all that baggage. Besides, I am still unclear on the part where I should handle her as a princess. If she wants to train as an adventurer, she must refuse help from her attendants. However, as a royalty, the presence of an attendant is necessary. The decision on that matter is still pending. I understand the king's concern, however, this is a training. I will not take you on my adventure. Of course, once we have confirmed that the princess has settled down, we will return to the elf country immediately. That is fine. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. I leave the gate to you. After we see the king for the last time, Ellie activated the gate. The destination point for this gate is the bottom level of the tower, which is the empty first floor. This is probably the safest point since the entrance is one level above. The problem is the place is dark during daytime. I focused on the security and make it a close-tight place. Hence there is no light. I forgot to explain it first. This place is only accessible with gate. What? It was day just now, princess? The elf group lightly panicked. Lily-sama quickly pushes herself at my side. Oh, nice. Light. And turned on the light. Oh. What the? This place was just dark. As you can see, the gate won't allow us to know the condition of our destination. That is why I've created this room where it would not be affected by day or night. It is far from the entrance and it is enclosed, therefore making a safe transfer point. I see. After saying that, she takes a look around and finally realized that she was clinging on my side. Oh, her face boiled really fast. It's apparent contrast to her white skin. I gently separated her from hugging me tightly. Let's go to your room. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I'm having direct contact with Lily-sama. When this is her first response, I feel like I need to take everything slow. What should I do? Well then, I'm going to report everything to Olba. Ellie went out together with Sati as her escort. The other thing left is to assign which room belongs to Lily-sama. On the third floor, there are 2 free rooms across the corridor to my room. Both are as big as a 10-tatami size room. Before I take out her luggage, I need to remove the wall between the room first. I put my hands on the wall and activated earth magic. The wall separated from the building. In the meantime, I quickly stored the wall inside my item box before it crumbles. Wow, the end result looks as if the wall has disappeared. No, the wall did disappear. The combination of the earth magic and space magic seems to have been a neat surprise even for the foreigners who were accustomed to magic. I clean up the part of the wall that was cut off with earth magic. With that, the cleaning up process for these rooms are completed. It takes less than 3 minutes to make complete renovation. I took out Lily-sama luggage in this enlarged room. I think it is fine to leave this to Lily-sama now. I still have another thing that I need to do. This is a chance to redeem my castle making skill. I'm going to make it a good one this time for sure. First, I need to cut down all the trees beside the tower and level the ground. By cutting down all the surrounding trees and flattening the mountain, I will be able to gain considerable space. I immediately cut down the tree with my newly gained elven axe. The blade is sharp enough. One swing, and the blade chirps through the tree. Nonetheless, cutting these trees is not an easy task. It is a fairly hard physical labor. Even for Sati, she need to exert her utmost strength with her sword. In terms of labor, it doesn't matter if we do it slowly or quickly. After going for my third swing, I finally gave up and switched to my magic. Honestly, I wonder what comes to me to make me think that my body can handle this burden. I can just do this with my magic like Ellie. At first, I came up with an idea of having the golem manhandle the axe, but that solution is too boorish. A more direct magic approach is better. Initially, I dug out the root of the tree with earth magic. However, the route was stretched beyond what I expected. If I don't plan this well, it may get tangled with the nearby trees. If I want to take it out completely, I need to dig deeper. This way, I need to spend more efforts. I can summon out Matsuke's large, then let him take down all the trees with force, but it will end up in a mess. I wish to use the trees later. Using fire is pretty much prohibited. I cannot use water either. Wind magic, air cutter. It is a magic that I have not used much, but it will serve well as a woodcutter replacement. In fact, the superior windstorm will cut down the trees nicely. Windstorm, with that, a crack can be heard from inside the tree. I tried it on the biggest one among the bunches, however, I failed to get it down with a single shot. Not to mention, it isn't much different compared to when I was swinging my axe. It is a stage 2 magic, so I was left speechless. I imagine the cutter to become thinner and make it sharper. Air cutter activate. All the unnecessary excess is reduced. Then, I maintain it with a lot of mana, focusing on my inner power. Air cutter, strong activate. Although the cut gets more depth, there is little to not much surface that the mana can latch onto. I will reinforce the magic further with more mana. The targeted tree was cut cleanly, but the trees on its side get caught and was damaged. I cannot cut them down without power, but if there is too much power, the surrounding trees will get blown away. There is no way it is possible for me to adjust the strength on each individual tree perfectly. It does not matter when I work alone. I am afraid this will become a hazard once I start doing similar work with other people. The power is a bit too strong for daily job. Will the risk decrease if I aim the magic to the ground? Even so, considering that this is a reinforced magic, the mana consumption is stupidly high. Is there a summoned beast that is a dedicated woodcutter, a lumberjack a mantis-type monster? But, of course, I currently don't have one available. I need to look for a summoned beast who specialized as a lumberjack. In the end, I was overwhelmed. Yeah, a good idea just came in my mind. Let me tell you what I have planned for the time being. I summoned out a 3-meter class golem, and had it hold the old axe. It has the power, so it makes a very good lumberjack. Go, golem. Even if I ordered it out loud, it would not move arbitrarily. I need to have it under control for it to do subtle work. I bring the axe out, then I made it hit the tree which I used for the experiment previously with a cutter carefully. A beautiful noise resounds and the handle of the axe broke. I put too much power. I need an equipment dedicated for the golem. Letting it use equipment meant for a human is asking for too much. Let's ask the blacksmith to make a huge axe. Equipment for the golems sound nice. No. Isn't it possible for me to make it myself? I can use the earth magic for it as well. I collect the soil and make a gigantic stone axe that matches the golem's size. The golem's hand imitates a human hand and moves properly, however with zero dexterity. I readjust its grip a few times with trial and error so as to not let the axe slip. The shape of the axe is on point but it was made of stone material. I make sure to harden it properly by curing it with magic so that it will not break easily. Next, I made it swing at the tree while checking the strength of the axe. Overall, good feeling. The pace is not as fast as when I cut them myself, but it is efficient since I don't need to take a rest. I just need to oversee its work in comfort. Besides, having the golem equipped with a weapon is a good idea by itself. Since it is capable of handling the axe with a single hand, I can make it hold a shield with the other hand. This way, it might be able to compete with an orc king. During the break, I made an earth shield and let them have it. It was nice. The problem is a considerable amount of mana is required to make the weapons, and I spent too much time while making them. Besides, if I don't operate them myself, they will not move properly. The bad thing is operating them feels quite sluggish. Whether it will become practical or not depends on how you use it. If this weapon-wielding golem is used for sieging the enemy, then we might be able to broaden our range of tactics. Should I ask the blacksmith to forge the weapon for me? But, if I reduce the size of the golem, I will gain more flexibility too. Oh my, golem. Ellie and Sati returned while I was deep in thought, thinking about how I can utilize the golem with a weapon. Yeah, I tried making a weapon for the golem with earth magic. I got used to practicing on moving them. If I manage to gain more control, it might be possible to deploy them in real battle soon. It looks very strong. A 3-meter class golem waving a sword and a shield sure gives an imposing figure. Are they usable? Depends on circumstances. As it turns out earlier, the attack power it possesses is too high, so it will take time to adjust their hitting strength. Though, its offense has clearly increased. It also consumes too much unnecessary mana. Since it takes too much time and effort to be operated, for now I can only control a single golem. It is easy to arrange the golems to a specific formation to enhance their strength, but I can see any ordinary earth mage having trouble doing so. So, what happened to your house building project? I forgot. I was in the middle of cutting the trees. At first, I planned to cut all the nearby trees to make some space for our home. But, after a while, I found it to be a drag. It was just not efficient. I thought that if I have a golem and let it wield the axe, I might get the job done. However, I cannot let it use an ordinary axe, so I created a new one for it with earth magic. While doing so, I've come into an idea of strengthening the golem further, hence the shield. In other words, your work has not progressed an inch at all, right? Indeed. I will lend you help. Let's get this over with. Yes, Elizabeth Sama. It was a mistake on my part to do this alone to begin with. It will be quicker with more people, especially with Sati. Now that the space is cleared, and the ground was leveled, I began laying out my plan for the house. On the first floor, we will have the entrance hall, living room and inquiries. Alongside that, I will include a dining room and a kitchen. Not sure what kind of room inquiries is supposed to be, so I left it as is. On the second floor, I will make a study room and visitor room. The third floor is reserved for our living space. Then, the basement. I will reuse the excess soil made from the hole. I can bring some earth from another place, but that will be troublesome. I should do the same for the warehouse. Make the image stronger. It is going to be large, but I am already used to building large structures from when I built the wall. I should be able to finish it in one go. Instead of a wall, this time I imagined a simple box shape and divide the interior layout to the desired design. There is no entrance nor windows, but that can be made later. Oh, that was neat. Everyone came down from the top of the tower after they finished unloading the luggage. They came down from the second story of the tower. Now that the Alpha Custom Delph has come down, thing has turned into a bit of a problem. After I build this, I need to get back to the entrance. I've got no clue with this one. I was tempted to just delete it entirely. I roughly explained to them about the room arrangement. Since there are no objections in particular, I decided to start building. I asked everyone to step back. Then, I put my hands on the ground. I began to concentrate the enormous mana required. The mana fills the earth channeled through the earth magic. The earth starts to shake as the magic began. I concentrate on the image and my mana, especially this time. The image is more important. Everyone has come to witness me. I cannot fail. No, I can't let them distract me. More concentration. Before I noticed, I have channeled out mana comparable to when I killed the Earth Turtle King. Crap. Any more than this is bad. Even though it is currently winter, a cold sweat runs down my cheek. The mana consumed has already gone beyond my expectation. Should I cancel it now? It is not an offensive magic. Even if I cancel out the magic now, the misfired mana will only affect the ground in front of me. I maintain my control to the utmost limit. My long concentration bears fruit. The ground quietly vibrates. That was dangerous. Why did I suddenly get caught in a pinch? especially now in a place like this. Nonetheless, the chant was completed. The end result will be gorgeous. Fortress construction. After calling out an appropriate spell name, the ground started roaring and a big chunk of it rushed up. The flying dust covered our vision. After the dust settles down, a huge box appeared. The overall structure looks like a cardboard box due to the brown earth material. I put my hand on the wall to check its structure. The strength and the thickness of the wall perfectly matches what I had in my image. The increased sturdiness of the wall might be the result of my excessive mana. As expected, spending this much mana in battle is a bad idea. How was it, you guys? This is the might of my earth magic. Putting aside the cold sweat pouring down my body, I tried to show off to my audience that it was amazing. Masaru-sama, right, praise me more. He pulled it off just like how I told you, Titus. Yes, I can only say that this is truly amazing. I don't know what they are talking about, but it feels good to be admired. Can we already live in it? As you can see, there is still no entrance. It's hard to arrange the furniture inside. If that is the case, please leave the interior decoration to us, the elves. I will arrange a craftsman for this shortly. What should I do? I planned to do it myself to some extent, but I think I already managed to save some face. Even if I outsource the job now, I think my dignity won't be compromised. Yes, please. But I will make the entrance myself, at least. Chapter 17. The dragon returned to the party. We can use that hall to hold a party, Ellie said while looking inside the interior of the unfinished mansion. Lily-sama nodded, agreeing to what Ellie has said. A party. Having a home party is a neat idea. I can bring Crook and Silver here and show them various things. That sounds like fun. But what Ellie means by party perhaps is something like the celebration at the elf country. No party, please. I need to emphasize it right now, once and for all. Because this house is going to be my personal space for relaxation, just like now, relaxing together with my family. A place where outer disturbance is nil. A place where we can all rest while flirting together as one big family. Hosting a party at my own home is hard enough. Please spare me from inviting the outsiders as well. Ellie became an adventurer to cleanse and regain her family's former glory. While I do share her sentiments, we do not have neither territory nor citizens yet. Even after becoming a noble for few years, I will still remain as the lowest quasi-baron. I don't think I will do much. I cannot seem to muster my motivation. Let's do it. But you are still busy, aren't you? We are going to continue our pioneering plan, and during the spring, we are going to visit Ellie's parents at their house in the Empire. It is true that I'm busy, but to be honest, I still have plenty of free time. If we work properly, we can get all the cultivating jobs done after half a day. Working an interval of 1 day is considered a relaxed schedule for an adventurer. Even if we are traveling a long distance, we can still go back easily with transition magic. This way, working in 1 day interval might be inefficient. That is the biggest, most perilous problem yet. I can still dismiss the problem as a budget problem until a while ago, but currently we are getting sponsored by the elves, so we pretty much have all the funds available. I will still continue to earn money in the future, therefore lack of money will not cut it as an excuse. I am maintaining this place by myself, too. But once the village has progressed to some extent, I need to start greeting the people in our neighborhood, right? I wonder if there are other lords or great person in the vicinity. I'm taking things way too lightly. This is way too troublesome. I hope I can get away by giving them Hikoshi soba. If I can visit them separately, then I don't need to worry getting stuck in a party again. In my country, we have a custom where we will give the neighbors where we are moving in a Hikoshi soba. Hikoshi soba? Usually a person who just moved in, like me, will share a pack of moving buckwheat noodles while greeting their neighbors. What kind of dish is this soba? Anne asked. It is something like pasta. I've cooked ramen for you guys occasionally before, right? It is close to that. This soba dish might be a rare delicacy, but I don't know how relevant it is to use them as a door gift. Just hold on. The real thing starts here. I know it is foolish to greet the local nobles and great men with just soba in hand, but remember when I gave the dragon to the count? Why don't we hunt something similar at the demon realm, and give them together with other gifts, just like an adventurer will do. We need to start hunting to level up Lily-sama. On the side note, we can get whatever things we need from the prey. That is too adventurer-like. What if someone start a rumor saying that upstart house is lacking delicacy? They are like brutish adventurers and it start flying around. We are going to turn into a laughingstock. My plan was rejected. And here I thought it was a good idea. First impression is very important, if not the most. If you do not do it well the first time, how do you expect to gain their attention in the future? If we are going to settle down permanently, it's a given that establishing good relationship with our neighbor is a must, but I wonder if that is the case. If we think about the incoming disaster that will befall this world in the future, keeping a superficial relationship like this would not matter much in the end. However, we are still going to live here for at least 20 more years, and if we somehow manage to avoid the destruction of the world, we may live here permanently and be continued by our descendants. Taking all these factors in hand, I guess we need to prepare a proper greeting. After all, a lot of girls will attend if you hold a party. Just saying. Oh my, I see she trying a different approach to gain my interest. Usually, people will try to hook up during a party. That's why a lot of young girls always attend these parties while dressed up. I'm a married man, and I am not interested in hooking up with a stranger. I thought things are getting interesting, but naturally, I will be accompanied during the whole party. An adventurer with 5 wives like me will never get to spend a time alone. A party. That is a nice idea. Just leave all the preparations to us. That is right. This Ellie right here will make sure that everything will not be anything less than perfection. Well, if Ellie insists on doing it and it seems that she doesn't mind it either, then I will leave everything to her. She can do whatever she wants. I don't dislike the party itself. I just don't want to be the organizer or the main attraction. I would not mind them if I can enjoy my steak and my food in the corner. You sure? Please let me help a bit, too. Just leave it to me. Fine. Let's have a discussion about this later. Okay? She brings herself closer and whispers to my ear. How should I reward you? I am doing whatever I want with my wives every day, and so far, none of them has resisted me yet. It is clear as day that she has something mischievous planned in mind, but I can't help but to feel nervous. My cute little Ellie has gone full seducing mode. There is no way I can keep my face straight. Her body, which is pressing against me, feels so darn soft. Just a little more. I want to ask for Masaru's help. Please. There is no way I can refuse her. I wonder what she wants my help for. Aside from the party, there are other things that we need to do today. I want to bring Ellie to my bedroom right this instant and redeem my advance payment for the reward. But first, I need to send Titus back to the elf country. I can't seem to find Patos anywhere. Based on her presence, it's safe to say that she is working diligently inside Lily-sama's room. She is sorting out the biggest luggage. It is tough for her to place everything inside a room that small. Therefore, together with Titus, we activated the gate and went out to the terrace of the elf castle. It will take a while to finish the preparation. Please pick me up around noon. Then, we returned back. Next, I need to report to the Earl that I have been granted cooperation from the elves. Since I'm swinging by at the Adventurer Guild after this, I leave Patos alone at home and together with others, we fly to the town. I entered through the town's gate and went directly to the Earl's mansion. If this is the other town, I will already incite the town's guards' wrath and get caught, but here Lily-sama face can be used as a free pass. They were alerted when I entered the premises without prior appointment. But as soon as they saw an elf, we suddenly received warm welcome and were escorted to meet the Earl. They are still dismantling the dragon at one of the corners of the garden. The soldiers took turn cooking in what seems to be a simple BBQ set and the food was served to the other soldiers. Soldiers noticed our presence and waved at us with a smile. Dragon meat sure is popular anywhere in this world. Afterward, we were guided to a gorgeous reception room inside the mansion. Inside, a cup of tea was served for everyone. Earl Parks, my father has promised his cooperation for the pioneering project. That is good news. My side is ready to give you permission for your project anytime. Great, now we are done here. There is no reason to linger here anymore. We are finished. Thank you very much, Earl. Now, if you will excuse us. I tried to flee the place quickly, but I was caught by the Earl. Ah, hold your horses. Wouldn't it be difficult to be a pioneer? I'm thinking of giving you support in any way that I can. I already plan to do everything by myself. No, you see, I can do everything with earth magic, and I am not planning to increase the village size any further, therefore manual labors are not needed. I appreciate your offer though. I see. The Earl was left confused with my words. Has his mood turned sour because I turned down his offer? But I am not sorry because I am serious with what I have said. The dragon, I see you have started dissembling and eating it. Your soldiers seem pleased too. I'm glad that we gave that as present. Ellie continued the conversation after I made an awkward stop. Oh. Everyone is pleased. If you have any troubles, you are welcome to visit here anytime. I am troubled. I wonder what kind of advice will I get if I tell him that this world is going to perish in the near future? That is impossible, right? The Earl will be troubled if I said that. Why is the thing that I want always unreachable? We already promised our support. There is no need for the Earl to come out, you know? Well, I don't really need the support from the elves either. How much support are the elves planning to give? Everything, of course. Whether it is funds of staff, we are providing unlimited support. No, we are just building a small village, you see. Why is she scaling up the project size? Better safe than sorry. Fine, we are going to the Adventurer Guild next, right? Let's go, everyone. As soon we left the Earl's mansion, Lily-sama activated Fly and went to the fortress. On the way to the fortress, Ellie stuck her face close to mine and said, Masaru, I wonder about that. Why he didn't return back the gift. You mean that one? In some cases, it will triple the original amount. 3 times, that is terrible. Why aren't they returning it? They will point back the finger to us. I don't understand. Was the Earl in trouble? Did you forget that he was angry with us just a while ago? In other words, if you want them to return the dragon, we need to receive their offer to help. For that reason, I turn it down for once and for all. It is difficult to pay something equivalent to that dragon, right? The Earl is offering to help in our pioneering project in return for the gift. Not only did I refuse that, I also left Ellie's dragon to them. That will serve as a strong reminder of what I have in mind. Besides, Lily-sama has declared that the elves are going to help with this project. If the Earl is involved, that might destroy the elf's interest. If you understand, you want to make him feel indebted to you. Seems like Ellie is looking to create a network before the party. If a recently elected lord is inviting people for his party, I wonder how many people will attend. Since the elves are semi-isolated in foreign relationship, they don't maintain any personal connection. Of course, we don't have any connection to the outsider as well. I know that dragon was yours. Was that no good? In the first place, there is no restriction in our right to begin the pioneering project. The dragon is just an icing on the cake. In the worst case scenario, we can receive help from the elves. If they are willing to give us something before we establish a connection, it might be fun to see what will happen in the future. So, she said. Speaking of a specialty here, most of the products came either from the elf country or the demon realm. As for the elf product, we can ask for the elves' assistance to acquire them. Anything and for any amount. As for the product from the demon realm, even if we send out a request to the adventurer to help us hunt a dragon, there is no guarantee that we can get a same prey as the previous big dragon. How about we ask for money in exchange? Even if we request for money, that kind of item is not interchangeable with money alone. Well, she is right. We are adventurers. Everything can be solved with money. Even if we received it as a thank you, there will be no problem. We are adventurers, after all. However, in our case, the Earl was reluctant to our idea at first, and when we are just about to get the permission, the elves arrived. The elves' sponsorship is like stirring up a hornet nest. If it was not for the Earl condition, I would never accept it in the first place. The negotiation was done roughly that it almost went bad. That time, the Earl's subordinates and other people's, they were all focused on the dragon and what Ellie was saying. The Earl's subordinate can never get back to their boss, though. This is troublesome. That is right, this is troublesome. These aristocrats are usually very prideful. Especially the Earl looks like someone who wants to keep his face all the time. Things already turns like this. Pushing it any further is not desirable. I don't want to make enemies. What are you talking about? The other side already exposed their hostility since the beginning. Yeah, that is true, but even if he makes the offer earlier, Masaru will still turn it down. You're right. I want to hide my ability to use a large-scale magic as much as possible. If someone came to visit after the project is completed, I can simply think of something to deceive them. It's okay. Did you notice that he is giving off a meek impression today? As long we are with the elves, he will never try anything funny. Hey Ellie, you are raising a flag. Maybe it is better to have a friend to rely on, somewhat. Excluding the elves, he is the most powerful person in this area. If you can become friends with him, that will make a huge difference. I thought our deal is finished, but maybe next time we meet, I should try to befriend him. I don't know what will happen during the course of world destruction. It is still unknown what is needed for the world to be saved, so it is a safe bet to keep all the manpower and military power as much as possible. Their specs are lower compared to the elves, and the Earl is not a friendly person, so I thought he was unnecessary. Connections to the kingdom side and thousands of troops may be useful in emergencies. Either way, is it premature to shake off the relationship at this stage? I'm sure Earl Park will be more thankful to us. The only reason he can save face is all thanks to our hard work. Please don't say unreasonable things. It's not like I can reveal things to him. I never mention anything about it until we meet the elf. If we want to get into a friendlier terms, it is inevitable but to share all the information that I have. Trying to gain a lie the ordinary way would never work. So I am left with no other choice. Bothersome. What if ... just in case, Masaru doesn't want to become a noble? Worst case scenario, I can just become one, you know? Is that fine? This is just a small territory, there is no reason for us to stick to it. With my current strength, I can easily become a court magician. It is probably quicker compared to establishing our own territory, albeit how small the size is. That is another way. The strongest wind mage who can use gate. That will likely get the other country from aiming for my throat. I don't have the intention to follow through that plan, though. My highest priority is to finish the mission given to Masaru. I can do other things at another time. She is already focused on what will be coming next. There is a slight misunderstanding though. It is not a mission. The occasional quest from God is just a job. And my highest priority is to become happy. I came all the way to another world for the sake of my own happiness, thus I proceed to choose the life of adventuring. It is not for the sake of the God who transport me here. For that reason, I find the task preventing the world destruction to be a nuisance. I can do as much as I can to give support from the side, but I clearly don't want to accept full responsibility. Well, regarding the Oracle, I don't know when will the next one come. So for now, we will just do whatever that we can do. Really? Yeah. First thing first, I need to make sure to bring happiness to my wives. That is my top priority. If possible, I hope God will keep this peaceful time for a little longer. Chapter 18 Building the Castle with 700 million yen. We landed in front of the fortress. During our flight, Ellie kept talking to everyone about the popular local attractions. Things are not set in stone yet, but I think it is necessary to inform the Earl regarding our decisions in the future. Worst case scenario, we are going to abandon this opening up new territory idea. Angela told everyone the importance of the Oracle with a serious face. Tilico and Lily-sama seem to agree with her idea. I have no choice but to reply you're right with a resigned face. In this world, God's existence is real, and he graces the people with his blessings. For that reason, the god is heavily worshipped. I'm serious. Like, super serious. I would like to complain, but I remember that I've received many sides benefits. Whether he is letting me go easy or he is poking fun at me, I couldn't know because the difference in job commitment is too much. I hope he becomes more lenient. We finished our chit-chat and start walking into the fortress. We make our entrance from the main gate. I get a feeling that Lily-sama's face can work as a free pass here as well, but I don't want to risk it. Nobody inside the town noticed Lily-sama, an elf's presence due to her wearing a hood over her face. Despite that, she is required to reveal her face at the gate entrance. Lily-sama, however, After she identified herself, she received an apology from the guard and was allowed in without a fuss. When I go to the Adventurer Guild reception counter, I was welcomed by a familiar staff member and guided to the room at the back right away. First, I informed them that my project has received the permission from the O. I told them I can officially start from now. In the meantime, the Adventurer Guild will not play an active role. However, once the village is established, the villagers may register as adventurers or the village can make a request. The guild will not lend their support, but I was promised that a request can be made as long as I include a paid reward. If I need someone to acquire some materials for the village construction, I can make a request to the guild. They can dispatch labor workers on daily basis. The adventurers are not focused on adventuring work alone, sometimes they also deal with physical labor too. This is especially true when that person is a rookie who still don't have any equipment. They cannot go hunt for monsters because that is too reckless. They will take a harmless part-time job and live frugally while they train in the guild and start choosing their equipment. For that reason, this kind of work will always receive big applicants when they are offered. I think you already heard it from Liliane's armor. Since we have received financial assistance from the elf side, your rewards for the emergency request the other day will be fully redeemed. Next thing on the list is about our money. Last time I heard, full amount for the rewards is about 7 million gold. When converted to Japanese yen, the amount will reach 700 million yen. Based on our calculation from your subjugation records, you will be awarded 7.245052 million gold. 1 gold is equivalent to 100 yen, so it is around 724,505,200 yen. That is like an amount that you can win when you hit a lottery. When I return to Japan, my basic salary should be around 60 million. Simple calculation tells me that staying here is a far wiser choice. If I have no choice but to return, is it possible to bring back the gold coins and jewels that I earned here? I will ask in the diary whether or not the money from this world is interchangeable to Japanese currency. If I stay in Japan, I will never make an annual income this high for my entire life. Well, the amount will get reduced since the overall amount will be divided. Dividing them equally into 6 parts, each one of us will receive around 120 million. Not that hard to distribute. If I spend them cleverly, this money might last me a lifetime. Working half day and spending money of 120 million. Another world rocks. If I turned the elf's gifts into money, I will receive another good amount. Including this, the total reward money will be quite something. I wonder if I should open an account. This should be no problem, right? I agree. I will give a small recommendation so there shouldn't be any problem. Account? I still keep mine the normal way. The account might be like the service that Sati has used to deposit money in the guild. That one is a custody service. If you deposit the money to the guild without an account, you can only withdraw back the money at the same guild branch. The problem is it took time if you try to withdraw them at another branch. If you make an account, you can withdraw your money anywhere you want. We're also tied to the commercial guild. It is useful since we can now withdraw money the two. All the guild staff present gives off their explanation. To open an account, I need to meet certain level of credit and pay them service fee. No interest will be attached. The advantage is we can withdraw money from any branch of both the Adventurer Guild and the Commercial Guild, that is their guarantee. For example, if someone deposits their money in this branch without an account, in the unlikely event that this branch is destroyed by the monsters or the record is lost, there is no way to retrieve back the deposit. Such cases are rare, but they prove to be a huge problem. I can store them in the item box and carry them anywhere with me. But normally a person will open an account and manage them with a bank book or something. Having a balance in the account is credible as an asset, rather than holding them in hand. From now on, I'm going to run a village. It's great to know that I have reliable financial status as a lord. While we're still discussing about the credits allocation, Martin the Truth official appeared. Are you reviewing the deposit account? Fine, let's go through this quickly. For the time being, I created an account under my name and put all the money inside. Then, Martin's unforgivable interrogation began on the spot. What motivates you to create an account? What are you planning to do with that account? Will you do it for any wrongdoings? Have you committed crime in the past? Do you have connections with any crime organization? Or are you acquainted with people who are likely connected to the crime organization? Do you have a family member or close friends that are in debt? Is it absolutely necessary for you to open this account? Before I could answer the first question, I was bombarded by many more questions. He is especially emphasizing on whether I have committed crime in the past or not. Fortunately, I have never committed a crime that will end with me being caught by the police. But what about a misconduct? Pissing while standing and littering, riding a two-seated bicycle. What about traffic violations such as speeding and illegal parking for a moped? Is that counted as a crime? I've picked up money on the street, 500 yen, before. Am I screwed? I've put a little thought, but that is enough incentive for Martin to continue pursuing the issue. Everything was exposed in the end. He is terrible. Fortunately, none of them fall into crime category. Depending on the location, it seems like most people from the town is okay with pissing while standing and public littering. They aren't sure about two-seated bicycles. As for speeding and illegal parking, most people will be angered by such behavior, but that's it. It's your fault if you drop your own money. Either way, that was a story back when I was still living in the faraway country, which is not related or has any influence over the newly opened account. The hearing is totally a waste. I'm sorry for asking you lots of questions. Please understand, if there is any crime committed under the account that I have approved, I will be held responsible. Ah, you passed the examination. This guy, wouldn't this count as harassment? No, I'm serious. You know, the procedure for any applying adventurer whose background is unknown is this strict. You know, I'm not making things harder just because it was Mr. Masaru or anything like that. Martin continued to give out excuses after he noticed my grumpy face. That might be true, but you have gone overboard. That depends on the official's personal judgment, Tilika. No, not only that, I need to register Her Highness as an adventurer as well. I understand that this is his job. Yet, I'm sure that he has done clearly too much. I will remember this in the future, alright? Anyway, today I can only apply for the account. I need to come back to get the bank book at a later date. The bank book shown as a sample is an ordinary paper book with luxurious binding. If I try, I might be able to forge a duplicate. Withdrawal or anything similar is done by using the guild card, though. The guild card is made of a mysterious technology and cannot be forged. The security is higher compared to Japan, since in Japan we can make a withdrawal as long we have the savings book and a seal. Lily-sama's adventurer registration was subsequently made, and the reviewing process was very easy. As expected of Martin, even he knows he's bound not to question an elf royalty with nonsensical things. Lily-sama started from the bottom, which is rank E. Elf, magician, Liliane. An adventurer usually registers with their first name. Of course, there is no problem even if they register with their full name, but that doesn't apply to Lily-sama. The occupation column in the middle is left empty for personal preference. For example, if I want to be a swordsman instead of a magician, I can choose so. As for the race, it is impossible to fake that one. Even though an elf adventurer is rare, it is not unusual enough to garner attention each time one appears. Lily-sama took her adventurer card and left. Next is our rank application. Both Ellie and I are applying for rank A, and it took quite a while. Anne, Sati and Tilika got a promotion to rank B. Regarding our rank A, they need to contact the guild headquarters at the capital for approval. Well, it's not like I'm rushing for something else, so it is fine even if they took their time. I'm planning to start hunting in the demon realm in the near future. What kind of monsters can we expect there? After we are done ranking up, I proceed to ask about the demon realm. There is quite good hunting ground here because we are nearby to the demon realm. Many ordinary monsters are available here too, but they are not good enough for us anymore. Regarding the demon realm, the elf is responsible to manage them, not us. We have neither requests nor rewards from that area. However, since there are many valuable rare materials over there, please bring them back home if you encounter them. Fundamentally, The subjugation rewards are given by the ruling lords from the nearby territories as rewards for keeping them secured. That means there are no rewards for hunting inside the demon realm. Ellie mentions that we are one of the few who started a pioneering project nearby the demon realm. Therefore, we will be requested to for investigation and material collection. However, since the elves have already done all that, the requests never come over to this side. We are saved if you can bring a lot of them back home. What kind of rewards would you like to request from the guild? The demon realm is maintained by the elves. Then, the occupational army occasionally make an expedition for the adventurer guild who specialized in material trade. This is not a good position to be in. Even if the adventurers wandered to the demon realm, the elf forest is basically off limits to them. Because of that, they need to go around the mountain range and it is not realistic. Let's not. We still don't know what will happen. If there are some rewards, then it is profitable. However, since we are required to give the prey that we hunted to the guild, I don't know if it really is a good idea or not. Depending on the situation, we might better off going to the city, since we don't have transportation problems or whatnot. I already finished the errands. Next, I will continue to build my mansion. The day is already at peak once we reach back home. I went to Elf Country to pick up Titus. Once I arrived, I saw Titus is waiting at the terrace of the elf castle. Then, she went downstairs. Afterwards, we left the castle and went to the plaza to where 20 elves are ready with piled up materials. They are elves who are in charge of construction and carpenter works. They wore an easy-to-move, rough and modest works cloth. Everyone is slender, so it doesn't give off robust feeling at all. It is as if we are in the models gathering. Only their work clothes look off. The elves who are responsible for the arrangement looks like a beautiful painter working with an atelier rather than a carpenter. If they are taken to Japan, they are going to be worshipped as a beautiful carpenter. The gate can only carry about 10 people at once. If I manipulate the flow of mana, I should be able to transport more people. But I have never gone that far yet. We store the materials and makes 3 round trips at the gate. I, together with the craftsmen who are mainly female, were tightly jam-packed inside the gate circle. For me who rarely has chance to meet women other than my wives, this is a joyous occurrence. Even though the elves are masters of magic, they are highly curious of the gate and transition magic. I carefully invoke and explain about the working. I'm surprised to see they are so impressed. I finish carrying all the elves over here and under Titus and the elf supervisor. They start working at once. I want to pitch in some help, but it seems that I was not needed. All the elves involved are specialists in civil engineering and architecture. Hence, they are experts in earth magic. It is wiser for an amateur like me to keep their hands away. Sometimes, I wish some of them will make a request for me or something. They make everything look comfy and the interior decoration for the stairs and doors and windows looks much better than what I can make. With an inhumane skill, everything was finished. I make a request for a white facade on the outside as well. Afterwards, they bring something white like a plaster, and applied it on the wall. The completed interior looks totally otherworldly. Somehow, it has a castle-like appearance now. I wish they leave the tatami mats alone. Can you at least put them in between the wooden floor? By having it in between the wooden floor, the hall will look like a Japanese-style kendo hall. More importantly, we need to finish the roof part. Rooftop, in other words, a castle tower. Together with a supervisor, we went to the rooftop. I told them the image that I have in mind, although it is a foreign design, since there is already a completed sample from the previous tower. They said it can be done without a problem. Although I was anxious about placing a heavy object on the rooftop, the supervisor said not to worry. With that said, let's make a second floor for this castle tower. We collected appropriate soil from outside the site. This soil will form the second floor for the rooftop. The castle tower's second floor is smaller than the house counterpart. It is smaller than the first floor. The point is to create the roof shape. If we build the roof normally, we can only see it as a T-room like previous one. I dug up the characteristic of standard castle tower from my memory. The roof is triangular. The first floor and the second floor are decorated accordingly. The castle tower consists of first floor and second floor. The roof on the third floor is aligned to the mansion roof. There is no particular meaning besides appearance, however it can also act as roof eaves during rain. Once finished, we loaded black roof tiles made of earth magic. About 5 people came to give us a helping hand. We never instructed them to. Shows how dedicated they are to their jobs. By using the tea room next door as reference, they completed the exterior part of the castle tower, which is by no means inferior to a real one, in about 2 hours. Since I'm helping them making the roof tiles, the time consumed became less. The interior of the castle tower is filled with wooden floor, just the way I wished it. As I ordered, from balcony, the top floor to the stairs are filled with wooden floor as well. Together with the elf supervisor, we observe the exterior appearance with levitation. Then we went one round to see if there are any corrections or oversight. They are beautiful, but aren't they strangely shaped? This is how the ruling lord's house looks like from where I come from. Well, I simply imitated the appearance, so even I don't know what it entails. We still haven't started on the interior, and by observing the details, it does gives a sense of incongruity, but when looked at from afar, it looks like a castle nonetheless. Well, only the elf supervisor who find it weird. Perhaps it was due to my insufficient explanation, or perhaps it was because I'm trying to recreate something from a vague memory. Each Japanese castle has different shape anyways, so it doesn't matter much. Since I've made the mansion larger, it gives off a stronghold feeling. The contrast between white on the wall and black on the roof is wonderful. The result came out great. Thank you very much. The job is still underway. Please thank us after we complete everything. Therefore, regarding the mansion landscape, including the gate and the passageways, as a matter of fact, there is more things to finish than what I expected. Even if there are 20 professional workers working on it, the project cannot be done in a single day. If I tried to do everything alone, I might need at least a month. Surely, if I make it a personal project, I'll likely be bored halfway through. I am satisfied if the place can be inhabited. Simply said, the completed mansion will look shabby and tasteless. I'm honestly glad to receive this help. Chapter 19 Family Meeting. I need to start thinking about the final concept while this mansion is being built. To make it a proper residence, I need to have a gate, a garden, and a passage to the mansion. There is no gate nor an entrance because we usually fly over into our house. As expected, this is a problem. The elves are going to continue their work tomorrow afternoon. I need to think of something and prepare the foundation of the gate before then. The process will consume a lot of mana, so once that part is done, I can do the rest of the process on my own. I'm recovering my mana during the daytime. By the way, the elf chief looks like she is in the middle of her 20s, even though she might pass as a high school girl once she put on the uniforms. In reality, she is a 120 years old woman. That is still an early age for a chief, but she said I have done this job for over 100 years. My skills are legit. So, I was told. I don't know whether she is joking or being serious. While I'm consulting with the chief regarding the gate arrangement, Sati came over and called me for lunch. It is already a tea time, but since everyone is busy decorating the mansion, it has gotten quite late. All the necessary discussions are done, so I'm heading out to eat. I get down from the tower to the first floor with Sati. In the end, I find it more natural if the entrance is at the ground floor, and it is less complicated. My stomach is rumbling. Let's eat. All praise to the God who graces us with food today. Thanks for the food. Thanks for the food. After I get seated, Anne started with her daily simple prayer. Today's menu is dragon steak with orc cutlet, deep-fried rabbit, bread, salad and many more ingredients, tartar sauce for fried chicken and mayonnaise for salad. Everything was in heap and the room was filled with a delicious smell of fried food. It was already late afternoon, and I am okay with a simple lunchbox. However, since we are welcoming Lily-sama today, they went with classic menu. This is orc cutlet. You can eat it the way it is or dip it into the sauce. This, here, is a deep-fried rabbit. Following Anne's instruction, Lily-sama followed the others and stretched out her hands towards the dishes. During the previous battle, she was offered the same thing once and she ate them without problem. It seems like she holds no particular like or dislike and she happily eats them all. Based on my observation, The elves or the elves royalty in particular seems to somewhat use the same seasonings and recipes like us. They are not a picky eater too, according to the story that I heard later, since they are importing some foods from the outside. The elf's diet become not much different compared to ours. Rather, since the fortress receives a lot kind of ingredients, sometimes the elves will come out to buy them. A different atmosphere lingers around our dining table today. When I think about it, her eating habits are actually beneficial to us in the future. I will be troubled if our diet doesn't match. I know we are still eating, but please pardon my intrusion. Welcome to our household, Lily Sama. After everyone's pace has slowed, I take the opportunity to give her their welcome speech. I see. Thank you. And another thing, we cannot refer you with the honorific Sama all the time, so I was thinking if it's time to, I have no problem to continue giving her the princess treatment. However, since we are going to adventure and fight together, it will be way easier if everyone can refer to her more naturally. That is my intention. I'm starting my training, after all. This way, it sounds nicer. True. So, should I call you Liliane, or Lily? How about Lilia? That sounds nice. Lilia. The nickname given by Ellie actually sound cute. It sounds somewhat different compared to a common nickname like Lily, so it is convenient. I see, so be it. Calling me Lilia sounds more intimate. If you have anything to say in the future, please don't be shy to share them with me. Well, everyone is equal here, so I'll be relieved if you all can be friends. Everyone has their own specialty. It's natural if we depend on each other. To be honest, my power is still much inferior. I don't know how much I can be a help to everyone. That included Lily Sama's housework skills as well, but there is no way she has thought that far. Well, I'm sure Anne has all the job distribution in her head. Well then, Lily Sama. Lilia, let's see what skills you have. From here on is my responsibility. Isn't that still a bit too early? Since you are already level 8, I'm sure enough points have saved up. Ellie, including everyone, is surprised. What? Doesn't that mean ... Lilia has received the protection ... but, just how come? I've never heard about this. Her protection was enabled when I put on the ring, then we headed to eat ... I thought of explaining about it afterwards, but then the party started ... then, I fell asleep. I totally forgot to explain. Fine, you forgot to explain. But what is the meaning of this? Seriously ... This is a very important thing. You see, it happened when I gave the magic ring to Lilia. Her protection was enabled at that time. After that, I was caught up telling about ourselves to the king and the party started ... I am sorry, as for the details regarding the divine protection, since the king didn't press the issue too much, I ended up giving him a bare bones explanation. Perhaps, he is respecting my secret. Or maybe he doesn't want to be nosy. I see. It was that time. Masaru-sama's proposal. That was cool. Now that I think about it again, it was pretty embarrassing. But it certainly had an effect. I mean, Sati was clearly enamored by my proposal. Well, Sati do praises me all the time. I received the protection. I don't feel any difference. First, let me explain what this protection does. There are these things called skills, and they, while having meal, I start explaining about the alternate skill system. Lily-sama, or rather, Lilia, stop eating and start throwing questions in between explanation. How do I say? After the Q&A session ended, while the pudding was served, Lilia turned speechless after taking a look at her skill list that I have noted down in my notebook. Lilia also took down her own note while staring at the menu. By the way, Lilia's loyalty is 51. The loyalty point is private. Various problems will occur if the difference in love is shown. As we can see, if we take MP as comparison, minus 13,475, about 30 times higher than Lilia. Lilia's mana was already doubled due to magic ring effect, so actually my mana is 60 times higher than hers. For Liliane, who would have been on the elite upbringing, this disparity may be shocking. 30 times more mana than mine. I had an inclination that yours is much higher, but this. Lilia was involved during the second phase of the previous defensive battle, but her level is unexpectedly low. Was the difference caused by the availability of protection? or was it due to the difference in the number of subjugation? Since she didn't have a guild card, I have no way to confirm her subjugation number. And even if she does have it now, I cannot check the difference. Still, it is an enormous value of mana which is much more superior compared to Ellie or Anne in their early days. She just needs a little more training to become a great mage. Yeah, she can serve as a rearguard. No matter how I think about it, she is not suitable as vanguard or scout. No way. This much. Lilia-san? So, this is what my husband is like. What an amazing power. After I opened up Lilia's menu, her loyalty suddenly increased by 4. She is genuinely happy. Well, it's good that she isn't overwhelmed. So, the protection gives us this kind of power. Just like how I explained before, originally, I'm a powerless guy. Everything was given by God. I always emphasize this after such a reveal. Although their respect might drop a bit, I'll be troubled if I'm being treated as a hero even at home. I want them to see the real me. What are you talking about? If you put it that way, then our spirit is also a thing that was given by God. Heck, if you go further backwards, even magic, even this world itself is something that God has created. My demonite too. It's not like you sit around and get the protection, do you? Yeah, I guess so. Even with all the luck and blessings, I could still die. In retrospect, I started out with wild rabbit, then a large boar, a dragon, a pack of harpies and lastly an orc king. Together, the battle at the elf country. I face such life-threatening crisis many times. I even took the training with Sergeant Dono. Even though I did my best to avoid danger, in less than a year after I arrived here, I was put into life and death situations at least 6 times. Geez. That was like a monthly occurrence. Terrible. Don't let it bother you. What matters most is how you use that power. It was painful being told that because so far, I've only used this power for my own safety and happiness. We will leave it at that for now. Let's think about what to do with Lilia's skills. Let's raise my spirit magic first. Afterwards. What does the numerical value next to the mana value mean? It shows the amount of your mana is doubled with a magic ring. Double. Naturally, you never explained about the ring. Did you? I cannot help it because I was busy yesterday and today too. I admit that I tried to postpone all these troublesome things. My priority is to enable withdrawal from any town. Your original mana value is 206, and it is doubled by the magic ring. Is that so? So, it is this ring. Magic ring. Its effect is to double the amount of your mana, as well to double the recovery rate of your mana. I got it as a reward for completing the quest. This is a genuine sacred treasure that we received directly from God. Amazing stuff. For some reason, Ellie proclaimed proudly. Ellie also told her about the tale of Wild Rabbit and the ring to Lilia. I've been told by God that he is just lending it to me, but I wonder about that since it has been a long time since. Well, I don't think he will ask me to return it now. Sacred treasure. I see. So that's the reason why you don't need the elven treasure. I already checked it before and it seems that the effect doesn't overlap when you equip multiple rings. Phew. However, since I have received this ring, should I take the bracelet too? Wouldn't it be nice to have more mana? She is right. An increase of 50% more mana will mean more meteor that can be cast. Well, it depends not only on the ring, but also my skill. There is no need to rush since I can still think about it. You still need someone who can play the shield role. Just leave it to me. Well, regarding that matter, are you sure you want to do this? Based on your stats and skills, I think it is wiser if you act as our rearguard. Spirit magic is very good for defending, and just because it is focused on defense doesn't mean the attack power is reduced. Having a balance of both offense and defense is the greatest strength of spirit magic users. Certainly, it is convenient if you can shoot out offensive magic at the same time. Erecting defensive magic and shooting out offensive magic simultaneously. Using attack magic while you are in the air with fly. This will drastically change the power balance on the battlefield. Even so, the likes of Sati still manage to penetrate her defense. That anxious feeling still remains. As you can see, my spirit magic is level 2. That means, there is still room to grow. So, first I'm going to increase her spirit magic level. Then, We will see how well it defends against Sati's attack. We clean up after the meal and move to the living room. I pray to God to bestow Lilia with part of our protection. For the spirit magic is our Vishnu. Lilia, close your eyes. I put my hand on top of Lilia's head, who is in front of me. Then I operated the menu. I make a payment, with points, to strengthen the power of Lilia's spirit magic. Oh, whoa. I get it. The power of spirit magic is gushing inside me. This might look sketchy, but there is a reason why I am doing this. It is to increase the loyalty. By making it a ceremony, it becomes easier to acquire the skills. Sure enough, loyalty increased by 3 points. It's a wonderful effect. Congratulations. Congratulations. Afterwards, everyone congratulates Lilia. Whoa, thanks. Well, it's troublesome to do it every time, but doing it at the beginning will add a nice touch. That's why you want to keep it a secret. If such power comes to light. I wonder how much chaos will ensue. I am glad you understand. But, if that is the case, why are you increasing your women? Don't you want to keep this confidential? It's not a matter of simply adding wives. You need to meet a condition before you are given protection. Regarding slavery, it is still unknown. When I think carefully, even though Sati received my protection as soon as she became my slave, it was premature to think the enslavement was the condition of protection. I need to run a test. It's love. If you don't love Masaru from the bottom of your heart, you will never gain the protection. So, Anne said. It's embarrassing to hear it directly, though. Yeah, to put it simply, you need to have a certain level of trust or love for me before you can gain my protection. Then, was it that time? Indeed. At that moment, I pledged a heartfelt loyalty to Masaru. I was already in love with him at that time, but I don't think that alone is enough. Perhaps, it happens because I'm entrusting my life in his hands. That time, when Sati became mine, she told me that she was very happy. That is the beginning, before everyone else got their protection. That's right. Everyone here, myself included, are here because we chose Masaru ourselves. It is not the opposite. You know, Sati doesn't have the right to choose, but she still shows her trust, her favor right from the start. As long as I own this power, no, that is not right. I honed my skills with my own ability. I'm just an ordinary man. Correct. When we met, I found you to be ordinary compared to the other outstanding mages. During those days, I wonder if Ellie felt the same. I thought he was pretty good. He learned recovery magic in 2 days. And he managed to master both wind and water magic quickly too. Masaru-sama was amazing right from the beginning. Wild Rabbit. Tilaka, that is one thing you just can't. The story won't finish if we keep talking like this. Let's test out the spirit magic and see how strong it has become. Afterwards, we all moved to the tea room at the rooftop to test out the magic. This room is suitable because it has plenty of space. Sati shows her brilliant swordsmanship. What do you think? It's getting harder, but the difficulty is lowered once the wind shield has reached its limit. Right. Not difficult? Yes, since there is a time gap after the hit when the shield is repairing itself. If it was attacked in succession, let's say, if everyone shoots their magic simultaneously, will the shield disappear? I don't think it can withstand that. It's become strong, but it is still worrying. A self-restoring shield is interesting, but it is wind element, so it might be weak against earth and water. How about I wear armor and wield a big shield? Will that be enough to compensate for the weakness? She would only need to bear it for a fraction of a second until her shield is restored. I'm also concerned about her physical strength. After her physical strength level is increased, the armor wouldn't be too unbearable for her. To be honest, any adventurer in general will benefit from strengthening their physical ability. It's not the perfect solution, but that will alleviate her burden from her shield role. It is necessary for all of us. I'm putting my hope on her. For the time being, she will occupy the vanguard position temporarily. I proceed with the work that is planned for today, and after everything is finished, I send the elf workers back home. What left is my nighttime enjoyment. Chapter 20. Lilia. As usual, I take a bath with Sati, then we went ahead to our rooms. I write in my diary first before I hit the bed. I couldn't write any yesterday, So today I'm writing plenty. Everyone takes a bath in turn and then chilling in the living room. It is also fun having a mixed bath and play with everyone, but not for today. After a while, someone knocked the door of my room. It's me, Lilia. Can I come in? Please come. Huh? Right after Lilia enter, I was stunned. She wears a thin, see-through white negligee. The room is moderately warmed by fire magic, so it is okay to wear a light clothing. I want to take her into my bed right away, but I am a man of patience. I was always reprimanded by Ellie for not setting up the mood first. What are you doing? Lilia comes to my side and looks at my hand. Unreadable. This is the writing we use where I was born. I'm using this diary to write a journal report to God. Interesting. As she approaches closer, I caught a sniff of her fluffy soap scent. I was sure that I am using the same old soap. I wonder why it smells so good on her. Just a little while longer. I will finish writing this up soon. Rather, I cannot wait anymore. But writing the report in this diary is actually very important. I cannot slack off on this one. Can I watch? Yeah. No problem. Lilia sits on the chair. It is a large desk and 3 chairs are aligned near it. It's a strange letter. What does it say? Yesterday and today's event. Does it include about me too? Definitely. It is just like an ordinary diary, and everything written here is transmitted to God. I'm not entirely sure, but I think he is properly looking after me. Whenever I'm in trouble, he will come to my aid. Just like this. Since I already finished writing, I flipped over the diary and shows her the response that I've got before we all leave Sorry Town. Oh, how beautiful and divine. Divine. I can't see anything remote to it. Although I write with care, my character is not beautiful. I'm not used to feather pen, so my ink is not distributed nicely. Compared with mine, the reply from God is beautiful and perfect. It looks like it was printed. No matter how, the reply doesn't look like it was handwritten. Looks like a Mincat font. Lilia studied the reply from God carefully. I can see Lilia's important part through her negligee, but at the same time I cannot. Still, her body lines are accentuated, so it has done a pretty good done job. Lilia raises her face and then, our eyes met. I come here tonight to attend to you. But here I left my husband hanging. Thanks to that I get to appreciate her wonderful appearance tonight though. So, I don't know if you are okay with that. You know, suddenly you need to tend to my needs. Before I took her as a wife, I came to the castle with the intention to attend the ceremony party only. Although her loyalty was high after she showed her trust from the start, when it comes to this thing, I think it's better if I confirm it first with her. I don't know how it works in human society, but for an elf, we are obliged to conceive children once we are married. My mum always reminded me severely about this. Children, I want to stay this way until everything is clear, but just like expected, I need to return back home to Japan while I live. I don't want to have any lingering regrets. I make sure everyone uses contraceptives to ensure we can continue adventuring as a party. But, do we need to absolutely, without other choices, but to use contraceptive? For an elf, that is blasphemy against life itself. So, for an elf, birth control is no good after all. It will be difficult to proceed with adventuring if one of us gets pregnant. However, as of now, Lilia is not counted as our fighting forces yet, so I say there is no problem. From what I know, the elf women have difficulty to get pregnant, and this case is more apparent if they are interracial couple. Figured, why don't I go for it, while I can? I will consult with everyone regarding this matter again. Then, my princess, please come over here. Oh, okay. Then, Lilia sinks into the freshly installed king-size bed. I'm putting off the light. In order to create a suitable mood, I switch off their light, installed on the ceiling and switch to indirect lighting. This is a kind of magic light as well, but I enclose it with paper and adjust it to the extent that the light leaks vaguely. I lie on the futon besides Lilia and turn my face to her. I'm getting nervous. Now that I think about it carefully, today is only the 3rd day that I get to know her. Is this really okay? Lilia. Do you want children? Alright, why don't we talk first? In any case, I will not sink in yet. Let's see. I've never have a partner so far, so I never put any serious thought on it. But I want them. Oh, But what about your fiancé? How is he like? He is from the royal family, so I thought there must be something interesting about him. He is the only handy suitor that I have at that time. Well, I might do something about it once I've reached 100 years old. Elves have a long time to think about their choices. Might as well go slowly about it. A suitable suitor must not only be from a great family. He must have great abilities too. From what I can tell, in this world the elves value people with abilities highly. That's why, even if a human with an unknown origin like me is considered as a potential marriage subject, this does not only apply to Lilia alone, but to everyone looking for a love partner. I move my face back to a comfortable distance and we start talking a lot. A story about when Lilia was born and a story about what happened before the battle at Elf Country. Then we talked about what happened after she comes here, especially about her meetings with everyone. It seems that she has spent enough time with everyone and they have obtained a certain sort of mutual understanding. I'm happy to get a beautiful elf like Lilia as a new companion. The same could be said for Lilia. I was shocked to hear her sudden confession, so this situation might be the most ideal. Do you get it? Masaru is at a level where an elf would need 100 or 200 years of training to achieve. Not only that, you guided me to a height that only a few can reach, even if the elf trained for their lifetime. And you're telling me that this is the beginning? It is a wonderful blessing. Her great appreciation is not uncalled for since it went to this direction. But, by the looks of it, it seems that she is favorable at me so much that she wants to bear my child. Then, I wait for a good moment to interrupt our talk and suggest her to start our baby-making session soon. In fact, how do you actually make children? You don't know about that, yet you dare talk about contraceptive. I heard the baby is brought by the spirit, but I guess I was greatly mistaken. From where I am, there are stories about how the baby will come sprout at cabbage field and whatnot. I used to ask Titus about it before, but I was told that it is still too early for me. My mother tells me to ask about it from Masaru himself since the way might be different for human. I think it's natural to assume that she has graduated from formal education, but I guess health education is not included. As a princess, she has exclusive bodyguards who are with her all the time, so there might be no person brave enough to bring up this topic with her. But she should know the basics of baby making. Lilia seems to possess enough knowledge to understand the implication of meeting and staying with a man in the same bed. For now, how about you do what you always do? If you say so. I start to kiss her lightly. Coiling my tongue with hers for the first time is no number. My hands start to explore over her covered body lightly and from there I gauge her reaction. Does it tickle or is that place sensitive? Every time I touch her, she lets out a small voice. She is getting excited. A mission? Do something like that? Are you joking? She said that after both of us are in our birthday suit. It hurts a little. Looks like the royal family children don't practice bathing together with their daddy. Emilio's one is more. Her younger brother. When he grows up he will become like this. For the time being, I will explain the procedure to her. I decided to proceed with it because it is only natural to do that to conceive a child. It hurts. I fell from bed as the spirit's shield activates and blow me away. I was surprised when the wind gently pushed me, but I was not harmed. Sorry. The spirit reacted without my permission. Yeah, all good. I don't mind. But why aren't you forcing it in? I try to do it as carefully, as gentle as I can, but it looks like the preparation is incomplete. It hurts a bit at first, you know, but I heard the pain will lessen once they are treated with heal. It hurts a lot. Alright, now, what to do? I cannot continue because she feels half dead. Maybe I can try again once she is ready? But I get the feeling that the same thing will happen. I have the same feeling too. I received huge damage mentally when I was blown by her wind. I will not hurry. I might even consider doing it later. I wonder if Sati is still awake. But I like to be with Tilika. Anyways, we are already halfway, so it's terrible to leave Lilia hanging for now. I've sweated a little. Maybe I can invite her to bathe with me. This will be our first time taking a bath together. While I gently pat Lilia's head who snugs herself comfortably in my arms, I think about my next course of action. Hey, do you want me to demonstrate the act first? This is my chance to promote my harem plan. It's a normal thing done by everyone, Nothing to worry about. She agreed. I was fortunate she has little to no knowledge about this. Then I decided to call Sati. I lightly strike my hands and created a sound. It is the signal to summon Sati. She will leap to me as soon as possible from wherever she is in the house. If she is already asleep, she will not bother because she is already sound asleep. Seems like she is still awake. Soon, she arrived at the room together with Tilaka. I invited them to the king-size bed and explain about the situation. Tilaka, while looking at Sati unsure about herself, in turn volunteered to do it. Well then, Tilaka will proceed to do the demonstration with me. Sati, you watch together with Lilia. Please teach her a lot. Yes, Masaru-sama. Sati swiftly moves and sit beside Lilia. However, she looks to be a bit distressed. She is unsure what she should do with her watching partner. She just doesn't know what to do. It's just like our usual threesome session. Ah, this is the first for Lilia, so I'm counting on you. Why, yes. Now I've got the agreement from these girls. Alright, everything is now primed and ready. My bad. I will leave things to you. No worry. Baby making is important. Tilaka also wishes to have a baby since that is the advice from her organization. I told you to wait for another half a year. But if you really want it now, Lilia is not a special exception. Don't mind. Just do like what Masaru think. A good wife like Tilaka is kind of wasted on a man like me. Well, if I seriously think so, each one of them will be like an unattainable flower. What about Sati? She was raised by me, and I will continue to develop her. She is the youngest among us, so in about 2 to 3 years, not only will her battle ability raise, I will make sure she grows to become one of those unattainable flowers as well. You know what? I must be the luckiest man alive to meet a cute and nice girl like you, Tilaka. Even for all of us, we all think that we are blessed to meet you. Masaru. The two of us stared at each other and smiled. Should we start now? How do you want to do it today? The usual is good. Understood. Looks like summoning both Sati and Tilaka here is a correct decision. There is no way she can handle a threesome for her first time. I spend a lot of time to love each one of them. At the end, we all took a bath together. It was a lot of fun. Furthermore, Lilia's feel was also not bad. Her loyalty raised a little again. Sati and Tilaka left us, so now we are alone together again. I'm convinced that my selection wasn't a mistake. I believe we are destined to be together right after I was born. Another story about fate again? Correct. Do you not believe them? Regardless of what is happening recently, I was born as common people and I lead an ordinary life. I can never imagine Masaru being mediocre. Can't blame her for that. My life has been hectic for the last 6 months. From now on, as expected, I need to do something. In this world where it is predestined to ruin, I can't selfishly wish for my own peace. With that said, I want to at least ensure the happiness for the one in front of my eyes. An elf seer feels slightly sweet when I lick them a bit. Author profile Katsura Kasuga. I live in Kansai. While I was at novel posting site, I thought that maybe I could write my own story. So, I started writing as practice until it reaches the present state. My hobbies are reading, taking care of my cat, occasionally browse the net and play game. If only I can reproduce a part of the impressions that I have got from many books that I have read so far.